सोच का मंथन, विचारों का समागम, इतिहास लिखेंगे हम। राष्ट्रीय सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Another high-octane India versus Pakistan clash in sports news is set for today, as both arch-rivals will be looking to make the best of their opening Super 4 match of Asia Cup. India heads into the Super 4 with a clean record. They were on the top of the table with 2 wins in 2 matches and 4 points. Pakistan finished second with 1 win in 2 matches and 2 points.
चुनौतियों से नहीं डरते हम, दुनिया ने देखा है हमारा दम, दुश्मनों को करके बेदम, राष्ट्रहित में बढ़ते कदम। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
सच हमने दिखाया, सच आपने देखा, हमारी पहचान उम्मीदों की रेखा, आपके भरोसे से हमारे काम का लेखा। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। आप पहचानते हैं, जानते हैं हमें, तभी तो अपना मानते हैं हमें। आर भारत के साथ भारत का समय। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
India all-rounder Ravindra Jadeja likely to miss the T20 World Cup in Australia as he undergoes knee surgery. The surgery is expected to keep him out of action for an indefinite period of time. The T20 World Cup begins in Australia from the 16th of next month.
So he's injured his knee, but obviously he's ruled out for the Asia Cup. Yeah, he's under the care of the medical team. He's going to see the doctors. He's going to see the experts, and yeah, the World Cup is a fair way away, so we don't want to jump to any conclusions and rule him out or rule him in. We'll see how it goes. This is part of sport. People get injured.
देश प्रेम का ज्वार, राष्ट्रवादी विचार,
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक। आप देखिए जो विधायक हैं वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
Tata Sons ex-chairman Cyrus Mistry killed in car crash. Prime Minister Modi and others mourn his passing. Cyrus Mistry killed after his car hits divider in Maharashtra's Palghar. State orders probe. Jharkhand government's fate hangs in the balance as Shibu Soren to seek a trust vote in a special session of the Assembly today. Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today during his Delhi visit. UK Prime Ministerial race in the final leg. Tories seal fate of Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss to be winner to be declared today as the UK is set to get its new Prime Minister. Bangladesh Premier Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India starts today. Countries aim to boost defense ties. Hello and welcome to This Morning on Republic. I'm Rukma in our top story. Starting off with more details on the shock passing away of Cyrus Mistry. And earlier, Cyrus Mistry's shock ouster as Tata Sons chairman in 2016, we all remember, triggered a very public years-long courtroom and boardroom battle between two of India's most storied corporate plans. Here's more.
Cyrus Mistry, who burst into India's business stage big time with his appointment as the chairman of Tata Sons in 2012 before a boardroom feud forced his exit, was killed in a car crash in Maharashtra's Palghar district near Mumbai on Sunday. Though he came into the limelight only after Ratan Tata announced him as his successor in Tata Group, Cyrus's association with the Tatas went long before that. Cyrus was not only a distant relative as the brother-in-law of Noel Tata, Ratan Tata's half-brother. He had been part of the Tata Sons board since August 2006, representing his family's 18.5% stake. Cyrus was a director on the board of Tata LXI from 2000 to 2009 and also sat on the board of Tata Power till 2006, before he joined Tata Sons as a director. Cyrus worked as an executive vice chairman for 1 year under Ratan Tata before taking over as the chairman of the group. But despite starting off with great trust, the relations between Ratan Tata and Cyrus Mistry deteriorated over a period of time. Many say the reason was Cyrus's way of functioning, which was different from the traditional working of the Tata Group. This despite the fact that the group saw many achievements during his tenure. However, they could not counter the declining performance of the other three companies: telecom, steel and automobile. After his ouster from Tata Sons, this bitter feud between the group and Cyrus was for all to see. On the legal front, Mistry first went to the National Company Law Tribunal, which dismissed his petition challenging the manner in which he was ousted and ruled that the board and majority shareholders had lost confidence in him. He, however, successfully appealed in the National Company Appellate Tribunal, but the Supreme Court sided with the Tatas, who had gone in appeal. The only reprieve he got from the Apex Court was to delete some adverse remarks made in the original judgment. Even in Mistry's death in a car accident near Mumbai on Sunday, clarity on what exactly led the Tata Group to expel Mistry so shortly into his tenure remains elusive. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And business tycoon Cyrus Mistry lost his life in a tragic road accident in Palghar district when he was on his way to Mumbai from Ahmedabad, along with 3 other passengers. One more person also lost his life in the accident, while the other 2 passengers are still fighting for survival.
Cyrus Mistry met with an accident and lost his life. Unfortunately, a road accident, and this is the Mercedes car. Cyrus Mistry, including 3 people, were traveling in this, and you can see in the visuals the stains of blood are there in this Mercedes car. You can imagine how deadly this accident could be. Cyrus Mistry was traveling from Ahmedabad to Mumbai, and he met with an tragic accident. And in fact, this is the place where said this is the seat where Cyrus Mistry was seated, and when the car was coming from Ahmedabad to Mumbai, we are just 1 kilometer away from the location, from the spot where this accident took place, but we are showing you the exclusive visuals of the car. You can understand how deadly this accident would have been as it met with an accident. And you can see all the parts of this vehicle, this Mercedes vehicle is out up, and you can see how tragic it could have been and how deadly this accident took place. And we also spoke to the several locals out here to get an idea about how it happened. But what we have been told that the driver who was driving lost his control, and due to which it hit the divider, and this happened. And in fact, Cyrus Mistry, including Jahangir, losed their life in this accident. And the incident in fact took place just 1 kilometer away from this place.
It's happened at 3:15 in today near Surya River. He's coming from Ahmedabad, coming from Gujarat and going to Mumbai. And during the journey, the accident happens near the Surya River bridge.
We are at the right very location at Ahmedabad Mumbai highway, and in fact this is the Mumbai Ahmedabad highway wherein Cyrus Mistry was travelling from Ahmedabad towards Mumbai. That is the road which comes from Ahmedabad and connects Mumbai, and in fact this is Palghar district, and the road is broad out there. Now, as soon as his car came, the road gets narrower as it reaches to the Surya River bridge. This is the divider. My video journalist Sameer Sheikh is showing you in the visuals. This is the divider wherein his Mercedes car met with an accident, and in fact there were 4 people in the car, and Cyrus Mistry, who was travelling with 3 more people out there.
Yes, inquest Panchanama is already has been done, and the PM, we are sending the bodies for PM at JJ Hospital, and we can have word say after inquest PM reports.
We have been reporting right outside the JJ Hospital, where the mortal remains will be brought in here at JJ Hospital for the post-mortem. So according to the police officials, the vehicle has been sent to the RTO for a thorough examination. Police have an eyewitness in the case who saw the car ramming into parapet of the bridge. He was the one who alerted the police, after which a police vehicle immediately pressed into action. Forensic team from Kalina Laboratory at location. They have been collecting samples. Police also informed that from the preliminary examination of the car, the dual airbags affixed to the driver and the front passenger seat can be seen. However, no such airbags are seen on the rear seat. Police sources also informed that prima facie there does not seem to be defect either in the road engineer or the vehicle. So this is the information over the accident that happened.
Viewers, we are reporting from Mumbai's Breach Candy Hospital, where we are anticipating that at some point the 2 co-passengers of Cyrus Mistry who have survived the crash, that is Anahita Pandole and Darius Pandole, will be brought after they are cleared and stabilized at the Palghar Hospital, where they were receiving the preliminary treatment. Now, not a lot is known about their condition. It is only reported that it was Anahita who was the driver of the ill-fated car, and it is believed that would mean that Darius was seated in the rear because the passenger was Cyrus Mistry. That is the initial information. We will of course have to wait to find out. A probe has also been ordered into the entire accident, the tragedy that has claimed the life of Cyrus Mistry and one other person, a co-passenger named Jahangir. These are the 2 who have died. Cyrus Mistry was of course only 54 years of age, so his passing comes at a very untimely stage of his life, and it has really shocked the country.
And in other national news, Goa police visited various locations in the alleged murder case of BJP politician Sonali Phogat in Haryana's Hisar district. Phogat was declared dead at St. Anthony's Hospital in Anjuna in North Goa on 23rd of August. A post-mortem report reveals blunt force injuries on her body, following which Goa police had registered a murder case. Former Congress leader Ghulam Nabi Azad addressed his highly anticipated political rally in Jammu and Kashmir yesterday, announcing the start of a new outfit after breaking away from his 5-decade-long association with the Grand Old Party. Saying he has not decided upon a name for the party yet, he says he will announce the name soon. Amid massive protests by Congress workers in the national capital, BTP leader Rajyavardhan Singh Rathore hit out at the Gehlot government, stating that the state has become the national capital of rape. He further said that crimes against women are increasing in Rajasthan due to mismanaged security.
आरोप लगाने पे सबसे आगे रहते हैं राजस्थान की सरकार। पहले कहा था उन्होंने कि बेरोजगार जिम्मेदार हैं बलात्कार के लिए, और अब आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि जो बलात्कार के जो दुष्कर्म की जो पीड़िताएं हैं वो झूठ बोल रही हैं। फिर उनका बयान आया कि इसके लिए रिश्तेदार जिम्मेदार हैं। कभी बेरोजगार जिम्मेदार हैं, कभी रिश्तेदार जिम्मेदार हैं।
Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, in a veiled attack against senior Samajwadi Party leader Azam Khan, said those who exploited Rampur for their own interests are now bearing the consequences. Rampur is considered a bastion of the SP, and its leader Azam Khan carries a lot of clout. And technology with inflatable aerodynamic decelerator released by ISRO. ISRO says IAD is a game changer. It's a decelerator which ISRO says is a game changer with multiple applications for future missions. An IAD designed and developed by Vikram Sarabhai Space Center was successfully test flown in a Rohini sounding rocket from Thumba Equatorial Rocket Launching Station. And breaking news now in a latest update on the Sonali Fogart murder case. Republic has learnt that during the investigation yesterday at Sonali Fogart's residence in Gurgaon, Goa police seized Fogart's passport, cash, mobile, watches and jewellery. So details emerging of what the police discovered and seized in its visit to Gurgaon and other places in Haryana associated with the case and with Sonali Fogart and others, and Sangwan, who is a key accused in the case. And joining us now is Alisha for all these breaking updates. Alisha, take us through what the Goa police discovered. What is the latest status as far as investigations into the death of Sonali Fogart are concerned?
Well, Rukma, we know that in Sonali Fogart's murder case where Goa police is investigating, and there have been a team of Goa police who is already in Haryana, and they have been visiting whether it is Sonali Fogart resident, where they have already recorded the statement of her family. But this is something in Gurgaon where the Goa police has reached to Sonali Fogart, a resident in Gurgaon, and from the same flat, the Goa police has made a seizure where the jewelry, cash worth rupees around 15 to 16,000. Also, Sonali Fogart, a passport, some of the documents. Jewelry, watches has been seized by police, and this is something a part of an investigation is what we have been told. Moreover, Goa police has also visited Rohtak, which is Sudhir Sangwan's resident for the investigation. Moreover, today Sudhir Sangwan and Sukhwinder Singh will also be produced before the court. Continuously rolling on this story, on this big story on Your Republic. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
15th August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
विचारों का लहराता समंदर, रिपब्लिक भारत पर जल्द राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
You're watching This Morning, and Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is scheduled to visit India from today till the 8th of September, during which the 74-year-old leader will meet with newly sworn-in President Draupadi Murmu and Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar and hold bilateral consultations with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Here are more details.
Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is set to begin her 4-day visit to India from today. The visit is set to focus on connectivity, energy and food security, as well as trade and investment opportunities. Notably, both the countries are closely collaborating in every sector, from security and border management to cultural and closer people-to-people ties. The Bangladesh Prime Minister has emphasized on the India-Bangladesh bond several times. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Dhaka gave a boost to the relationship between both countries. In recent years, several deals have been reached between the countries in both the diplomatic and economic areas. India and Bangladesh have attained tangible results in several areas, including settling land and maritime boundary demarcation under the leadership of the Prime Ministers of the two countries. Rivers are one of the most notable shared resources between the two countries and is surely going to be a part of the agenda.
Water is coming from India, so India should show more broadness, because both the country will be beneficiary. So sometimes our people suffered a lot because of this need of water, especially Tista. We could not go for harvest and so many problems take place. So I think it should be solved. But yes, we found that Prime Minister is very, eager to solve this problem, but the problem is in your country. So we hope that it should, it should be solved.
The two nations have been cooperating since the independence of Bangladesh with an impeccable record of friendship and trust. The visit of the Bangladesh Prime Minister to India is likely to be a step forward in this direction. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Other news in connection with the ongoing investigation into the chit fund scam. Multiple searches are being carried out across West Bengal at 7 locations, including Kolkata and Halishare. While the CBI teams are searching 6 premises linked to Subodh Adhikari, sources suggest that the residence of Kachrapara Municipality Chairman Kamal Adhikari are also being searched by the central agency team. The Central Investigation Department conducted raids at the residence of a businessman in West Bengal's Malda yesterday. From the raids on him, that's the businessman identified as Jayaprakash Saha, stacks and stacks of unaccounted for cash were recovered. Notes of 2,000 and 5,000 denominations have been recovered from the fish trader, amounting to 1 crore 40 lakhs. Trouble continues to mount for ruling Trinamool Congress in West Bengal as the Central Bureau of Investigation now breaches the residence of another TMC leader Subodh Adhikari in the Bijpur locality of Kachrapara municipality. The raids come at a time when the CBI has been probing the Ponzi chit fund scam that duped lakhs of depositors in West Bengal and neighbouring Odisha. Rashtriya Janata Dal leader Vijendra Yadav shot dead on Saturday. The murder took place near Nimdihara Road of Karghar. It has been reported that PAC's president Vijendra Yadav was going for farming work when 6 bike-riding criminals opened fire on him, in which 2 bullets hit the former chief. There is a suspicion of murder over old enmity. Republic has learned from sources in the Gujarat ATS that Wahiullah Rahimullah Khan, who has been arrested in connection with the multinational drug syndicate, is a resident of Kandahar in Afghanistan and had come to India on a medical visa. He had procured the heroin he was caught with from one more person named Mustafa and was planning to get it delivered to Punjab, Haryana, Chhattisgarh and subsequently other states as well.
एनसीआर एरिया के अंदर ड्रग्स का मोटे प्रमाण में बिजनेस कर रहा है। इन्होंने एक इन्फॉर्मेशन दी स्पेसिफिक कि 2 तारीख रात को 11 साढ़े 11 के आसपास ये वसंत कुंज विस्तार टेरी इंस्टीट्यूट के आस पे बड़ी मात्रा में जत्था लेकर के आने वाला है। इस इन्फॉर्मेशन के आधार पे डीवाईएसपी BH चावड़ा, PI SN परमार, PI BH कोराट, PSI SK ओडेद्रा और सूरत सिटी क्राइम ब्रांच के PSI VA डोडिया, इनकी एक संयुक्त टीम बनाई गई। गुजरात ATS की ये टीम दिल्ली रवाना हुई। दिल्ली में दिल्ली क्राइम ब्रांच के अधिकारियों को इन्होंने साथ में रखा और एक जॉइंट ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दिया।
And coming up next, as a new leader for the party equates to the new Prime Minister, speculations as to whether the UK will have its first non-white PM are rife, even as the race for PM of the UK reaches its last leg. Also coming up, India joins China and Russia in Sea of Japan as the countries participate in Vostok 22, the joint military exercise that the world has its eyes on.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
नबी आजाद के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है।
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
नबी आजाद के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है।
You're watching World This Morning. The headlines from across the globe at this hour: voting for the UK's ruling party's new leader ends as fates hang in the balance for Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. As the new leader for the party equates to the new Prime Minister, speculations as to whether the UK will have its first non-white PM are rife. India joins China and Russia in the Sea of Japan as the countries participate in Vostok 22 joint military exercise. Protesters erupt in Prague against the Czech government's pro-West policies. The crisis in the country that recently left 30 dead and 400 wounded. Iraq-US talks take place in Baghdad. Climate change suspected as the cause behind severe floods affecting several lives in Pakistan. And breaking news coming in now at the very beginning of the bulletin. News coming in from Canada of a mass stabbing, a series of stabbings in two communities in the Canadian province of Saskatchewan has left 10 people dead and 15 wounded. Police are looking for two suspects who are suspected to be responsible for the mass stabbings, in which 10 were killed and 15 are critical. The stabbings took place in multiple locations on the James Smith Cree Nation and in the village of Weldon, northeast of Saskatoon. Rhonda Blackmore, Assistant Commissioner of the RCMP Saskatchewan, has said some of the victims appear to have been targeted by suspects, but others appear to have been attacked at random. And these are the photographs that the police have released of the two suspects for whom the hunt is still on in Canada in this series of shocking mass stabbings in which 10 people are reported dead.
Communication Center, or the RCMP DOCC, received a call reporting a stabbing on the James Smith Cree Nation. In the following minutes, our DOCC received multiple calls reporting additional stabbings at different locations in the community. The suspects named were Damian Sanderson and Miles Sanderson. As the investigation confirmed, the two suspects, Damian Sanderson and Miles Sanderson.
So the world stands shocked as news comes in of a series of stabbings in a Canadian province of Saskatchewan, which has left 10 people dead and 15 injured. The hunt is still on the part of the police for the two suspects who are responsible. And more breaking news coming in now, this time from the United Kingdom. The countdown has begun for the UK to get its new Prime Minister. All eyes are on the UK's prime ministerial elections as the former Chancellor of Indian descent, Rishi Sunak, and Foreign Secretary Liz Truss are in the grueling contest to succeed Boris Johnson as the Prime Minister of Britain and the head of the Conservative Party. Voting has concluded and results are to be announced very soon. Today, we will come to know who will be leading the British nation as its Prime Minister next after Boris Johnson.
As voting officially closes for Tory members to choose between the former Chancellor Rishi Sunak or Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, the race to replace Boris Johnson as the British Prime Minister is on its final countdown. Britain will get a new Prime Minister next week, with either Foreign Secretary Liz Truss or former Finance Minister Rishi Sunak being announced today as the next leader of the governing Conservative Party and the next Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss have gone head-to-head over the past month to win over the votes of an estimated 160,000 Tory electorate. While the British Indian former minister has pegged his campaign on getting a grip on soaring inflation as an immediate priority, the foreign minister has pledged tax cuts from day one in office.
I am prepared to give everything I have in service to our nation, to restore trust, rebuild our economy and reunite the country. I want to have a grown-up conversation where I can tell you the truth. A better future is not given, it is earned. That is why I am standing to be the next leader of the Conservative Party and your Prime Minister.
Overall, it is how they plan to tackle the cost of living crisis faced by the British public that has dominated the debates, even as the duo addressed their final hustings in London, where they reiterated many of their pledges.
What's important is that we hit the ground running. We've got 2 years until a likely next general election, and I want to deliver for people. I want to deliver lower taxes. I want to help struggling families. I want to make sure that we unleash all the potential and talent across Britain. And that has been my focus throughout this campaign, and that's what I'm going to be campaigning on.
While Rishi Sunak was a clear frontrunner in the leadership contest in the first round of voting, when Tory MPs voted to select the two finalists in the contest, the Indian origin Finance Minister has been on the back foot in the pre-poll surveys of Tory members, who also have a vote in this election. The 2019 general election, which brought Johnson to power with a thumping majority, was also against the forecasts of many poll pundits, who were predicting a less definitive result and anti-incumbency factor going against the Tories. Agency report, Republic TV.
Former UK Treasury Chief Rishi Sunak could be taking over as leader of the governing Conservative Party on Monday if he beats Liz Truss. The voting has concluded and results are to be expected. The announcement is expected any time today. Here's more on this story.
I'm prepared to give everything I have in service to our nation.
Former UK Treasury Chief Rishi Sunak could be taking over as leader of the governing Conservative Party today if he beats Liz Truss.
To restore trust, rebuild our economy and reunite the country. I want to have a grown-up conversation where I can tell you the truth. A better future is not given, it is earned. That is why I am standing to be the next leader of the Conservative Party and your Prime Minister.
If he does, he would become Britain's first non-white leader and the first Hindu to take the top job. At 42, he would also be the youngest Prime Minister in more than 200 years of history. But first, he will have to overcome allegations. Allegations by opposition that he was a turncoat for quitting outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson's government as it floundered amid ethics scandals. He has been accusing Truss of offering fairy tales by promising immediate tax cut when he felt curbing soaring inflation was a bigger priority. Sunak is a political prodigy whose smooth appeal saw him dubbed Rishi Rishi.
The question now for our members is, who is the best person to defeat Keir Starmer and the Labour Party at the next election? I believe I'm the only candidate who can do that. And my values are also those of our members. And I've got the experience and the vision to translate those values into a government that delivers for the British people and ensures that this is the best country to live, work and raise a family anywhere in the world.
Sunak is an instinctively low-tax politician who idolizes former Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. He nonetheless forked out billions in government money to keep people and businesses afloat during the pandemic. It made him the most popular member of the government, a status he burnished with sleek social media messages that stressed his own brand more than government's. In his leadership campaign, Sunak depicted himself as the candidate of grown-up decisions and fiscal probity, calling rivals' tax-cutting plans reckless and vowing to get inflation under control.
And my priority has always been to try and protect as many people's jobs as possible. That was the priority at the start. It remains my priority now, and I think that is the right priority to have as we think about the next phase of the pandemic and how our economy recovers through it.
Supporters of Truss cast him as a left-wing tax and spend politician and played up his desertion of Johnson, who remains popular with many Troys.
Well, what I want to reassure people is that this will be my number one priority upon taking office, and I will move incredibly quickly to put in place the support that's required and give certainty to people that that help is coming.
During the campaign, he has promised relief from soaring energy bills, something Truss has been reluctant to do. Agency reports, Republic TV.
Russia's defense ministry shared footage of Russian and Chinese ships sailing in the Sea of Japan, participating in Vostok 22 drills. This comes as Russia recently launched a week-long war games show involving forces from India, China and other nations. Here's more.
Russia's defense ministry shared footage of Russian and Chinese ships sailing in the Sea of Japan, participating in the Vostok 22 drills. This comes as Russia recently launched week-long war games involving forces from China and other nations. Which was aimed at showing the growing defense cooperation between Moscow and Beijing as they both face tensions with the United States. The maneuvers are also intended to demonstrate that Moscow has sufficient military might for massive drills. Despite its troops being engaged in military actions in Ukraine. The Russian Defense Ministry said that Vostok 22 exercise will be held until September 7, involving more than 50,000 troops and over 5,000 weapon units, including 140 aircraft and 60 warships. Russian General Staff Chief will personally oversee the drills involving troops from several ex-Soviet nations: China, India, Laos, Mongolia and Syria. Agency Report, Republic TV.
And moving on to other news stories, Chileans were voting in a plebiscite on whether to adopt a far-reaching new constitution that would fundamentally change the South American country. The proposed charter is intended to replace a constitution imposed by a military dictatorship 41 years ago.
Chileans were voting in a plebiscite on whether to adopt a far-reaching new constitution that would fundamentally change the South American country. The proposed charter is intended to replace a constitution imposed by a military dictatorship 41 years ago.
Mucho porque está constituida la mesa tempranamente y así la gente no tiene que hacer tanta fila, sobre todo el adulto mayor. Este colegio es muy organizado, así es que por lo menos este lugar. Así que me voy feliz a cuidar a mis nietos para que voten mis hijos.
The new constitution would characterize Chile as a plurinational state, establish autonomous indigenous territories, and recognize a parallel justice system in those areas, although lawmakers would decide how far-reaching that could be. In contrast, the current constitution is a market-friendly document that favors the private sector over the state in aspects like education, pensions and healthcare.
Yo vengo a primera hora porque me gusta cumplir temprano.
It also makes no reference to the country's indigenous population, which makes up almost 13% of the country's 19 million people. Although Chileans largely agree the dictatorship-era constitution needs to be tossed out, how that will be achieved if the current proposal is rejected remains to be seen. Agency Report, Republic TV.
And more international news, a windswept wildfire in rural Northern California tore through a neighborhood, destroying nearly 100 homes and other buildings. Fire officials said at least 2 people were injured and thousands were forced from their homes. The flames reached into the Lincoln Heights neighborhood, where a significant number of homes burned and residents had to flee for their lives. Former US President Donald Trump blasts his successor Joe Biden for a recent speech in Philadelphia, terming it the most vicious, hateful and divisive speech ever delivered by an American president. Trump says his critical remarks come a day after Biden lashed out at him and his presidential campaign, Make America Great Again. Thousands of Mexicans staged a demonstration against President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. The march comes after the Mexican Chamber of Deputies approved a legislative reform promoted by President López Obrador that transfers the National Guard, created as a civilian command force, to the Secretariat of National Defense. After the US approved $1.1 billion arms package for Taiwan, 4 aircraft and 5 ships from China's military crossed the median line of the Taiwan Strait. The Ministry of National Defense says it has tracked 4 aircraft and 5 ships from China's military around the country by 5 p.m. Saturday. Taiwan has been tasked to combat air patrols, Navy ships and air defense missile systems to monitor and respond to the Chinese activities. Passenger aircraft of Summit Air makes emergency landing at Pokhara Airport in western Nepal minutes after takeoff on Sunday. As confirmed by airport officials, the decision to abort the flight was taken due to a technical glitch in the engine. And time for a short break now. Coming up on the other side, protests erupt in Prague against the Czech government's pro-West policies. Climate change suspected to be the cause behind severe flooding affecting several lives in Pakistan.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
15th August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his.
You're watching The World This Morning on Republic. More news from across the globe now. Tens of thousands of protesters from the far right as well as the far left joined forces in the Czech capital Prague to rally against what it called the pro-Western government. Protesters demanded the resignation of the current coalition government led by Conservative Prime Minister Peter Fiala.
Tens of thousands of protesters from the far right and far left joined forces in the Czech capital to rally against the pro-Western government. The police estimated that the crowd at Prague's central Wenceslas Square numbered around 70,000 on Saturday. Some of the groups represented at the demonstration included the major anti-migrant populist Freedom and Direct Democracy Party and the Communist Party. The protesters demanded the resignation of the current coalition government led by Conservative Prime Minister Peter Fiala. They criticized it for a number of issues, including its Western-oriented policies. They also condemned the government for its support of the sanctions against Russia over its war in Ukraine and accused it of not being able to tackle soaring energy prices. The demonstrators also hit out at NATO and the European Union's plan to cut greenhouse gas emissions and reach climate neutrality. The government is planning to call an emergency meeting of European Union countries next week to seek a united approach to the energy crisis. This comes at a time when the Czech Republic is currently holding the bloc's rotating presidency. Agency report, Republic TV.
Iraqi Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi met U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Middle Eastern Affairs Barbara Leaf for talks on the country's political crisis. Here's more.
Iraqi Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi met U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Middle Eastern Affairs Barbara Leaf for talks on the country's political crisis. At least 30 people were killed and over 400 wounded last week after supporters of the populist Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr clashed with Iraqi security forces inside the heavily fortified Green Zone, seat of Iraq's government. The clashes came after 10 months of political deadlock in the country. Both camps disagree over the appropriate mechanism to dissolve the parliament and hold early elections, key demands of al-Sadr. His party won the 2021 federal election but was not able to reach the legislative quorum to vote in a government that excluded his Iran-friendly rivals. Agency report, Republic TV.
Displaced families in Pakistan were facing wrecked homes and the risk of disease after unprecedented flooding across the country, particularly in the Sindh province. 8 agencies in flood-ravaged Pakistan have warned that people there were facing huge challenges trying to reach people in need due to the damage to infrastructure and communication. Here's a detailed report.
Pakistan is reeling under aftermath of massive flood. There's casualty, fear of epidemic outbreak, illness and flood-battered homes. Pakistan blames climate change for the recent heavy monsoon rains that triggered floods. Displaced families in Pakistan were facing wrecked homes and the risk of disease after unprecedented flooding.
हमारा गांव है जो वो डूब गया है सारा. हम सारे सामान भी निकाल नहीं सके, अपने बच्चे वो भी तकलीफ कर भी वो बाईपास से निकल आए हैं. हमारे को ना राशन मिला है ना टेंट मिला है. अब तुम खुद देख रहे हो प्लास्टिक बंधा हुआ है, हमारे बच्चे बैठे हुए हैं, उसको ये बीमार भी हो रहे हैं.
In southern Pakistan, displaced family piled into makeshift shelters with only a few of their belongings. More flooding is expected in southern Pakistan as Lake Manchar swelled from unprecedented monsoon rains. Vast areas of the country were still submerged under flood water.
सारे ॾिसो त इहो चारों तरफ़ पाणी पाणी लॻो पियो आहे. कोई वसियल न आहिनि असां वटि. जेको सामान हुयो घर जो जेको निकिरण जहिड़ो उहो कढियासीं, बाक़ी जेको सामान हुयो उते रहिजी उते छॾे ॾिनासीं. बाक़ी हिते ॾिसो त बाईपास ते टेंट वसायलूं. हिते बसि कोई सहूलियत बि न आहे, न खाइण जो न पीअण जो न काशे, बसि वक़्तु गुज़ारो करूं.
8 agencies in flood-ravaged Pakistan warned that they were facing huge challenge trying to reach people in need due to the damage of infrastructure and communication.
We are seeing complete devastation. I think it's historic. We have never seen such a situation before in Pakistan, and that is due to the climate change. 33 million people have been affected by these floods, and for Save the Children, it's a huge concern that 16 million children need support, and they have lost everything. They're displaced.
The town of Burhin in Pakistan's mountainous Swat Valley is desperately short of emergency relief following the country's devastating flood.
Those who have lost their homes are getting emergency shelter, tents and the like. And of course, the distribution of clean water. The risk of waterborne diseases is very, very high, and it's essential that people get the aid they need. And I can assure that your viewers,
when relief trucks arrive, people scramble on board to grab what they can. In Zafrabad, villagers had to carry the belongings they could salvage from houses in a wooden bed frame through flood water. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif thanked army, engineers and workers for their efforts in repairing roads and infrastructure in flood-hit areas.
तमाम जवानों को, अफसरों को मैं उनका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ कि उन्होंने मैंने इनकी तस्वीरें देखी हैं कि किस तरह ये दिन रात यहाँ पर काम कर रहे थे और उन मेहनत कशों को, मज़दूरों को जिन्होंने दिन रात यहाँ पर काम किया और इस पुल को 8 घंटे में रिस्टोर करके सक्कर से लेके कोयटा तक, अभी एक और जगह जाएंगे, वहाँ पर भी मेजर वहाँ पर रिपेयर वर्क हुआ, तो ये मिला के फिर इन्होंने ये रिस्टोर की ये ट्रैफिक।
International attention to Pakistan's plight has increased as the number of casualties and homeless people have risen. So far, Pakistan has received aid from China, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Turkey, Uzbekistan, UAE and some other countries. Pakistan has appealed to the international community for an immense humanitarian response. Agency report, Republic TV.
And that's all we have for you in World This Morning. Coming up in the Morning Express, Bangladesh Premier Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India begins today. Both countries look at boosting defense ties.
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on
देश प्रेम का ज्वार, राष्ट्रवादी विचार, रिपब्लिक भारत तैयार, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन। The Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is on a 4-day visit to India beginning today. Countries aim to boost defense ties. Home Minister Amit Shah is in Mumbai. Key meetings lined up ahead of the municipal corporation polls. The Jharkhand government's fate hangs in the balance. Soren is to seek a trust vote in the special session of the assembly. Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today during his visit to Delhi. And in the UK, the prime ministerial race is in the final countdown. Tories seal the fate of Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss as the country gets set to get a new prime minister. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with the visuals that we are just getting in from Agra. These are of mining mafia breaking down a toll barrier and pulling out at least 13 tractors in just about 50 seconds. So pictures on your screen are coming to you from a toll barrier where you can clearly see the mining mafia take away at least 50 tractors. I beg your pardon, actually 13 tractors in mere 50 seconds. Investigations, of course, are still being done into what really happened in this, but we are given to understand that this was the mining mafia at play here in Agra. These are pictures that are coming to you from Agra in Uttar Pradesh, where the sand mining mafia pulled out as many as 13 tractors in just a matter of 50 seconds. They were, of course, captured in a CCTV camera in Agra that was installed at a toll booth. So pictures on your screen right now coming to you from Agra. Now we are given to understand that the police, of course, is investigating and looking at who is behind this. Harsha is reporting on this and she joins me from New Delhi. Harsha, good morning. Harsha, give us more details of what really happened. Now, we are given to understand, according to preliminary reports, that this is the mining mafia which is at a play in Agra.
Exactly, we are getting to know that in Chambal region, illegal sand mafias are very active. And yesterday night we saw how on Agra toll, the sand mafias with lot of trucks who were returning from Gwalior, who are coming from Gwalior to Jajamouth toll till Agra. They just broke the barrier of the toll plaza. They started fighting with the toll staff who were appointed there. And in the span of 50 seconds, more than 20-25 tractors which were full of sand, illegal sand, because lot of mining of sand is being done in the Chambal region. In span of 50 seconds, they made all the trucks cross that barrier. They started fighting and they started screaming and shouted on the toll staff. They are getting to know that in this region of Gwalior and Agra as well, mining mafias are very much active. Last month we saw how in Mewat's area of Rajasthan, how a DSP was killed when he was trying to stop the truck of mining mafias, when he was killed by the driver and the conductor. So these incidents are very much now being seen in UP as well. Though the mafias are not being hailed from UP, it is being told to us by police sources that they are not from UP, they are from the Gwalior region. But more details on this entire incident is being looked by the police official through the CCTV camera. It's being investigated through the CCTV camera, that through which route they have come in and how far they have gone. Yes.
Right, all right. Harsha bringing us those details. Thank you for joining us. As Harsha was pointing out, the CCTV footage is being examined by the police to get more details. So pictures on your screen are coming to you from a toll plaza where the mining mafia broke barriers of the toll plaza. Now, pictures on your screen are coming to you from Chandigarh. This is a very horrific accident that took place over there. A swing broke in Mohali in Chandigarh, and 8 people are believed to be injured. There are reports that seem to suggest that there were at least 16 people rather who've been injured in this particular incident, and there were women and kids who have been hospitalized after this incident. The police are, of course, investigating as to what happened. Amandeep, good morning. Give us more details. Now, this appears to be a horrific accident that took place in Chandigarh.
Well, absolutely, Nupur. This joyride has turned very horrific last night in Mohali, in fact. and even this was during a fair that was in Mohali, and in fact all of a sudden this joyride of wheel swing has been fallen and crashes to the ground after a technical snag, leaving almost more than 16 people injured, including women and kids as well. And in fact they all have been shifted to the hospital, but now the administration has launched the investigation in this entire incident, just because this is not a normal incident. The people who are there, they were there to enjoy that fair, but all of a sudden everything had been turned into a tragedy. And even now the police is also recording the statement of the owner of this thing, that how it happened. And initially, and preliminary investigation reveals that there is some belt that was holding this wheel, this swinging wheel in the air, that was broken in the middle, and in fact that turned out to be the reason that this spinning wheel has been crashes down to the earth, leaving certain people injured. But now police have launched the investigation as well. Yes, Nupur.
Now, Amandeep, any information on whether a safety audit was conducted before this, fair was set up? Because the manner in which we are looking at the pictures of this accident, it could have been a lot worse.
Absolutely, Nupur. This video was recorded by some passerby, and in fact some person who was actually in the fair. And even now this is the entire responsibility of administration to check the safety measures before installing such kind of swings in the fair. And in fact, after verifying the security norms only and safety norms only, then these kind of swings will be allowed in the fair. But now, initially, the entire focus of the administration and the police is on the injured people. First, they are providing them all kind of assistance, and in fact, in the meanwhile, they are recording the statements and verifying the safety norms that either they have taken into the consideration or not, and later the kind of action will be taken accordingly. Yes.
All right, Amandeep Singh reporting on that from Chandigarh. Thank you for bringing us those details. Now, business tycoon Cyrus Mistry lost his life in a tragic road accident in Palghar district when he was on his way to Mumbai from Ahmedabad along with 3 other passengers. One more person lost his life in the accident, while 2 others are still fighting for their lives.
Cyrus Mistry met with an accident and lost his life. Unfortunately, a road accident, and this is the Mercedes car. Cyrus Mistry, including 3 people, were traveling in this, and you can see in the visuals the stains of blood are there in this Mercedes car. You can imagine how deadly this accident could be. Cyrus Mistry was traveling from Ahmedabad to Mumbai, and he met with an tragic accident. And in fact, this is the place where said this is the seat where Cyrus Mistry was seated, and when the car was coming from Ahmedabad to Mumbai, we are just 1 kilometer away from the location, from the spot where this accident took place. But we are showing you the exclusive visuals of the car. You can understand how deadly this accident would have been as it met with an accident. And you can see all the parts of this vehicle, this Mercedes vehicle is out up, and you can see how tragic it could have been and how deadly this accident took place. And we also spoke to the several locals out here to get an idea about how it happened. But what we have been told that the driver who was driving lost his control, and due to which it hit the divider, and this happened. And in fact, Cyrus Mistry, including Jahangir, losed their life in this accident. And the incident in fact took place just 1 kilometer away from this place.
It happened at 3:15 in today near Surya River. He's coming from Ahmedabad, coming from Gujarat and going to Mumbai. And during that journey, the accident happens near the Surya River Bridge.
We are at the right very location at Ahmedabad Mumbai highway, and in fact this is the Mumbai Ahmedabad highway wherein Cyrus Mistry was travelling from Ahmedabad towards Mumbai. That is the road which comes from Ahmedabad and connects Mumbai, and in fact this is Palghar district, and the road is broad out there. Now as soon as his car came, the road gets narrower as it reaches to the Surya River Bridge. This is the divider. My video journalist Samir Sheikh is showing you in the visuals. This is the divider wherein his Mercedes car met with an accident, and in fact there were 4 people in the car, and Cyrus Mistry who was travelling with 3 more people out there.
Yes, inquest Panchanama is already has been done, and the PM, we are sending the bodies for PM at JJ Hospital, and we can have word say after inquest PM reports.
We have been reporting right outside the JJ Hospital, where the mortal remains will be brought in here at JJ Hospital for the post-mortem. So according to the police officials, the vehicle has been sent to the RTO for a thorough examination. Police have an eyewitness in the case who saw the car ramming into parapet of the bridge. He was the one who alerted the police, after which a police vehicle immediately pressed into action. Forensic team from Kalina Laboratory at location. They have been collecting samples. Police also informed that from the preliminary examination of the car, the dual airbags affixed to the driver and the front passenger seat can be seen. However, no such airbags are seen on the rear seat. Police sources also informed that prima facie there does not seem to be defect either in the road engineer or the vehicle. So this is the information over the accident that happened.
Viewers, we are reporting from Mumbai's Breach Candy Hospital, where we are anticipating that at some point the 2 co-passengers of Cyrus Mistry who have survived the crash, that is Anahita Pandole and Darius Pandole, will be brought after they are cleared and stabilized at the Palghar Hospital, where they were receiving the preliminary treatment. Now, not a lot is known about their condition. It is only reported that it was Anahita who was the driver of the ill-fated car, and it is believed that would mean that Darius was seated in the rear because the passenger was Cyrus Mistry. That is the initial information. We will of course have to wait to find out. A probe has also been ordered into the entire accident, the tragedy that has claimed the life of Cyrus Mistry and one other person, a co-passenger named Jahangir. These are the 2 who have died. Cyrus Mistry was of course only 54 years of age, so his passing comes at a very untimely stage of his life, and it has really shocked the country.
Now, Cyrus Mistry's shock ouster as Tata Sons chairman in 2016 triggered a very public, years-long courtroom and boardroom battle between 2 of India's most storied corporate clans.
Cyrus Mistry, who burst into India's business stage big time with his appointment as the chairman of Tata Sons in 2012 before a boardroom feud forced his exit, was killed in a car crash in Maharashtra's Palghar district near Mumbai on Sunday. Though he came into the limelight only after Ratan Tata announced him as his successor in Tata Group, Cyrus's association with the Tatas went long before that. Cyrus was not only a distant relative as the brother-in-law of Noel Tata, Ratan Tata's half-brother. He had been part of the Tata Sons board since August 2006, representing his family's 18.5% stake. Cyrus was a director on the board of Tata LXI from 2000 to 2009 and also sat on the board of Tata Power till 2006, before he joined Tata Sons as a director. Cyrus worked as an executive vice chairman for 1 year under Ratan Tata before taking over as the chairman of the group. But despite starting off with great trust, the relations between Ratan Tata and Cyrus Mistry deteriorated over a period of time. Many say the reason was Cyrus's way of functioning, which was different from the traditional working of the Tata Group. This despite the fact that the group saw many achievements during its tenure. However, they could not counter the declining performance of the other three companies, telecom, steel and automobile. After his ouster from Tata Sons, this bitter feud between the group and Cyrus was for all to see. On the legal front, Mistry first went to the National Company Law Tribunal, which dismissed his petition challenging the manner in which he was ousted and ruled that the board and majority shareholders had lost confidence in him. He, however, successfully appealed in the National Company Appellate Tribunal, but the Supreme Court sided with the Tatas who had gone in appeal. The only reprieve he got from the Apex Court was to delete some adverse remarks made in the original judgment. Even in Mistry's death in a car accident near Mumbai on Sunday, clarity on what exactly led the Tata Group to expel Mistry so shortly into his tenure remains elusive. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
A look now at what else is making news this morning. The Supreme Court will hear Karnataka's hijab row today. The petitioners moved the top court against the decision of the High Court for making coloured uniforms mandatory for educational institutes. Now, earlier, a massive uproar was seen in the state against the High Court's verdict. Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren is to seek a trust vote in the special session of the Assembly today. Soren's government's fate hangs in the balance as it is to face a trust vote today. Meanwhile, opposition BJP legislator MLA will also convene its party's meeting to chalk out strategy in the House. Amid Bihar's political turmoil, Bihar's Chief Minister Nitish Kumar is likely to meet opposition leaders today. Nitish Kumar is expected to meet Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, among others, during his visit to the national capital. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is on a day-long visit to Mumbai. Shah will visit the Pandal of the Lal Bagh Raja, one of the oldest and most popular Ganesh mandals in Mumbai. He is also expected to hold meetings with party leaders ahead of the BMC elections. Bangladesh's Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India begins today. Prime Minister Hassina will reportedly focus on connectivity, energy and food security, as well as trade and investment opportunities between the two countries. Amid several petitions that are lined up to be heard today, the Supreme Court will hear petitions filed for the demand of the enactment of the population control law today. This comes after several pleas were filed in the top court against repercussions of increasing population in the country. The Supreme Court will hear the petition of the TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee and his wife Ruchira Banerjee today to dismiss petition filed against the ED summons. Now, in the last hearing, the court, while giving interim relief to Abhishek Banerjee and Ruchira, had asked the ED to interrogate both of them in Kolkata. Now, the accused Muruga Matsir's judicial custody ends today. The seer is accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls and will be produced in court. Delhi's Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, in his visit to Chennai, will launch 26 schools and 15 model schools of the Tamil Nadu government today. He, along with Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, will be present at the event. The NCPCR chief will visit Jharkhand to probe into the death of 2 minor girls in Dumka. Peeved at back-to-back incidents of crime against minor girls in Jharkhand, the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights has said that cases are alarming and his team would visit the state to take stock of the probe status. Now, the Supreme Court has issued a notice to the Karnataka government in connection with the petition on the hijab row to be heard today. The petition challenges a ban on the hijab in educational institutions.
The Supreme Court earlier on August 28th issued notice to Karnataka government over a batch of pleas challenging the Karnataka High Court's judgment. The pleas is challenging Karnataka High Court's judgment upholding the ban on hijab in educational institutes. A bench of Justices Hemant Gupta and Sudhanshu Dhulia wrapped petitioners and said that they will not allow this type of forum shopping. The court pulled up the petitioner for seeking adjournment, which came after a plea seeking an urgent listing was sought. Various petitions have approached the apex court challenging the Karnataka High Court order upholding the Karnataka government's order which directs strict enforcement of schools and colleges' uniform. The court said that it will hear the matter seeking a stay and challenging Karnataka High Court's judgment today. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren is expected to hold a trust vote today amid a political turmoil in Jharkhand over the mining scam, with Soren hitting out at the BJP for the crisis.
As the fate of the Jharkhand Chief Minister hangs in the balance, Hemant Soren government will seek a vote of trust during the special session of the Assembly today. Amid the fears, 3 buses loaded with 33 MLAs and Hemant Soren moved to a resort in Kunti district last week. The Chief Minister has time and again blamed the BJP for an attempt to topple his government.
इसको आप क्या नाम देंगे वो तो सत्र आउट होने के बाद ही आपको पता चलेगा। अभी तो सत्र होने में कई घंटे बाकी, थोड़ा समय बीतने दीजिए और जिस तरीके से विपक्ष अपनी षड्यंत्रकारी जाल बिछा रहा है वो सभी जाल कुतरे जाएंगे।
Last week, he also met the state Congress in charge, Avinash Pandey, to discuss a strategy amid the political crisis in the state.
प्रभारी जी आए हैं तो निश्चित रूप से सब तमाम कार्यकर्ता, जिला अध्यक्ष जो भी यहाँ लोग उपलब्ध रहते हैं वो सभी लोग मिलते हैं, विधायक भी मिल रहे हैं, मंत्री जी भी मिल रहे हैं और सब तमाम कार्यकर्ता भी मिल रहे हैं। और जब सभी लोग मिलते हैं तो अपनी अपनी बातों को रखते हैं और उसी निमित्त बात हो रही है। कोई ऐसे सरकार के संकट को लेकर के बातचीत नहीं हो रही। कल बैठक हो गई और ये सभी जानते हैं कि कहीं कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है। गवर्नर हाउस में देरी हो रही है, हम लोग उनसे अनुरोध करेंगे, विनती करेंगे कि जो भी फैसला है उसको सार्वजनिक किया जाए ताकि उहापोह की स्थिति न बने।
Following a petition by the BJP seeking Soren's disqualification from the Assembly over an office for profit case, the Election Commission has sent its decision to Governor Ramesh Bais on the 25th of August. Though the EC's decision has not yet been made official, there is a buzz that the poll panel has recommended the Chief Minister's disqualification as an MLA. Meanwhile, the UPA has time and again asserted that disqualification of the Chief Minister as an MLA will not affect the government, as the JMM Congress RJD coalition enjoys an absolute majority in the 81-member House. Will the trust vote save Soren from his fate? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, parts of Bengaluru are still inundated after heavy rains.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Congress is protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime.
राष्ट्रवादी कलम, राष्ट्रवादी हम, मजबूत होते भारत के कदम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Bangladesh PM Sheikh Hassina's 4-day visit to India starts today. Countries aiming to boost defense ties. Home Minister Amit Shah in Mumbai. Key meetings up ahead of municipal corporation polls. Jharkhand government's fate hangs in the balance. Soren to seek trust vote in special session of the assembly today. Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today during his Delhi visit. And in the United Kingdom, Tories seal fate of Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. The United Kingdom to get its new Prime Minister today. Hello and welcome to this edition of The Morning Express. I'm Rukma, and in our top story at this hour, the body of Tabrak Hussain likely to be handed back to Pakistan after medico-legal formalities. That's the news coming in at this point. The body of the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir suicide bomber who died of a cardiac arrest yesterday to be handed back to Pakistan. After medico-legal formalities, Tabrak Hussain, the Fidayeen suicide attacker from POK, who was captured by the army on the 21st of August at the LOC in Nowshera in Rajouri while trying to infiltrate into India, died due to cardiac arrest yesterday. He was being treated at the army hospital in Rajouri. And Gursimran to take us through this breaking development. Gursimran, a very good morning to you. News are coming in now that the POK bomber, the suicide bomber who died of a cardiac arrest after he was captured by Indian security forces, his body is now to be handed back to Pakistan. How will this process begin? How will it be undertaken? What are the details you have?
See, the India as a humanitarian gesture has always
been maintained that it will be handing over the body, be it of the terrorist or the Pakistani intruder who sneaks into the Indian territory and gets killed in retaliation of the counterintelligence grid that is in place. And same will be happening. That is what we are getting to know from the sources in the establishment, that the body of Tabarak Hussain, the suicide bomber of Lashkar-e-Toiba, will be handed over to the Pakistani authorities. It will be done after the medical legal formalities, that a formal communication will be sent to the Pakistani side. However, it depends upon the Pakistani side whether they accept the body of this Pakistani Fidain attacker or not, because in the past we have seen a clear-cut denial by the Pakistani authorities that they try to shed off the responsibility of the Fidains from their side or the terrorists from their end, and they have always maintained that they are not their natives. So Pakistan has a history of shedding off the responsibilities from their shoulder when they are caught on wrong foot, and now it has to be seen how actually the Pakistani side responds. But after the medical legal formalities that will be completed today only, it will be communicated to the Pakistani side to take the body of this Fidain attacker who was here to carry out a terror strike on the Jhangar post of the Indian Army.
Well, many thanks, Gursimran, for joining us there and for bringing us those updates. So in a latest update from our correspondent Gursimran there, the POK bomber who died of cardiac arrest after he was captured by Indian security forces in a Rajouri hospital. Well, his medico-legal process to be undertaken today and then his body to be handed back to Pakistan. And now moving on to other news stories here in the Morning Express. Breaking news coming in from down south. Visuals of Bengaluru's eco-space area on Marathahalli Silkboard Junction Road. Several parts of the city remain inundated due to severe waterlogging after heavy rains. As citizens continue to debate the quality of the city's infrastructure amid heavy rains that led to severe waterlogging and flooding in several areas and also caused traffic congestion. So those are visuals there of Bengaluru, completely in many areas waterlogged. Even as there is a heated debate over the condition of the infrastructure in the city. So traffic congestion caused by heavy waterlogging in Bengaluru in many parts, in prominent parts of the city, even as citizens continue to conduct a heated debate over the state of infrastructure in the capital of Karnataka. These are visuals of traffic congestion, waterlogging, and as citizens continue to, struggle through waterlogged streets of Bengaluru after heavy rains caused severe waterlogging and inundation in many parts of Bengaluru city. And more breaking news coming in now from Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. Getting you visuals from Uttar Pradesh's Lucknow, where a fire broke out in Hotel Livana, located in Hazratganj area of the capital of Uttar Pradesh. Several fire tenders are present at the spot, and we're trying to get in details of the status of the fire and how successful fire tenders which have reached the spot are at dousing the flames. Of course, now we cannot see the flames in these visuals, but fire tenders continue to struggle. It's a hotel, the visuals of which you can see on your screen. It's a Lucknow hotel in the Uttar Pradesh capital, and fire, we believe, broke out in the early morning hours. It's a massive fire from the Uttar Pradesh capital in Hazratganj in a hotel, and fire tenders at the spot and workers of the department doing their best not just to douse the flames but also to ensure that the inmates are safe or have been evacuated safely. And these you can see visuals of fire tenders at the spot, workers from the fire department. It's a hotel in the Uttar Pradesh capital in Hazratganj in Lucknow. The Hotel Levana, we hear, engulfed in flames a short while back. Now fire tenders at the spot. More details awaited on how the fire broke out and how long has it been blazing. Even as we are seeing rescue operations there at the spot in this hotel. It's the Hotel Levana in Hazratganj in Lucknow. Workers from the fire department there trying to evacuate, ensure that inmates of the hotel, if any, are safe and safely evacuated. Now we can see that smoke is billowing out of that building. It looks like a 4-story building there. It's a hotel, the hotel that named Levana in Hazratganj in Lucknow. A massive fire broke out in the early morning hours and fire tenders were rushed to the spot. And Vivek joining us on the phone line with all the latest updates on this particular fire. Vivek, what can you tell us about the fire? When did it break out? All the details as far as you know.
देखिए, लखनऊ के जो लेवाना होटल हजरतगंज इलाके में वहां पर ये आग लगी है और इसमें कुछ लोगों के फंसने की फिलहाल सूचना है। जो फायर ब्रिगेड की जो गाड़ियां हैं वो मौके पर पहुंच चुकी हैं। ये कहा जा रहा है कि तकरीबन 10 से अधिक ऐसे लोग हैं जो अंदर फंसे हो सकते हैं। हालांकि संख्या की अभी एग्जैक्ट काउंटिंग नहीं है और ये कहा गया है कि जो बिजली के कनेक्शन
So was there a faulty electric connection? We are trying to get in touch with Vivek, our correspondent, who's there at the spot once again. But as we were telling you earlier, workers from the fire department trying to bring out certain members, certain people who are still trapped inside, we believe. And of course, questions will arise and there will be an investigation. Going back once again to Vivek.
देखिए, बिल्कुल शॉर्ट सर्किट के कारण ये आग लगने की बात कही जा रही है और अभी जो फायर ब्रिगेड की जो गाड़ियां हैं वो मौके पर पहुंच चुकी हैं और इसके साथ ही साथ जो पुलिस की भी टीम है वो भी मौके पर पहुंची हुई है, रेस्क्यू करने की कोशिश में है। और साथ ही साथ क्योंकि 4 फ्लोर का ये जो होटल है वो है और सीढ़ी भी लगा करके ऊपर तक ले जाया गया, जिससे अगर जो लोग ऊपर में फंसे हों उनको निकाला जा सके। तो कुल मिला के रेस्क्यू का जो काम है वो भी शुरू किया गया है। इसके साथ साथ फायर की गाड़ियां आग को बुझाने की कोशिश में लगी हुई हैं और शॉर्ट सर्किट के कारण ये आग लगी है। फिलहाल कोशिश है कि जल्द से जल्द आग बुझा करके लोगों को निकाला जाए।
Many thanks, Vivek Rai, for joining us there and for bringing us those updates. So rescue operation still on. Fire tenders at the spot and workers from the fire department trying to rescue safely around 10 or more inmates who are still there trapped inside this hotel in Hazratganj in Lucknow. Moving on to other news. And with madrasas in the state of Assam coming under increasing focus following the demolition of 3 such illegal institutions in the state, the Assam government is preparing to come up with a new set of regulations to review and govern such institutions after consulting top Muslim groups in the state. Here's more.
After the demolition of 3 illegal madrasas in the state of Assam in the last 1 month alone over suspected terror links, the Himanta government has doubled down on its efforts to fight against such radical elements from influencing these institutions. The Assam DGP held a key meeting with top Islamic groups across the state, where talks were held to regularize such institutions.
This is an effort to actually, stop the anti-national agenda of anti-India forces, basically by trying to enter into a vulnerable group of people under fringe, especially in the Chor areas and places like that. And we would like the Muslim population itself to be resisting such efforts of anti-India forces.
Illegal madrasas in the state have come under the scanner following the arrests of teachers over suspected terror links. And the scale of unregulated madrasas in the state has forced the government to act.
This Tanzim Council has submitted a list, about 739. They have been registered madrasas, and the rest of them are not yet registered. So there will be about more than 1,000. Ali Sunnat had claimed that they have about 3,000 madrasas. I'm not sure about the kind of registration process that they have. So now we are requesting them to regularize all this registration process in a manner that is correct and in a manner that is actually effective. And they need to put it up all in a portal, which should be designed very soon.
The Assam government is looking to implement a strict set of guidelines that can be agreed upon by all such institutions.
They have decided to constitute a committee of all the 4 sects, what you call 4 groups, like Ali Hadith, Ali Sunnat, Nadua, as well as Zamiyat. And then they will finally enforce the kind of set of rules that they are now making in order to bring about reforms in the madrasa system. We have also requested them to incorporate some non-Arabic, for both Hafizia and Banat, or Arabia madrasas. They ought to incorporate some secular kind of education like maths and computers, science, etc. So they have generally agreed to do all that.
With the Assam government preparing to introduce a new set of regulations to review madrasas, and the Yogi government ordering a survey of unrecognized madrasas in Uttar Pradesh, is it not time for a nationwide crackdown on such illegal institutions? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is scheduled to visit India from today till the 8th, during which the 74-year-old leader will meet with newly sworn-in President Draupadi Murmu and Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, as well as holding bilateral consultations with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Here's more.
Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is set to begin her 4-day visit to India from today. The visit is set to focus on connectivity, energy and food security, as well as trade and investment opportunities. Notably, both the countries are closely collaborating in every sector, from security and border management to cultural and closer people-to-people ties. The Bangladesh Prime Minister has emphasized on the India-Bangladesh bond several times. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Dhaka gave a boost to the relationship between both countries. In recent years, several deals have been reached between the countries in both the diplomatic and economic areas. India and Bangladesh have attained tangible results in several areas, including settling land and maritime boundary demarcation under the leadership of the Prime Ministers of the 2 countries. Rivers are one of the most notable shared resources between the 2 countries and is surely going to be a part of the agenda.
Water is coming from India, so India should show more broadness, because both the country will be beneficiary. So sometimes our people suffered a lot because of this need of water, especially Tista. We could not go for harvest and so many problems take place. So I think it should be solved. But yes, we found that Prime Minister is very, eager to solve this problem, but the problem is in your country. So we hope that it should, it should be solved.
The 2 nations have been cooperating since the independence of Bangladesh with an impeccable record of friendship and trust. The visit of the Bangladesh Prime Minister to India is likely to be a step forward in this direction. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Jharkhand government's fate hangs in the balance. Shibu Soren to seek trust vote in special session of the Assembly today. Coming up after a very short break. Also coming up, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today during his Delhi visit.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
गुलाम नबी आजाद के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega
News coming in of two separate accidents from Doda of Jammu, and it is believed that two separate accidents, vehicles plunged into the river. These are certain stills that we've got for you from the accident site, and it is being reported that at least 4 people are dead in all in the two accidents. 2 have been injured, 1 is still missing, and searches are still on to find those who are missing. These are stills from the accident site. It is believed that 2 separate road accidents took place in Doda. Gursimran to tell us what happened and how. Gursimran, the details are still sketchy from here, but we are getting reports of 2 separate accidents. Very tragic there and shocking early in the morning coming in from Doda. It's over to you for all the details. Which were the vehicles involved at around what time and how did the accidents happen?
See, 2 accidents have taken place. First has taken place at around 12:30 morning in the Galandhar area of Bhadrawa in Doda, wherein 1 person has lost his life, 1 is injured and 1 person is still missing. We are getting to know that relief and rescue operations have been launched to trace out the missing person. SSP Doda, Abdul Qayyum, is himself on the spot monitoring the rescue operations that are going on. And the other unfortunate incident that has unfolded is in the Pul Doda area that has taken place at around 6:30 in the morning, in which 3 people have lost their life and 1 is injured. This was an Alto car that was moving in, and the person has 3 persons have lost their life. 1 is critically injured in the accident. Important to mention that due to the inclement weather conditions, this unfortunate incident seems to have happened when the vehicles plunged into the river, which has led to death of 4 people, 2 getting injured and 1 still missing in the 2 separate incidents in the Doda district.
So 2 separate accidents. Many thanks, Gursimran, for giving us those details. At least 4 dead. Details are still sketchy, but we believe that a Maruti, a Alto car, was involved, and search operations continue for the missing. Moving on to other top stories of the day. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India begins today. All the details and updates on that as India and Bangladesh aim to boost defense ties, coming up after a very short break. Also coming up, Home Minister Amit Shah in Mumbai. Key meetings lined up ahead of municipal corporation polls in Mumbai.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को
Some international news now. Iraqi Prime Minister Mustafa al-Kadhimi meets US Assistant Secretary of State for Middle Eastern Affairs Barbara Leaf for talks on the country's political crisis. At least 30 people were killed and over 400 wounded last week after supporters of the populist Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr clashed with Iraqi security forces inside the heavily fortified Green Zone, the seat of Iraq's government. A series of stabbings in 2 communities in the Canadian province of Saskatchewan has left 10 dead and 15 wounded. Police are looking for the 2 suspects. The stabbings took place at multiple locations on the James Smith Cree Nation and in the village of Weldon, northeast of Saskatoon. The Assistant Commissioner of the Saskatchewan said that some of the victims appear to have been targeted by the suspects, but others appear to have been attacked at random. Argentina's Health Minister Carla Bisotti confirms Legionella bacteria as the source of a mysterious outbreak of pneumonia that has killed at least 4 people, affecting 7 more and raising the alarm among experts. Authorities have identified Legionella as the cause of the cluster of pneumonia cases in the country. The health minister went on to the northern province of Tucumán to monitor the outbreak, which began in late August.
Watching Republic TV, we have to go on a short break, but before that we'll tell you everything about the Sheikh Hasina's. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is coming on a 4-day visit to India, and Dhaka has already shared the areas of defence, trade and river water sharing will be the major issues regarding which discussion will happen. You all are watching all these major updates on Republic TV. We'll be right back.
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
देश प्रेम का ज्वार, राष्ट्रवादी विचार, रिपब्लिक भारत तैयार, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India begins today. Countries aim to boost defence ties. Mining mafia shocker from Agra, toll barriers broken, 13 tractors pass in about 50 seconds. The Home Minister Amit Shah is in Mumbai today. Key meetings are lined up ahead of municipal corporation polls. The Jharkhand government's fate hangs in the balance. Soren is to seek a trust vote in the special session of the Assembly. Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today during his visit to Delhi. UK's PM race in the final countdown now. Tories seal the fate of Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. UK gets a new Prime Minister today. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. Straight off, going across to Bengaluru right now, where several parts of the city remain inundated due to the heavy rainfall. Now, pictures on your screen are from the eco-space area of Marathalli, Silk Board Junction Road, where several parts are still underwater. Now, do remember that Bangalore has received extremely heavy rainfall and severe waterlogging is being reported from several parts. Citizens, of course, continue to debate the quality of the city's infrastructure amid heavy rains that have led to severe waterlogging and flooding in several parts and also causing traffic congestion. Obviously, adding to the woes is the fact that today is a Monday morning. People will be going to work, schools will be open. So all of this makes one wonder what the situation of Bengaluru's infrastructure is. So pictures on your screen right now are of various parts of Bengaluru which remain inundated after extreme rainfall last night. I'm going to go across to Ashwin, I think, who's reporting on this. Ashwin, good morning. Give us a broader sense of how many areas in Bengaluru continue to remain underwater. And obviously, this is going to cause traffic snarls.
Absolutely. There is a large number of reports that are coming in from Bangalore as we speak. And what has happened is areas such as Sarjapur, BTM layout and areas surrounding the airport is also, we are getting reports of a heavy rain and thereby leading to flood-like situation in many spots in the district of Bangalore. So there has been also continuous rain since last evening, and citizens also continue to debate. There has been a huge debate on the way the quality of the infrastructure facilities which are available in Bangalore due to this heavy rain, as every time when rain comes for 1 or 2 days, the entire city gets flooded and there is a complete halt to the transportation facility, and even public transport facility comes to a grinding halt and people are unable to commute. All the more there is more traffic which leads to a traffic jam, and added to that the woes of the public still continues unabated because of the flood-like situation that keeps happening just with the rain that happens in a day or two. And that is the situation in Bangalore. We'll be giving you more updates very soon.
Absolutely, as Ashwin is pointing out, of course, several areas, including the outer ring road, major arterial roads and large swathes of Bengaluru have flooded once again after torrential rains poured the city on Sunday night. And Ashwin is continuing to bring us the latest on this. Now, Ashwin, also what we are given to understand is that this did cause several trees also to be uprooted. And given the fact that the outer ring road is flooded, things are looking difficult through the day today?
The one side of the outer ring road, especially the Bangalore Eco Space, the Marthahalli and Silk Board Junction, we are getting reports that there is huge floods in that area, and the water logging is consistent over there, and it has been causing terrible hardship to the people in that surrounding. And remember, the Silk Board Junction is one of the crucial junctions which leads to many of the crucial IT parks in the city. So the approach road to the IT parks have all been inundated, and this is a cause of worry. Marthahalli, another major IT hub, when there is a flood-like situation over there, it certainly causes worry, and this has to be dealt with by the administration for a long time. The citizens of Bangalore has been asking for better infrastructure, better way of water management, sewage management, but it seems like all this is not working out, and this is a situation, just one day of rain and entire city gets inundated, and it's a cause of worry.
Right, absolutely. Ashwin bringing us those details. Thank you. Now, Bengal STF has arrested 2 traders with a large quantity of fire weapons from Asansol. 9mm, 7mm pistols have been recovered. A total of about 12 pistols, along with 40 rounds of bullets have been recovered as well, according to sources within the STF. These firearms were brought from Bhagalpur and Munger in Bihar. 2 people have been arrested in this case so far and are being questioned. So we are given to understand that this appears to be a stash of arms and ammunition that has been recovered. So the Bengal STF getting into action over there. They've arrested 2 people already over this. and we are given to understand that about 12 pistols and a carbine have been recovered. There are 40 rounds of bullets that have also been recovered by the STF. These weapons, of course, were recovered in Asansol in West Bengal. Kishalay is joining us live from the Bangla newsroom. He has more details on this. Good morning, Kishalay. Give us more details, please.
Well, Nupur, exactly. This area, Asansol, and the adjoining areas are famous for its collieries, and also many activities which are not very legal takes place, and we cover that regularly from these areas. And now what we see that Bengal STF Special Task Force has recovered this huge consignment of arms from this area. All the coal mines of this area and the adjoining areas have a history of violence and crime, and therefore police suspects and Bengal STF suspects that these pistols and all the arms and ammunitions that has been recovered were brought from Bihar, Munger for all these purpose, for the purpose of illegal activities as well. So the police is trying to understand who are the people, who are the criminals who were exactly related to this activity of bringing all these arms from Bihar, Munger, and they are also trying to understand whether these arms would be taken to some other parts of West Bengal, including Kolkata or not. Because it has been seen previously as well that from Bihar, Munger, all these consignment of arms come through Asansol and then is distributed to different parts of West Bengal. The police is also trying to understand whether these arms were already being distributed to the adjoining areas or not, and whether all that has been recovered was brought, whether all that was the total amount of arms, or whether already some of these were transported to different parts of the state or not. So police is investigating the matter. They are trying to understand. They are also interrogating the two traders who have been now nabbed, and they are trying to understand who all else are connected to this whole criminal offence that has taken place in Bengal, Asansol. Nupur.
All right, now Kishalay, also give us a sense of whether these arms and ammunition was actually headed for somewhere else. As you are pointing out, of course, it does appear that Asansol essentially is a hub for transporting these arms.
Yes, Nupur, exactly. What we have seen previously as well, when we were covering the previous incidents of arms and ammunition recovers from this area, that the coal mines and the collieries and the adjoining areas and the people who deal with it, many of them are connected to criminal activities, and there were previous incidences of arms recovery as well. Bengal STF, a special task force, has been active in this area since last few years, and we have seen multiple incidents where arms had been recovered. Today what we saw that there were about 12 pistols and a huge amount of ammunition recovered as well, and all this consignment came from Bihar, Munger, and we already know that Munger is quite infamous for production of these illegal weapons. So previously we saw that all these arms were also distributed in various parts of West Bengal, including parts of North Bengal. Whether this consignment was all that they had, or already they had transported some of those weapons recovered to different parts of West Bengal or not, that is something that STF is trying to understand and investigate after interrogating these two traders who were nabbed, and they are also trying to understand whether there were political connections or not, because this area is also infamous for political violence, especially during elections, and we know that Panchayat election is also coming a few months to go. So all these things are being considered by Bengal STF right now.
Right, absolutely. As you bring up the issue of the Panchayat polls in West Bengal, I was going to ask you that next, and Bengal, of course, is infamous for political violence. So are the STF also looking at that angle, perhaps?
Yes, exactly, Nupur. I will just brief you about the amount of weapon that has been recovered. It's 9mm pistols, 7mm pistols as well, and also carbines, which are very advanced weapons, and it can kill about many people in one go. And then there are 12 pistols and 40 rounds ammunition. So all these huge amount of arms. This is not just for some petty criminal to deal with. So whether this was being stored and this was being distributed for the purpose of violence during the upcoming panchayat election or not, because this area has seen political violence previously as well. So these are actually being considered by STF right now.
All right,
Yes.
Kishale joining us from our Bangla newsroom. Thank you very much for bringing us those details. All right, so moving on now to pictures that we are getting from Uttar Pradesh. This is Lucknow. We are given to understand that a massive blaze has broken out at Hotel Levana that's located in the Hazratganj area of Lucknow. Several fire tenders have been pressed into action. You can see several firefighters, in fact, are trying to battle the blaze. Plumes of smoke coming out of this hotel. They're also appearing to break down the windows to try and rescue as many people. We are still trying to understand as to the number of people who could be trapped inside, but pictures on our screen seem to suggest that this is a huge blaze. As you can see, rescue workers are trying, in fact, to get people out from inside. We are still trying to ascertain the number of people who could be inside the hotel. But this is Hotel Levana, which is located in the Hazratganj area of Lucknow. Initial reports that we are getting seem to suggest that about 18 people have been rescued so far, and there are several who are still believed to be inside. Firefighters, of course, are at the blaze, and they are trying to conduct operations. Emergency services have also been put in place over there. Pictures on your screen, of course, are coming to you live. We are bringing you the latest of what's happening over there. It does appear that there are a large number of people who are still stuck inside. About 18 have been rescued so far. We are given to understand that this is being looked upon as a deadly fire in which several people are still believed to be trapped inside. We're still trying to ascertain the cause of this incident. It may be too early yet, but firefighters as well as the first responders already on the spot. So pictures on your screen are of the rescue operations that are being mounted currently to try and evacuate as many people as quickly as possible. And plumes of smoke, of course, still bellowing out of there seem to suggest that asphyxiation is something that obviously firefighters will be extremely worried about because it appears that the blaze is still not under control. We are also getting a quick update that seems to suggest that the traffic in the area has been halted and barricading is now in place around Hazratganj to ensure that firefighting operations as well as the rescue operations can be carried out as swiftly as possible. Pictures on your screen seem to suggest that the fire department has mounted staircases to try and get people out. They're breaking down those windows to rescue as many people as they can. 18 people, that's the number that we are getting as of now, have been evacuated. However, there are still fears that others could be trapped inside. This is a hotel that is located in Hazratganj in Lucknow. The cause of the fire is still not known, but we are trying to bring you more updates on this. This is Hotel Levana, which is located in Hazratganj area of the capital. We are given to understand that several fire tenders have been pressed into action to conduct operations in this area, and we are trying to bring you pictures from various angles of what's happening right now. There are fire service, of course, has been pressed into action, and the first responders, including paramedics, are already in place over there. We're going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground to get you a fresh input on this, but here's what we know so far. This fire broke out early this morning, this is the Hotel Levana, which is located in Hazratganj, which is quite a crowded area of Lucknow. Several fire tenders were immediately pressed into action. About 18 people have been brought out from the hotel so far, but inputs suggest that there could be more people who are stranded. Now, initial reports seem to suggest that the blaze is still not under control, and of course, asphyxiation, as in cases like this, is something that that the fire department is extremely worried about. You can see the amount of smoke that's bellowing out. We are also learning that staircases and rescue measures that are in place seem to suggest that people are still being pulled out of this building that continues to remain under fire. This is being treated as a grade 2 fire. Those are initial reports that we are getting. 4 ambulances, those are the first responders, of course, are at the site to try and rescue as many people. This is a breaking news story. We are getting you the latest from there. 18 people rescued so far. Harsha joining us live. Harsha, give us more details of what you're learning.
Exactly, we are getting to know that this is a hotel in Hazratganj area, Hotel Levana, where a huge fire broke out on the 3rd floor of this Hotel Levana. The reasons of how the fire broke out is yet not known by the fire officials and by the police officer. But the first priority is right now that how many people are stuck inside the hotel first to get them out. Till now, 18 people have been rescued from the hotel, but it is through the
आज तक ने लगातार दिखाया कि आप किस तरह से रेस्क्यू करते हैं प्लीज सांस लेने दीजिए
साथ ले लो भाई पहलवान
All right, we were trying to get you a reaction from the ground over there, but we're going to go back to Harsha on this one. Harsha, give us the latest that you are getting.
We are getting to know that the reason for this fire broke out could be the short circuit, but the fire officials have yet not confirmed the reasons how the fire broke out in the hotel. This is a Hotel Levana in a Hazratganj hotel, very popular and a hotel in a posh area of Hazratganj, a 3 to 4 floor hotel. But the fire was broke out on the 3rd floor, and now rescue operation is being done in that hotel. More than 18 people have been rescued till now through the windows of the hotel room. But according to fire officials, more people are supposed to be stuck inside Hotel Levana. There are many staff, there are many people who are related to the restaurant, because restaurant is also at the 3rd floor of the hotel, and there are many people who have checked in since 3 to 4 days in the hotel. The rescue operation is being carried out. More than 4 to 5 ambulances already outside the hotel. The main reason is still not confirmed. Is it the short circuit or something else? And let me tell you, more than 10 to 15 vehicles of fire are already here on the spot. So this is the very big, huge fire broke out in Hotel Levana in the Hazratganj area, because Hazratganj area is considered to be one of the posh locations of Lucknow, and the fire broke out here in such a big hotel. The reasons will be known after. The first priority is that the people who are stuck, the customers who are stuck inside the hotel, first to rescue them. Many staff of the hotels have been rescued from the ground floor and from the 2nd floor, but the fire from the 3rd floor has reached to the 4th floor and to the 2nd floor as well. There's a lot of suffocation, because of which the rescue operation is taking place through the window. 18 people have been rescued till now. No casualties have been reported yet by the fire officials. They have been told that till now 18 people have been rescued, and till now no casualty has been reported. But it is also being said that more than 10 to 15 people are more who are stuck inside the hotel. So the priority is that before any casualty happens, to rescue all those stuck people inside the hotel, to get them out. Therefore 15 to 20 fire vehicles are here on the spot, and fire officials are trying their best to rescue all those who are stuck inside the hotel. Back to the studio.
All right, thank you for that update. Harsha, of course, continuing to get us the latest on this. But what we are learning right now, of course, is that about 18 people have been rescued. There are several others who are still believed to be inside the hotel, and they are being rescued from the various hotel rooms. This fire that broke out earlier this morning, of course, appears to be quite serious. There are about 10 to 15 fire tenders which are already in place over there. And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. The Supreme Court will hear Karnataka's hijab row today. The petitioners moved the top court against the decision of the High Court for making college uniforms mandatory for educational institutes. Now, earlier, massive uproar was seen in the state against the High Court's verdict. Jharkhand's Chief Minister Hemant Soren is to seek a trust vote in a special session of the Assembly today. Soren's government's fate hangs in the balance as it is to face a trust vote. Meanwhile, the opposition BJP legislator MLAs will also convene its party meeting to chalk out a strategy in the House. Amid Bihar's political turmoil, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar is likely to meet the opposition leaders today. Nitish Kumar is expected to meet Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, among others, during his visit to the national capital. Union Home Minister Amit Shah is on a day-long visit to Mumbai. Amit Shah will visit the pandal of Lal Bagh Cha Raja, one of the oldest and most popular Ganesh mandals in Mumbai. He is expected to hold a meeting with party leaders ahead of BMC polls. Bangladesh's Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India begins today. The Prime Minister will reportedly focus on connectivity, energy, food security, as well as trade and investment opportunities between two countries. Amid several petitions that are to be heard today, the Supreme Court will hear petitions filed for the demand of enactment of population control laws. Now, this comes after several pleas were filed in the top court against repercussions of the increasing population in the country. The Supreme Court will hear the petition of TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee and his wife Ruchira Banerjee today to dismiss petitions that have been filed against ED summons. In the last hearing, the court, while giving interim relief to Abhishek Banerjee and Ruchira, had asked the ED to interrogate both of them in Kolkata. The accused Muruga Matt's seer's judicial custody ends today. The seer is accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls and will be produced in court. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, in his visit to Chennai, will launch 26 schools and 15 model schools of Tamil Nadu government today. He, along with Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, will be present at the event. The NCPCR chief will be visiting Jharkhand to probe the death of 2 minor girls in Dumka. Peeved at back-to-back incidents of crime against minor girls in Jharkhand, the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights has said that cases are alarming and their team would visit the state to take stock of the probe status. Well, a clash has been reported between Nihangs and Radhaswamy Dera in Beas in Amritsar last evening. Several people are believed to be injured in the clash between the two groups, and the situation continues to remain tense. Heavy police deployment is still continuing at the spot. Now, the Nihangs had given a call for a gathering at the spot. The scuffle was triggered following a fierce verbal duel between the groups after the herd of cattle that belongs to Nihangs Dera entered the Radhaswamy Dera. Let's go across to Amandeep. He's joining us with more details. Amandeep, tell us more of what happened and also update us on the situation currently.
Well, Nupur, this incident reported yesterday when the kettles belong to Nihangs Dera have all of a sudden entered into the Dera Radhaswamy in Beas. And in fact, that turned to be the point from where Radhaswamy Dera followers as well as from Nihangs clash reported between them on the national highway of Amritsar to Delhi. Just because the Nihang Singh's Gurdwara was also located on national highway, and in fact, Dera Beas is also located on the national highway in Beas as well. And in fact, large number of people from both the groups have pelted stones and even used certain kind of weapons, whatever they could find on the road. And several people believed to be injured, and they have been hospitalized by the police. And in fact, a heavy police deployment has been done by the local police, and now the Punjab Police DGP is also monitoring the situation. But a surprising statement came from the side of the Nihangs in the morning when they have requested by releasing a video to all the Nihangs to gather at the spot, as the situation is very much tense, and in fact police as well as administration is trying to de-escalate the situation, but so far situation is very much tense and police is trying to cope up with the situation. Heavy police deployment at both the sides. Administration and the senior officials are trying to negotiate the talks with both the groups, including Radha Swami Dera heads as well as the Nihangs as well, just because they both are aggressive to each other and having a confrontational attitude against each other, and even the situation remains to be very much tense, Nupur. Well, viewers, a joyride turned into a tragedy. Well, viewers, a joyride turned into the tragedy in Mohali in a fair when a spinning wheel has been collapsed in the fair, and in fact several people sustained serious injuries. Watch this entire story after a short break. Stay tuned.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India starting today. Countries aim to boost defense ties. Mining mafia shocker from Agra, toll barrier broken. Massive fire reported in Lucknow. 18 rescued, several feared trapped. Rescue operations underway. And 16 injured in Mohali swing tragedy. FIR registered against organizers. Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today during his Delhi visit. And UK PM's race in the final leg. Tories seal fate of Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. The United Kingdom to get new Prime Minister today. And breaking news coming in now. Tragedy reported in Mohali. As we were telling you after going in for that very short break, after a swing broke in Mohali Phase 8, many people are reported injured. Reports suggest nearly 16 women and kids had to be hospitalized after the accident. An FIR has been registered against organizers of the fete, but the organizers are absconding. They are at large. There's no sign of them. And it's a swing tragedy that took place at a fair in Mohali in Punjab. An FIR has been filed by the organizers of, as you can see, I think it's a Ferris wheel there, that a Ferris wheel ride, a joyride that went bad. A swing broke and 16 women and children injured. As far as we know, an FIR registered against the organizers. Well, that's the visual there of the swing breaking and falling down. 16 people on that joyride there, up in the air, many feet from the ground. And the whole thing comes crashing down. Amandeep, to tell us all that happened and the latest updates. Amandeep, it's over to you. We are actually seeing that visual there of the crashing of, is it a Ferris wheel? Give us more updates and details.
Well, the recent update is that FIR has been registered by the Mohali police against the organizers for the negligence and for ignoring the safety norms during this swing. And in fact, right now we are just on the spot where this tragedy happened last night. This was the spinning wheel which was actually crashes down yesterday night, and in fact you can see the visuals. This has been completely broken down, and in fact it has been landed all of a sudden from the almost height of 50 feet. And in fact you can see here are the people those who are injured. They were actually seated on this very much, and in fact this wheel was go up to the height of almost 50 feet and spin, and this is how the people enjoy the joyride. But this joyride has been turned into a tragedy for the people, not only the physically but the mental trauma as well. And in fact several people have been scared, and all of a sudden the most important point is that soon after this tragedy, the local administration has called off this fair, though this fair supposed to be continued till 11th of September. But now when this tragedy happened, this fair has been called off. Everything has been packed up, and in fact an FIR has been registered against the organizers as well. We will try to show you from the very nearby of this entire swing, just because there is a technical snag. A belt has been broken which actually holds this spinning wheel at the height of 50 feet, but due to breaking down of that belt, this entire tragedy happened, leaving more than 60 people injured, including the females as well as the children. And you can see these are the broken parts of this entire swing, and we will show you and detail the entire situation, that how it happened. And in fact every kind of safety norm has been ignored while installing this swing into this fair. You can see these are the broken pieces of this spinning wheel, and even this spinning wheel goes up to the height of 50 feet with the help of these rods. And in fact at the height of 50 feet a belt was installed that actually hold this spinning wheel, and people enjoy the joyride. That was the only safety point which was connected this. And in fact, the most important point, even the administration has learned that there was no fire brigade, there was no ambulance has been deployed here to deal with any kind of uncertainty. But yes, the now FIR has been registered against the organizers, and this fair has been called off, which is supposed to be continued till 11th of September. And in fact, now the police will further investigate the case, that how it happened and who all are involved. Yes.
Well, many thanks, Amandeep, for those details. And we're actually seeing the visuals there and showing our viewers of the crashing down with 16 women and children. That spinning wheel crashing down because of a faulty belt. FIR registered in the case, and many thanks, Amandeep. We'll connect with you later for more. Moving on now to other breaking news, and an update coming in from Dumka in Jharkhand, where we are hearing of massive outrage among the public over the alleged rape and murder of a minor tribal girl. Tribal organizations have called a bandh today, and these are visuals of the bandh that's been called. Okay, joining us now is our correspondent Lomas, who's at the spot. He's in Dumka. Lomas, well, tribal organizations there, we are hearing, have come out in huge numbers to protest. Kya hai taza update? What is the situation? Take us through what's happening.
बिल्कुल, मैं आपको बता दूं कि यहाँ पे आदिवासी संगठनों ने एक दिन का बंद का आह्वान किया। आप देख सकते हैं दुमका को पूरी तरीके से बंद करने का आह्वान आदिवासी संगठनों के द्वारा किया गया, क्योंकि आदिवासी बेटी को पेड़ से लटका करके उसकी जान ले ली गई। आप देख सकते हैं कितने रोष में है, और साथ ही इनकी मांग है कि जल्द से जल्द इस पूरे मामले में सीबीआई जांच हो और जो आरोपी है उसको मृत्यु की सजा दी जाए, उसको फांसी की सजा दिया जाए। आप देख सकते हैं तस्वीरों के माध्यम से, ये लाइव तस्वीरें हैं जहां पे आदिवासी संगठनों के द्वारा यहां पे प्रदर्शन किया जा रहा है। हमारे साथ कुछ लोग हैं बात करने के लिए, हम उनसे भी जानेंगे क्या क्या उनकी मांगे हैं। क्या क्या मांगे हैं आपकी?
सबसे पहले हमें तो ना है, सबसे पहले उसको सीबीआई जांच करनी चाहिए। उसके बाद उसके परिवार को 1 करोड़ मुआवजा देना चाहिए। उसके परिवार में लोगों को एक सरकारी नौकरी देना चाहिए, और जो अरमान अंसारी है उसको जल्द से जल्द फांसी होनी चाहिए। नहीं तो आदिवासी संगठन चुप बैठने वाला नहीं है, उसको अंजाम तक ले देगा।
10 दिन में 2 घटनाएं, 2 बेटी को यहाँ पे मार डाला जाता है, लेकिन जो आरोपी है, एक तस्वीर में देखते हैं कि वो हंसते हुए जा रहा होता है, और दूसरे आरोपी को केवल पकड़ लिया जाता है।
देखिए, आप जान रहे हैं यहाँ का शासन जो आप कितना, मतलब ये घटना को कितना हल्का में दे रहे हैं झारखंड सरकार, झारखंड के मुखिया। आप जान रहे हैं जिसका रोम जल रहा था, नीरो आराम से सो रहा था, उसकी प्रकार झारखंड के मुखिया भी, झारखंड जल रहा है, वो आराम से सुस्त यहाँ पे सोए हुए हैं। लेकिन इस सरकार से हमें कोई न्याय नहीं दे सकता है, क्योंकि यह सरकार गूंगी बहरी और लंगड़ी सरकार है।
हेमंत सोरेन ने कल बयान दिया था, उन्होंने कहा था ये घटनाएं आम है,
क्योंकि हेमंत सोरेन कभी सोने का चम्मच लेके पैदा हुआ है, कभी गरीबी नहीं देखा है, छोटे बच्चे कभी अपना दर्द नहीं देखा है। जब उनका बेटा बेटी किसी उसके, भगवान ना करे ऐसा हो, अगर उसके साथ हादसा हो जाएगा तो उसको कितना दर्द लगेगा। जिसके परिवार को उसकी बेटी मर गई, कितना दर्द होता होगा। वो सोने का चम्मच लेके पैदा गरीबी नहीं देखा, गरीबी हम जैसे लोग देखे हैं, यहाँ तड़प करके उस जगह जा रहे हैं।
शासन प्रशासन ने जबरदस्ती उस बेटी को दफनाया कि मामला शांत हो जाए।
देखिए, हमेशा मैं पहले से ही कर रहा हूँ, झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा सरकार हमेशा उसको अपने नाकामिया को दफनाना चाहती है, उसको बंद करना चाहती है। वो नहीं चाहती है कि पूरे समाज में माहौल खड़ा हो, क्योंकि आदिवासी बेटी के साथ इस प्रकार गलत हुआ है। वो इसीलिए जल्दी से जल्दी वो जेसीबी लाते हैं और उसको दफनाते हैं। लेकिन आदिवासी समाज में ऐसा नहीं है। एक गुडित होता है, वो 10 जगह 10 घर में बोलता है, पूरे समाज में बोलता है कि फलना व्यक्ति फलना हुआ है। गौशान हम लोग बुलाते हैं, लेकिन झारखंड सरकार की रवैया ठीक नहीं है। वो जेसीबी लाता है और उस बच्ची को तुरंत गाड़ता है। वो आदिवासी परंपरा में नहीं आता है। लेकिन झारखंड के मुखिया सो रहे हैं आराम से, इसलिए उससे कोई,
देखिए, झारखंड के मुखिया सो रहे हैं। आपको मैं दिखाना चाहूंगा यहाँ पे जो पैम्पलेट है, सीबीआई की जांच होनी चाहिए, पीड़ित परिवार वालों को एक सरकारी नौकरी देना है, और यहाँ पे आरोपियों को फांसी की सजा की मांग यहाँ पे उठाई जा रही है लगातार। यहाँ पे अरमान अंसारी को फांसी,
की सजा देने की बात यहाँ पर लगातार जो आदिवासी संगठन है वो उनके द्वारा किया जा रहा है। आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पर पूरी तरीके से जो दुमका मार्केट को बंद रखा गया है, पूरी तरीके से दुमका को बंद रखा गया है। यहाँ पे देख सकते हैं कि कितने गुस्से में है लोग। यहाँ पे लगातार जो सोरेन सरकार की कार्यशैली को लेकर के यहाँ पे कई सवाल उठाए जा रहे हैं। जी
Well, Lomas, anger against the government, as we are seeing. How many tribal organizations are there? Meanwhile, what are the latest updates as far as investigations into the death of the tribal girl is concerned? We believe she is, as reports are telling us, she was a teenager. What are her parents saying? So demands for justice clearly growing louder across Jharkhand.
बिल्कुल मैं आपको बता दूं कि इस पूरे मामले में पॉस्को एक्ट यहां पे लगा दिया है, लेकिन जो परिवार वाले हैं उनकी साफ तौर पे डिमांड है जो आरोपी हैं उनको फांसी की सजा दी जाए। और जिस तरीके से सरकार का रवैया है आदिवासियों को लेकर के, तो कहीं ना कहीं सरकार पे लगातार उनका गुस्सा देखने को मिल रहा है। लगातार वो सरकार की आलोचना कर रहे हैं। उनकी मांग है कि जिस तरीके से उनकी बेटी को पेड़ पे हैंग किया था, उसी तरीके से अरमान अंसारी को भी हैंग किया जाए। तो कहीं ना कहीं आप देख सकते हैं कि इसी के विरोध में आज पूरे दुमका मार्केट को यहाँ पे बंद रखा गया है। आप देख सकते हैं तस्वीरों के माध्यम से यहाँ पे भारी पुलिस बल को भी तैनात किया गया है। लगातार हम तस्वीरें दिखा रहे हैं। और जिस तरीके से दुमका में 10 दिनों के अंदर 2 घटनाएं होती है, एक बेटी को उसके घर में ही जला दिया जाता है तो दूसरी बेटी को यहाँ पे पेड़ से हैंग कर दिया जाता है। तो कहीं ना कहीं लोग काफी गुस्साए हुए हैं। लोग इसका विरोध पूरी तरीके से आज दुमका को बंद करने के बाद
So the POCSO Act demands from the family as well as tribal organizations that justice be done in this particular case. 2 cases back to back, taking place back to back deaths reported of tribal minor girls there, and now we are seeing tribal organizations up in arms in Dumka in particular. Well, Lomas, the anger against the government, that's what's most visible. But let's take a look at, when we recall some of the statements that the Jharkhand Chief Minister has made, they clearly don't seem to reflect the kind of sensitivity that we would expect at such a time as far as sentiments of the public are concerned.
बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा। जिस तरीके से सीएम हेमंत सोरेन ने एक बयान दिया जिसमें कहा कि ये घटनाएं आम है, तो कहीं ना कहीं उसका भी विरोध यहां पे देखने को मिल रहा है। लगातार जो दुमका के आम नागरिक हो या फिर आदिवासी संगठन के लोग हैं, उनके द्वारा कहा जा रहा है जब हमारे सीएम ही इस तरह के बयान देंगे तो आम पब्लिक कैसे सुरक्षित यहां पे रह सकते हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि पूरी तरीके से आज दुमका को बंद रखा गया। उनका कहना है कि लगभग 10 दिन के अंदर 2 बेटियों को यहाँ पे, एक बेटी को जला दिया जाता है तो दूसरी बेटी को हैंग कर दिया जाता है। तो कहीं ना कहीं जो अपराधी मानसिक के लोग हैं वो लगातार पनप रहे हैं। उसको रोकने में यहाँ की सरकार काफी विफल है। सीएम हेमंत सोरेन को यहाँ पे इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए। लगातार वो इस्तीफा की मांग यहाँ पे आदिवासी संगठनों द्वारा उठाया जा रहा है। जी
Well, many thanks, Lomas. Stay on that story. We'll be back with you throughout the day for more. So these are visuals we're getting you from Dumka. Lomas, our correspondent there, giving us all the updates as they happen, reporting on the massive uproar against the state government in particular, as back-to-back deaths of minor girls are reported, and tribal organizations today out on the streets of Dumka protesting and demanding justice.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today on his Delhi visit. UK Prime Ministerial race in the final countdown. Tories seal fate of Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. UK to get new Prime Minister today.
Protesting against the price hike.
Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
नबी आजाद के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction.
Breaking news in live and breaking now at this point. Earlier in the day, in the early morning hours, we reported the Lucknow fire in the Livana Hotel in Lucknow, but in a latest update, we're hearing that one is feared dead, several still trapped inside the 4-storied hotel. One has been reported dead, and a fire broke out in the early morning hours, just around 8 a.m. Vivek, our correspondent on that story. Vivek, are fire tenders still there at the spot? Are firefighters struggling to get inmates? Are any more people trapped inside that hotel? It's over to you for all the details and updates at this point. This is the Livana Hotel in Hazratganj area in Lucknow, the Uttar Pradesh capital, where fire broke out around 8 a.m. this morning. Fire tenders and firefighters at the spot. We've been reporting the story since this morning. In a latest update, we believe one person has been reported dead. The fire has been brought under control somewhat, as we can see from those visuals there. The smoke earlier that was billowing out of almost the entire building. So it clearly looked very deadly, and firefighters had to wear masks even as they struggled to evacuate inmates who were trapped inside. Now we are hearing that one person has died in that fire. This is the Hotel Livana in Hazratganj area of capital of Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow. Several fire tenders and firefighters still at the spot. Rescue operations continue. As you can see, police also pitching in their efforts. Police as well as firefighters at the spot there trying to evacuate as many people as they can. This is the Livana Hotel in Hazratganj in Lucknow, the Uttar Pradesh capital. Well, all the questions at this point arise about what safety measures were in place. Earlier in the day, we had told you that it was a faulty electric circuit. It was a short circuit that had caused the fire, although investigations will bring out more details. Now we can see that how police and firefighters are pitching in their efforts and uniting in their efforts in order to save and evacuate as many people as they can from the Hotel Livana in Hazratganj in Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. It's a well-known hotel in Hazratganj in the Uttar Pradesh capital, a 4-storied hotel, and fire tenders still at the spot and firefighting efforts still underway. Earlier we had seen thick black smoke emanating from the building. And as we know, the smoke can be as dangerous as flames. Clearly, the flames were doused earlier on in the firefighting efforts, but the smoke continued to pose a problem as firefighters and those who were evacuated as well had to wear masks. And the police of Lucknow as well as firefighters united in their efforts and struggling to evacuate. And coming up in a short while after a very short break, all the updates as Union Home Minister Amit Shah visits Mumbai and set to pay his respects and offer prayers before Lal Bagh Cha Raja.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक हैं वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
आजाद के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
international stories now. Iraqi Prime Minister Mustafa Al-Kadhimi meets U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Middle Eastern Affairs Barbara Leaf for talks on the country's political crisis. At least 30 people were killed and over 400 were wounded last week after supporters of the popular Shiite cleric Muqtada al-Sadr clashed with Iraqi security forces inside the heavily fortified Green Zone, the seat of Iraq's government. A series of stabbings in two communities in the Canadian province of Saskatchewan has left 10 dead and 15 wounded. Police are looking for the two suspects in the case. The stabbings took place at multiple locations on the James Smith Cree Nation and in the village of Weldon, northeast of Saskatoon. The Assistant Commissioner of the Saskatchewan has said that some of the victims appear to have been targeted by the suspects, but others appear to have been attacked at random. Argentina's Health Minister Carla Vizzotti confirms Legionella bacteria as a source of a mysterious outbreak of pneumonia that has killed 4 people, affecting 7 more and raising the alarm among experts. Authorities have identified Legionella as the cause of the cluster of pneumonia cases in this country. The Health Minister went to the northern province of Kumar to monitor the outbreak, which began in late August.
On occasion of Ganesh Utsav, Union Home Minister Amit Shah to visit Lal Bagh Ka Raja this around 10:30. Later, he is also going to take a darshan tour in Mumbai as well. Continuously rolling on this story. Will be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Bangladesh's Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is on a 4-day visit to India. Continues countries aim to boost defence ties. It's a massive fire in Lucknow. 18 people have been rescued so far. Several are still feared trapped inside. 16 injured in the Mohali swing tragedy. An FIR is registered against the organisers of the fair. Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today in the national capital. It's the final countdown for Britain's prime ministerial race. Tories seal the fate of Rishi Sunak as well as Liz Truss. The country is to get a new prime minister. Good morning. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with the Union Home Minister Amit Shah's visit to Mumbai today. Amit Shah, of course, is on a 2-day visit to the financial capital of the country. He will be visiting the pandal of the Lal Bagh Cha Raja. After the Ganesh Darshan, of course, Amit Shah is expected to meet Maharashtra's Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and draw a blueprint in the run-up to the polls for the BMC. Alisha is reporting from Lal Bagh Cha Raja. We're going to go straight across live to her in just a bit to get you details of what's happening over there. But this is a visit, of course, which has drawn considerable attention, as we have been talking about. Of course, he's here on a 2-day visit. He arrived late last night, and today, of course, apart from visiting all the Ganesh pandals, including the very famous Lal Bagh Cha Raja in Mumbai, he will be going. He also has a packed itinerary.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah is on a day-long visit to Mumbai. Amit Shah is expected to visit the pandal of the Lal Bagh Cha Raja, one of the oldest and popular Ganesh pandals in Mumbai.
गणेश दर्शन ते घेणार आहे, पण आम्ही त्यांना विनंती केली आहे की त्यांच्या सहवासाचा लाभ आम्हाला या ठिकाणी मिळाला पाहिजे. त्यामुळे निश्चित काही ना काही राजकीय बैठक तर होईलच.
During his visit, he would also hold a meeting with party leaders and draw a blueprint in the run-up to the BMC polls. He will also inaugurate the Nayak Charitable Trust School in Powai. During the visit, the Home Minister will offer prayers at the Lal Bagh Cha Raja at Lal Bagh and visit the residence of Eknath Shinde, Fadnavis and Mumbai BJP President Ashish Shelar. Amit Shah will also hold meetings with the state BJP's core committee members. This is Amit Shah's first visit to Mumbai after the new government led by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde took charge. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And Alisha now is reporting from Lal Bagh Cha Raja. Alisha, give us a sense of what's happening around you. We are expecting the Home Minister to arrive there shortly.
Well, yes, Nupur, we'll directly show you the visuals of Lal Bagh Cha Raja, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to come here to pray office. And this is not the first time, but every year where Amit Shah comes to the same pandal, to the Lal Bagh Cha Raja pandal, and he offers a prayer. Well, due to the COVID, it was not there. We know that the Lal Bagh Cha Raja pandal was not really, the idol was not installed here for the last 2 years. But after the Maharashtra government, that is the new Maharashtra government, Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis government, who has given the permission and also revoked the decision to not limit the height of the idol. Now here we can see Lal Bagh Cha Raja, which is of 14 feet of idol which installed. And there, I'll request my video journalist Sunil to just show you in and around the crowd that we can see here around. And specifically when it comes to the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is going to visit Dubai, around 10:30 a.m. in the morning, and he will be accompanied by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis as well. Right after that, Amit Shah to visit Mumbai President Ashish Shelar resident to offer prayer at his residence, and later he is going to go Varsha Bungalow, that is an official bungalow of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, to offer prayer at the mandir that has been installed for the Ganpati Darshan. So here we have been showing you the visuals from Lal Bagh Ka Raja, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah will reach by 10:30 is according to his itinerary, where he is going to reach by around 10:30 a.m. Looking into the security, we know that BDDS and crime branch officials has already been deployed in civils here to look after the security. There are the checkpoints in and around, but if we can show the visuals of the crowd, the people that they have been waiting since 2 years here. 2 years they've been waiting here, and finally this year, when after the government which lifted out the height of the idol, which was earlier to the 4 to 5 feet at the Sarvajanik Pandals, after the decision has been lifted up by the new government, we can see the Lal Bagh Ka Raja here, the visuals in and around here. We can see where Amit Shah shortly is going to reach to offer prayers. Yes, Nupur.
All right, of course, as you're pointing out that the Home Minister will arrive there shortly. But apart from that, Alisha, he does have a 2-day packed itinerary, and we are given to understand that a lot of it will revolve around the BMC elections.
Thank you. Well, of course, it's for the 2 days itinerary of the Amit Shah, who's on a tour in Mumbai. He reached last night at around 9:30 in Mumbai, and later he stayed in a Sayadri guest house. But today, talking about today itinerary, it will be the Ganpati Darshan as well as the starting from Lal Bagh Ka Raja, and later he's going to be at the Ashish Shelar residence, and later will be at the Varsha Bungalow, which is Eknath Shinde official bungalow, and later will be at Devendra Fadnavis bungalow as well. So most importantly, what even has been informed by our sources, that the upcoming BMC elections is something going to be even discussed over the visit of Amit Shah. There could be a possibility of meeting of the BJP to discuss the strategy to put a blueprint over the BMC elections to defeat Uddhav Thackeray. So this could be the plan of action. But if we talk about today, it is something very important, and we have been continuously showing you the visuals of Lal Bagh Ka Raja, where Union Home Ministers and the other, even the Chief Ministers and the Devendra Fadnavis is going to come here to offer prayers at Lal Bagh Ka Raja, and later they will be visiting. But we can see that even volunteers here, they have been managing each and every crowd. This is very important, and we have been seeing is like each and every year we see this, the volunteers of the Lal Bagh Ka Raja who manage the crowd, but as well as the VIP movement as well. So it's very important to even see the picture, of what exactly is been happening, and it's also looking at the security. We'll even talk to some of the authority from Lal Bagh Ka Raja. We'll speak to some, but as we know that the Mumbai police has already been deployed, the crime branch has already been deployed, and we have the secretary itself. Sir, Amit Shah आने वाला है, किस तरीके की तैयारी यहाँ पर की जा रही है, क्योंकि एक VIP मूवमेंट रहेगा, क्या जो है सिक्योरिटी को देखते हुए?
लाल बाग का राजा सार्वजनिक गणेशोत्सव मंडल 89th ईयर से चल रहा है। ये फेस्टिवल अभी जो है वो 89th ईयर का फेस्टिवल है। आपने हिंदुस्तान के सम्माननीय गृह मंत्री माननीय अमित जी शाह अभी यहाँ पे आने वाले हैं लाल बाग का राजा का दर्शन करने के लिए। वैसे तो माननीय अमित जी शाह हर साल लाल बाग का राजा का दर्शन के लिए आते हैं। हमें याद है कि बहुत सालों से जब भी वो गुजरात में होम मिनिस्टर थे तभी भी वो आए थे, उसके पहले MLA थे तभी भी वो आए थे। लाल बाग का राजा का एक अप्रतिम भाविक वो है, वो श्रद्धालु है। अनेक बहुत सालों से उन्होंने लाल बाग का राजा के प्रति भावना होने से कारण वो हमेशा यहाँ पे दर्शन के लिए आते हैं। और सिक्योरिटी के तौर पे देखा जाए तो लाल बाग का राजा का मंडल उनके आने की पूरी तैयारी करते हैं, उनके स्वागत की पूरी तैयारी करते हैं। यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी के तौर पे हमारे जो मुंबई पुलिस प्रशासन है उन्होंने अच्छे तरह से बंदोबस्त किया है। हमारे मंडल के स्वयंसेवक भी हमने हर एक जगह पे जैसे उनके पुलिस प्रशासन के सूचना के अनुसार हमने तैनात किए हैं।
खास तौर पर ये अब 2 साल के बाद हो रहा है, क्योंकि कोविड काल के दौरान जो है एक तरफ मूर्ति नहीं बिठाई गई थी, लेकिन इस बार जैसे सरकार ने जो हाइट को लेकर जो लिफ्ट था वो हटाने के बाद इस बार की क्राउड भी कहीं ना कहीं पर कुछ ज़्यादा दिखाई दे रहा है पहले दिन से।
निश्चित वो ये जो 2 साल के बाद लालबाग का राजा का दर्शन होने लगा है भाविकों को, तो वो तौर पे ये जो क्राउड है फुटबॉल से ये बहुत ज़्यादा बढ़ गया, ऐसे हमें लगता है। क्योंकि अभी आज 6वां दिन है गणपति बप्पा का, और 5 दिन में हमने ये एक्सपीरियंस किया है कि पहले जितने भाविक आते थे उससे कई ज़्यादा ये साल श्रद्धालु आ रहे हैं, और लालबाग का राजा मंडल उनकी व्यवस्था अच्छी कर रहे हैं, उनका दर्शन अच्छी तरह से हो रहा है।
It is very important to note that the arrangements for the people specifically has been made very carefully, because it's after the 2 years where we can see the Lalbagh ka Raja who has come across to the people, and the people across the world comes to the same pandal to just take a darshan. And from any minute from now, where even Amit Shah is going to visit along with the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister to pay their offers.
All right, Alisha bringing us those details about Amit Shah's visit. Thank you for joining us. As Alisha is pointing out, we're expecting the Home Minister to be visiting the pandal very shortly. And cutting across to pictures that we're getting from Lucknow, the fire over there is still continuing to blaze. One person has so far reported to have died in the blaze.
पड़ा है और दीवार को तोड़ने के बाद फिर वहाँ पर ये स्थिति देखी जा रही है। एक लोग बात भी करना चाहूँगा, यहीं के रहने वाले हैं आप? यहीं के रहने वाले हैं? कहाँ के?
यहीं रहते हैं।
इसी में ये कितने बजे का क्या स्थिति रही? क्या
ये मुझे भी बाद में पता चला, करीब ये 8:15 बजे के आसपास की घटना है।
नहीं तो क्या धुआं उठता आप लोगों ने देखा या कैसे?
नहीं, मुझे भी बहुत बात करने की जो स्थिति है उससे कहीं ना कहीं ऑलरेडी दमकल वगैरह की गाड़ियाँ आ चुकी थी, तो इसलिए बहुत ज़्यादा मैं बता नहीं पाऊँगा कैसे शुरू हुआ।
लोगों को देखा आपने? कई लोग को निकाला गया?
नहीं, उधर के सिचुएशन को मैंने नहीं देखा, हम यहीं पे रहे, इसलिए यहाँ से कोई बॉडी वगैरह को नहीं।
तोड़ी गई यहाँ से, क्या बहुत ज़्यादा धुआं निकल रहा है?
हाँ जी, यहाँ से आग अंदर भी थी और काफ़ी धुआं निकल रहा था जी।
देखिए, एक तरफ से तो दीवार तोड़ी जा चुकी है, लेकिन देखिए दूसरी तरफ भी दीवार तोड़ने की कोशिश, बुलडोज़र पूरे एक्शन में। सामने की जो तस्वीर है रिपब्लिक भारत पर आप देख रहे हैं, बुलडोज़र द्वारा इस पूरे दीवार को तोड़ने की कोशिश लगातार जारी। एक तरफ की दीवार तोड़ी जा चुकी है, दूसरी तरफ की दीवार तोड़ने की कोशिश हो रही है, और ये कहीं ना कहीं आग बुझाने की वो कवायद, जिससे कि यहाँ के जो जी।
All right, so pictures on your screen are coming to you from the hotel where this fire broke out earlier this morning. This is the Hazratganj area of Lucknow. Several fire tenders, of course, have been deployed to control the blaze. About 16 people were rescued earlier.
अठारह कमरे ऑक्यूपाइड थे, और इसके अलावा स्टाफ यदि रहा हो तो उनको सबको कंफर्म कर रहे हैं। धुएं में चूंकि अंदर देख पाना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो रहा है, तो मेरे विचार से जितने लोग यहाँ मौजूद रहे थे अधिकांश को पुलिस द्वारा निकाल लिया गया, लगभग सभी को निकाल लिया गया।
क्या बताया जा रहा है कि एक कमरे में अभी भी कोई फंसा हुआ है?
ये देखा जा रहा है कि कहीं कोई फंसा हुआ ना हो। हर कमरे को चेक किया जा रहा है, चूँकि इनमें धुआं भरा हुआ है इसलिए देख पाना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो रहा है। जब तक हम सारे कमरे चेक ना कर लें, आपके सवाल का उचित जवाब दे पाना मुश्किल होगा।
जॉइंट कमिश्नर ऑफ पुलिस।
All right, so as the reports seem to suggest, everybody who was stuck inside has been rescued. Fire tenders still trying to control the blaze. This fire, of course, broke out earlier this morning. All right, smoke, of course, continues to bellow out of this hotel. Now, this hotel, of course, is located in the Hazratganj area of Lucknow. About 18 people were rescued earlier, and there are reports that seem to suggest that one person has unfortunately died in the fire. Now, we are going across to Rangareddy in Telangana, where another fire broke out at Chintalmet due to a short circuit under the Rajendra Nagar police station. Pictures on your screen are of earlier this morning, perhaps late last night, when this blaze broke out. This is the Chintalmet area of Rangareddy in Telangana. And reports seem to suggest that this fire took place due to a short circuit. I'm going to try and go across to Aneri, who is reporting on this. But these are just scant details that are now emerging. It does appear to be a highly populated area where this fire broke out. Let me go across to Aneri. Aneri, give us more details of this blaze. All right, we are still trying to connect to Aneri. We'll just fix that. Go back to
Rajendra Nagar police station limits, where we have been seeing that there was a massive fire which broke out and fire tenders had rushed to the spot. However, the police officials say that the fire short circuit could be the reason, but however, there's yet to be confirmation in regard with what would be the reason why this massive fire took place. However, the police officials also confirmed that no casualties or no one has been injured in this particular incident which has taken place, but also at the same time there were 3 godowns which were booted in fire, and also at the same time an auto also was burnt in this fire accident which has taken place in Rajendra Nagar limits. Well, this incident has taken place on Sunday evening, where we see that there was a massive fire which broke out, and also at the same time it is to be believed that the solution which is being used in the furniture also could be the reason for the fire incident which has taken place, or a short circuit. However, now the police officials have registered a case, and further investigation has also been taken up by the authorities into this matter, and to know what exactly is the reason behind the fire accident which has taken place.
All right, Aneri bringing us the details from Hyderabad. Thank you for joining us. As Aneri is pointing out, it does appear that a short circuit could have caused the blaze. And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. 5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well. The special CP of the Delhi Police's crime branch, while commenting on the Afghan national arrested for a drug trading charge, has said that a nexus is being unravelled with the trade involving terrorists, drug smugglers and gangsters, with the ISI operating this nexus.
अफगान नेशनल है अब्दुल्ला, जो 2016 में इंडिया आया था मेडिकल वीज़ा के बहाने से। उसके बाद ये लोग ड्रग्स में इन्वॉल्व हो गए। जैसा आपको पता ही है, यूएस के जाने के बाद, अफ़गानिस्तान छोड़ने के बाद यूएस फोर्सेस के काफ़ी सारे अफ़गान नेशनल्स अब इसमें एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व हो गए। पहले जो कम स्तर पे था, अब वो काफ़ी लार्ज स्केल पे ड्रग स्मगलिंग हो रही है। बेसिकली लैंड रूट और सी रूट दोनों यूज़ हो रहे हैं। लैंड रूट पे जो पंजाब और राजस्थान और जम्मू कश्मीर बॉर्डर है, वहाँ पे ड्रोन्स के ज़रिए आते हैं। सी रूट पे जो गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और केरला, कर्नाटका वाला जो कोस्ट है, वहाँ पे फिशिंग बोट्स और बड़े पोर्ट्स पे कंटेनर्स के थ्रू आ रहा है, और ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है।
And waterlogging is being reported from various parts of Bengaluru after heavy rainfall last night. Traffic signals are also being located at various, reported, I beg your pardon, at various locations. The Jammu-Srinagar highway has been blocked near Ramban due to a continuous barrage of shooting stones along the highway. Now, business tycoon Cyrus Mistry lost his life in a tragic accident in Palghar district when he was on his way to Mumbai from Ahmedabad along with 3 other passengers. One more person lost their life while 2 others are being treated for their injuries.
Cyrus Mistry met with an accident and lost his life. Unfortunately, a road accident, and this is the Mercedes car. Cyrus Mistry, including 3 people, were traveling in this, and you can see in the visuals the stains of blood are there in this Mercedes car. You can imagine how deadly this accident could be. Cyrus Mistry was traveling from Ahmedabad to Mumbai, and he met with an tragic accident. And in fact, this is the place where said this is the seat where Cyrus Mistry was seated, and when the car was coming from Ahmedabad to Mumbai, we are just 1 kilometer away from the location, from the spot where this accident took place. But we are showing you the exclusive visuals of the car. You can understand how deadly this accident would have been as it met with an accident. And you can see all the parts of this vehicle, this Mercedes vehicle is out up, and you can see how tragic it could have been and how deadly this accident took place. And we also spoke to the several locals out here to get an idea about how it happened. But what we have been told that the driver who was driving lost his control, and due to which it hit the divider, and this happened. And in fact, Cyrus Mistry, including Jahangir, lose their life in this accident. And the incident in fact took place just 1 kilometer away from this place.
It happened at 3:15 today near Surya River. He's coming from Ahmedabad, coming from Gujarat and going to Mumbai. And during the journey, the accident happens near the Surya River bridge.
We are at the right very location at Ahmedabad Mumbai highway, and in fact this is the Mumbai Ahmedabad highway wherein Cyrus Mistry was travelling from Ahmedabad towards Mumbai. That is the road which comes from Ahmedabad and connects Mumbai, and in fact this is Palghar district, and the road is broad out there. Now, as soon as his car came, the road gets narrower as it reaches to the Surya River bridge. This is the divider. My video journalist Sheikh is showing you in the visuals. This is the divider wherein his Mercedes car met with an accident, and in fact there were 4 people in the car, and Cyrus Mistry, who was traveling with 3 more people out there.
Yes, inquest Panchanama is already has been done, and the PM, we are sending the bodies for PM at JJ Hospital, and we can have word say after inquest PM reports.
We have been reporting right outside the JJ Hospital, where the mortal remains will be brought in here at JJ Hospital for the post-mortem. So according to the police officials, the vehicle has been sent to the RTO for a thorough examination. Police have an eyewitness in the case who saw the car ramming into parapet of the bridge. He was the one who alerted the police, after which a police vehicle immediately pressed into action. Forensic team from Kalina Laboratory at location. They have been collecting samples. Police also informed that from the preliminary examination of the car, the dual airbags affixed to the driver and the front passenger seat can be seen. However, no such airbags are seen on the rear seat. Police sources also informed that prima facie there does not seem to be defect either in the road engineer or the vehicle. So this is the information over the accident that happened.
Viewers, we are reporting from Mumbai's Breach Candy Hospital, where we are anticipating that at some point the two co-passengers of Cyrus Mistry who have survived the crash, that is Anahita Pandole and Darius Pandole, will be brought after they are cleared and stabilized at the Palghar hospital, where they were receiving the preliminary treatment. Now, not a lot is known about their condition. It is only reported that it was Anahita who was the driver of the ill-fated car, and it is believed that would mean that Darius was seated in the rear, because the passenger was Cyrus Mistry. That is the initial information. We will of course have to wait to find out. A probe has also been ordered into the entire accident, the tragedy that has claimed the life of Cyrus Mistry and one other person, a co-passenger named Jehangir. These are the two who have died. Cyrus Mistry was of course only 54 years of age, so his passing comes at a very untimely stage of his life, and it has really shocked the country.
The fate of the accused here, who has been alleged to have been involved in a sexual assault of two minors, will be decided today, as the police custody will end at around 11 a.m. After which, whether he will get the interim bail which has been requested, or will he be sent to judicial custody and be sent to a jail, all these things needs to be seen. Republic TV is reporting on the ground on the story, the only national news channel reporting on the ground from Chitradurga. Stay tuned for more updates on the story after the break.
On occasion of Ganesh Utsav, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is in Mumbai and going to offer his prayer in a Lal Bagh Ka Raja. Continuously rolling, and we'll keep showing you the visuals. But after a short break, stay tuned.
15th August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
आजाद के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
The headlines at 10:30 this morning. The Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is on a 4-day visit to India that begins today. Both countries aim to boost defense ties. Massive fire in Lucknow. 18 people are rescued. Several fear trapped. Rescue operation still underway. 16 people are injured in the Mohali swing tragedy, and FIR is registered against the organizers. Nitish Kumar likely to meet Rahul Gandhi, Arvind Kejriwal and left leaders today during his Delhi visit. It is the final countdown for the British prime ministerial race. The Tories seal the fate of Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss. The United Kingdom is likely to get a new PM today. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri, and the latest that we are getting on the Murugu Mutt Chief Pontiff Shivamurthy Sharanaru, who is under arrest facing charges under the POCSO Act, will be produced before a court as his police custody ends today. Shivamurthy was sent to 4 days of police custody by Chitradurg Sessions Court on the 2nd of September. The investigation officer will also be produced in a preliminary report in the case before the court today. Do remember that the Murugu Mutt Chief Pontiff was arrested after there were protests that were held for several days outside the Mutt, demanding action be taken against the seer. The seer has been accused by 2 minor girls of having sexually assaulted and abused them over a period of about 3.5 years. Ashwin is reporting on this. He brings us the latest. Ashwin, take us through what we're expecting in terms of developments today. Now, his 4-day judicial custody, of course, ends. Will he be asking for bail?
Well, Nupur, right now we are outside the Sessions Court in Chitradurga, and what we see over here is that at 11 o'clock the seer will be brought in over here. Now, as you can see around me, the kind of bandobast, the kind of barricades that has been put in at a public road just for the seer to come from the DYSP office to the court, which is hardly 100 meters away, is quite unbelievable. There are about 100 plus police officials who are also surrounding both the sides of the court as well. You can clearly see these barricades put on both sides of the court. Now, this is a kind of arrangement that is being done over here. What is essentially happening is today is in a few hours from now, it will decide the fate of the seer as well, because he was in judicial custody, then he was sent to police custody. Now, this police custody ends at 11 a.m. today. So the court will decide whether he will be sent back for judicial custody, while the police could probably ask to extend the police custody also. So that is on the matter will be rested on the court. On what basis? Based on the reports that has already been taken, the court will look in these. The case. What are the improvements? What are the status of the current investigation? As all that will be looked upon, and based on which court will likely to take a decision. It is also heard that an interim bail was also been filed by the council for the seer as well. Now, that also probably looked. Additionally, what's important is that last night the accused number 3, who's a juvenile delinquent, has also been taken into detention, is what we get to hear, and his anticipatory bail petition will also be heard by the court. Meanwhile, accused number 4 and accused number 5, those details still remain unknown, and whether police has taken them into custody, that has not happened. So the fate of the seer essentially is going to be decided in a few hours from now. The court stands on it, whether he would need medical assistance, whether there is very likely that the counsel for the seer will say that he needs urgent medical attention, he needs to be taken to some better hospital than what is over here, as his ECG has shown variation. Now, all that will be submitted in the court again today. There is a chance that they will fight strongly for getting a bail on medical grounds, or some kind of a breather for him, that he will be admitted in the hospital or something like that. But it all depends on the Sessions Court. Remember, this entire reason why he has been arrested, Nupur, is because of the strong observation and the command which the court took over. Sessions Court, in fact, called him over personally to the court a few days ago on September 2nd, and that is why he was been marked arrested. Now we need to see in a few hours, 11 o'clock from this very road, he is likely to come from the same police van. We are expecting the same curtains also, which will ensure that he has not been seen in the media glare. So we are expecting those to happen in a few minutes from now. More details will be updated once he comes, and we will also be carefully monitoring the court proceedings. We will be looking into the story very, very closely. Nupur.
Well, Ashwin, Priyanka now they're here this side. And let me also ask you about the investigating officer now, because we have been hearing that the investigating officer will also be submitting a preliminary report in the court today as well. And what will be the details of that investigative report, preliminary report as well? What was the line of questioning, as we have been talking about over the past 2 days since he had been in the custody as well? So take our viewers to the details of this report that will be submitted, and that will really determine the investigation going forward, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely, Priyanka. The IO, that is the investigating official for this particular case, is DYSP Anil Kumar. Now, he is the investigation official in this case. So he is bound to submit the report, because when the court has already granted the police custody, it is the responsibility of the police to submit the progress done that has been done in the case so far. So what has happened from September 2nd, when he has been given under police custody till now, what is the important things that has been done by the police? All that will be given to the court today. So the court will, based on the preliminary investigation that has been done, based on that, the court will further decide on the future of whether the seer needs to be sent to judicial custody or whether the police custody needs to be investigated. Seeing the way the police has been giving a soft kind of support, it may be like the police will definitely ask for extension of police custody, and if it's in the ambit, it's in the purview of the court to decide whether that has to be given based on the report, that the preliminary report that will be submitted to the
all right, Ashwin, we
court.
trust you to keep us ahead on these fast-paced developments that are all set to take place through the day. Thank you, Ashwin, for joining us on the broadcast. And now, viewers, moving on to some more breaking updates that we are getting us now from Lucknow, where in fact we're getting breaking updates on the Lucknow fire, where one has been reported to be dead, unfortunately. And these are in fact the live visuals that we're putting out on your screens right now, where the fire broke out in a hotel Lavana located in Hazratganj area of Lucknow, where several fire tenders are present at the spot.
इक्विपमेंट्स हैं वो सब कुछ यहाँ से मॉनिटर किया था, उन सब की एमसीवीज और जो तमाम चीज़ें वो यहाँ से मॉनिटर की थी, लेकिन वहाँ की स्थिति आग कितनी ज़्यादा है वो यहाँ पर आप देखिए। और इसके साथ ही साथ जो फायर ब्रिगेड के जो लोग हैं वो अंदर की तरफ में जा सकें और वो अंदर की तरफ में जा करके वहाँ आग बुझा सकें, उसके लिए एक वैकल्पिक रास्ता, दूसरी तरफ से एक रास्ता बनाने की कोशिश की जा रही है। वहाँ पर जो दीवार है वो तोड़ी जा रही है। दो बुलडोज़र एक्शन में इस वक्त दिख रहा है, और ये जो तस्वीरें हैं ये हम आपको रिपब्लिक पर दिखा रहे हैं। हालांकि जो सुबह जिन लोगों को 8:15 बजे जब सबसे पहली जो फायर ब्रिगेड की टीम आई और उसके बाद तुरंत जो एम्बुलेंसेज हैं उनको भी बुलाया गया। इस वक्त की बात करें तो 15 से अधिक फायर ब्रिगेड की टीमें यहाँ मौके पर मौजूद हैं। पीछे की ये जो तस्वीरें हैं, 2 फायर ब्रिगेड की टीमें यहाँ पर तो लगातार वाटर कैनन से अंदर की तरफ में पानी को डाल रही हैं, जिससे कि यहाँ पर आग को बुझाया जा सके। बाहर की तरफ में इसी तरीके से अलग अलग जो तमाम गेट्स हैं उन पर ऐसे ही 2-2, 3-3 फायर ब्रिगेड की टीमें मौजूद हैं, और उन सभी से अंदर जो है आग बुझाने की कोशिश। आग तो हालांकि आपको बताऊं कि आग तो हालांकि बुझ चुकी है, लेकिन जो धुआं है, धुआं लगातार निकल रहा है, और उसके कारण से कहीं ना कहीं जो लोग इस पूरे ऑपरेशन में लगे रहे उनको सफोकेशन की स्थिति का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। धुएं के कारण वो जो उनको सांस लेने में काफ़ी दिक्कतों का सामना करना पड़ रहा है। और आपको बताऊं कि तकरीबन आधे घंटे बाद जब ये आग लगी, उसके आधे घंटे के बाद जो टीमें हैं वो तो आई थी, और तकरीबन 1 घंटे में जो SDRF की टीम है वो भी मौके पर लाई जा चुकी है, और SDRF की टीम भी एक्शन में है। जो सामने की तरफ से जो सीढ़ियाँ लगी हुई थी वहाँ से तो टीमें अंदर जा ही रही हैं, लेकिन इसके अलावा जो बगल की जो तस्वीरें हैं वहाँ से जो खिड़कियाँ हैं, खिड़कियों को तोड़ करके, जो खिड़कियों का शीशा है उनको तोड़ करके भी जो SDRF के जो लोग हैं वो अंदर जाने की उनकी कोशिश है और जिससे कि लोगों को निकाला जा सके। तकरीबन 18 से 20 लोगों के अभी तक निकाले जाने की सूचना है और जिसमें कि
Well, all right. So we are getting you the live visuals of this fire that had broken out in Lucknow, viewers, in the Hazratganj area. In fact, where one person that we are learning has unfortunately lost his life. And we are now also putting out the first reaction of the Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath as well on Twitter, that he has posted about this entire incident. He has taken cognizance of this entire incident, has spoken about the fire that had broken out in Hazratganj as well. And he has talked about how he has spoken to the officials to take cognizance of the matter and carry out the appropriate investigation into the same as well. And 18 people, in fact, had also been evacuated. We are keeping a track of this developing story.
Another case of mining mafia shocker from Uttar Pradesh's Agra. The mining mafia en route Agra broke the toll barrier and pulled out 13 tractors in a matter of 50 seconds. The administration and the people were taken by a jolt after 13 alleged sand-laden tractors went on to break the toll without stopping. The tractors were allegedly carrying illegal sand from Chambal region. Manning mafia breaking the toll barrier while authorities tried to stop them. Meanwhile, case against these mining mafias has been filed. Remember, several mining mafia cases have come forth in Uttar Pradesh before. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, all right, viewers, we're coming across to these visuals of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who is in the Maximum City today, and he will be visiting the pandal of the Lal Bagh Raja. And now, after the Ganesh Darshan, Shah is expected to meet with the Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde as well as the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis and draw a blueprint in the run-up to the polls of the BMC elections. Now, these are the latest that we are getting for you, viewers, and my colleague Alisha is present there on the ground where Amit Shah is all set to come to. Alisha, it's over to you. What's really happening there, and also in the backdrop of these religious processions as well? Amit Shah is all set to meet with the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis as well. What is going to be discussed?
Well, yes, Priyanka, we can see the police arrangement that has been made in the Lal Bagh Raja, and importantly, anytime from now, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to come here to offer his prayer. Importantly, there are a schedule. If we look at his the itinerary, which accordingly, where Amit Shah has landed last night at around 9:30, where he was received by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, and the other senior BJP leaders. Moreover, today, right after the Lal Bagh Raja, where he is going to come and offer his prayer, because every year, whenever the Lal Bagh Raja who comes every year, where Amit Shah comes to in Mumbai and he offers a prayer through Lal Bagh Raja, and later today, where he is also going to visit at Chief Minister Eknath Shinde residence, that is at his official bungalow, that is Varsha bungalow. Moreover, he is also going to visit and offer his prayer at Ashish Shelar, who is Mumbai the BJP president. He's going to offer prayer at his residence as well. But now, if I talk about where I am reporting from, this is Lal Bagh Sa Raja in Lal Bagh, where heavy police deployed, heavy police security has been deployed. There are the special crime branch and the IP officials here, and anytime from now, so the lines for the people, where the people who were waiting for the, which was open earlier for the general public, has now been stopped, because anytime from now, where the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, along with Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, who is going to accompany him here in Lal Bagh Sa Raja, and they are going to come here to offer prayers.
All right, Alisha, but we have seen in the run-up to the BMC polls how there are several meetings that are all set to take place. And of course, it's going to be a very interesting and important polls as well, since this is the one that is happening right after the Maharashtra political crisis and the change in the leadership in the government as well. So speak to us about the strategy of the BJP as far as the Shiv Sena is also concerned, because now Eknath Shinde is the chief minister. How is this change in the political arithmetic also affecting the BMC elections?
Well, of course, it's very important to know, and the strategy that has been made by the Bharatiya Janata Party for the upcoming BMC is something very important. And today, where the Amit Shah would be on a day-long Ganesh Darshan tour in Mumbai, during which he will also hold a meeting with the party leaders and draw a blueprint for the polls of the BMC. Sources has also informed that the BJP is actually working on a foolproof plan to take the civic body away from Uddhav Thackeray ahead of 2024 Lok Sabha election. Moreover, whether Amit Shah will offer prayer at the Lal Bagh Sa Raja at Lal Bagh and visit Eknath Shinde, that is the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, and also at Devendra Fadnavis resident later, right after this Lal Bagh Sa Raja. So this is something, a strategy that has been made. And while you've been asking about the BMC polls, well, yes, it is something important meeting that is really going to happen today as well, is what we have been told, because Amit Shah is the first visit after the new government that has been formed of Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis. So this will be the first visit of Amit Shah in Mumbai specifically, and he's been coming, and we have been witnessing Amit Shah every year to Lal Bagh Sa Raja. Well, for the last two periods, where because of the COVID, where there could not be the pandal of Lal Bagh Sa Raja, but here is a heavy police security that has been deployed here, because any time from now, Union Home Minister Amit Shah is going to visit and offer his prayer at Lal Bagh Sa Raja. Continuously rolling on the story. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक। आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा। मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको
Now, viewers, cutting across to some more breaking updates as far as Cyrus Mistry's death is concerned. Just yesterday, we had seen how a road accident had taken place in which Cyrus Mistry had lost his life. And there were 4 people in that car that was overspeeding, apparently now, according to authorities, while going from Ahmedabad to Bombay via Udwana. And towards south of Gujarat, we had seen that this accident had also taken place, and we are now learning updates of the doctor who had in fact attended to Cyrus Mistry and the co-passengers as well. And we are also seeing that the authorities have confirmed to us that prima facie, it looks as though the accident had taken place because of the loss of judgment on the car because of the overspeeding that the driver had been doing. For more details on this, let me go across to Sandeep, my colleague, who's joining me on the broadcast with more details. Sandeep, tell us more about the investigation that is being carried out in this accident that had taken place where Cyrus Mistry unfortunately lost his life. What are the new updates that you're picking up?
So as far as the accident is concerned, the inspection of that bridge had taken place yesterday by senior officials of Palghar Police, and in fact Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis had ordered a thorough investigation, and in fact he also spoke to DGP. Now in this regards, what we have been told by the senior officials is that of the rear seat of the car, there was airbag was not in a position, functional position, and that could be the possible reason. Apart from that, the situation of the road is not in such a way that the car which was coming from Ahmedabad towards Mumbai, it was traveling on a broad road, and as soon as the Surya River's bridge was started, the road gets narrower, and the driver lost its control from the car and directly hit to the divider. Now what we have been told by the health officials yesterday is that as the car was in high speed and in high speed it hit the divider, Cyrus Mistry got serious and severe head injuries. Prima facie, it appears that due to the serious injuries, he might have lost their life. But yes, the postmortem have taken place, and we are giving you a minute-to-minute update in regards of Cyrus Mistry. We'll be right back after this break.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state Sonitpur.
के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सके, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't.
राष्ट्रवादी कलम, राष्ट्रवादी हम, मजबूत होते भारत के कदम। राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
Top stories and brief viewers. At least 18 people were evacuated in an ongoing operation during an operation after a major fire broke out in the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. 5 people were reportedly killed and 2 injured after 2 vehicles fell in a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. One still remains missing following the incident. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against Congress President Raja worrying after the case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged the documents on their social media handles, with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signature forged as well. Special CP of the Delhi Police Crime Branch, while commenting on the Afghan national arrested for a drug trading, stated that the nexus was finally being unraveled with the trade involving a terrorist, drug smugglers and gangsters, with the ISI behind the nexus.
अफगान नेशनल है वहीदुल्ला, जो 2016 में इंडिया आया था मेडिकल वीज़ा के बहाने से। उसके बाद ये लोग ड्रग्स में इन्वॉल्व हो गए। जैसा आपको पता ही है, यूएस के जाने के बाद, अफ़गानिस्तान छोड़ने के बाद यूएस फोर्सेस के काफ़ी सारे अफ़गान नेशनल्स अब इसमें एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व हो गए। पहले जो कम स्तर पे था, अब वो काफ़ी लार्ज स्केल पे ड्रग्स स्मगलिंग हो रही है। बेसिकली लैंड रूट और सी रूट दोनों यूज़ हो रहे हैं। लैंड रूट पे जो पंजाब और राजस्थान और जम्मू कश्मीर बॉर्डर है, वहाँ पे ड्रोन्स के ज़रिए आते हैं। सी रूट पे जो गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और केरला, कर्नाटका वाला जो सी कोस्ट है, वहाँ पे फिशिंग बोट्स और बड़े पोर्ट्स पे कंटेनर्स के थ्रू आ रहा है, और ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है।
On occasion of Ganesh Utsav, now Union Home Minister Amit Shah to visit Lal Bagh Cha Raja in Mumbai. Continuously rolling and showing you the visuals from Lal Bagh Cha Raja. We'll be back after a short break. Stay tuned.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
August in the morning, we heard this news, but we couldn't believe it. We heard that my father was assassinated, but we didn't know that all the family members were assassinated. This crime not only killed my father, also they changed the ideology of our liberation war.
Protesting against the price hike.
The Assam government carried out a massive eviction drive in the state's Sonitpur.
गुलाम नबी आजाद के समर्थक जो हैं वो बड़ी तादाद में यहाँ पर पहुँच चुके हैं।
बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है। तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। कल स्पेशल सत्र जो कॉल किया गया है उसमें इन्हें हिस्सा लेना है। बिल्कुल डिपार्चर गेट के सामने विधायकों को उतारा जाएगा, मीडिया को अंदर जाने से रोका जा रहा है, यानी विधायकों को किसी भी तरीके से मीडिया से वो बात ना कर सकें, इसकी कोशिश यहाँ पर जो है वो की गई है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए गौरव, मेरे सहयोगी लगातार आपको तस्वीरें यहाँ पर दिखा रहे हैं। जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहाँ पर निकल रहे हैं।
Massive mega rally has been organized here in the national capital from Bengal Bhavan, where Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary went out on his foot along with his Congress workers, and he was detained because that is not the permission that has been given.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against
विचारों का लहराता समंदर, रिपब्लिक भारत पर जल्द राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि सम्मेलन।
The Home Minister Amit Shah is in Mumbai. Key meetings are lined up ahead of the municipal corporation polls. Massive fire in Lucknow. 18 people are rescued. Several still feared trapped. Rescue operations is continuing. The rape accuser's custody ends today. Hearing on the bail plea likely to take place. The hijab face-off is in the top court today. The Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India begins today. Both countries aim at boosting defense ties. And the probe into the untimely demise of Cyrus Mistry in a road accident. And Sheikh Hasina begins her 4-day visit to India today. Good morning and thank you for staying with us on Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with the latest that we are getting right now from Chitradurg, where the Shivamurti Sharanaru, the Chief Pontiff of the Chitradurg Muruga Mutt, is facing charges under the POCSO Act. He will be produced before a court shortly after his police custody has ended today. Shivamurti, of course, was in 4 days of police custody. He was sent to police custody by a Chitradurg Sessions Court on the 2nd of September. The investigation officer will also be producing a preliminary inquiry report into the case before court today. The seer, of course, is likely to move for bail as he appears before the district court today. Do remember that he was arrested after there was immense pressure that was put by local people who were protesting outside the mutt in Chitradurg for days on an end. Ashwin is reporting on this. Ashwin, give us the latest on what's happening. His police custody, of course, ends today.
Yes, Nupur, absolutely. In a short while from now, we are expecting that once the police custody ends, he will be brought into judicial custody, which essentially means that he will be taken to this jail behind me, and this is the Prison and Correction Services, the district prison of Chitradurga, and we are expecting that he will be brought in once the proceedings of the court is completed. As you can also see, the police over here has suddenly come over here. They are keeping some extra barricades to ensure that the media is not being allowed. Now, as you can see, they have already told Republic to not shoot over here. This is outside of the prison. Normally, media is allowed, but now they're suddenly saying media should not shoot from here. So, although they are also sending some of the media people back from there. So, we are trying to. Yes, sir. So, it's our job. Let us do our job, sir. Sir, prison outside, sir. Already, sir. So this is what the police is trying to send us out. We have all the rights to report from outside the prison. There is absolutely no reason for the police to stop us. But as you can see, there is a nakabandi that is being put. They are also closing the main entrance of the jail. We'll also try to speak. We'll also see if they will. We get to believe, Nupur, that in a short while from now, after the court proceedings, the final end, the end of what we were all been expecting. The end game of the accused here is here, and that will be the jail, and this will be the jail where he will be taken. It looks like the police is already making arrangements with the kind of forces that has been already deployed over here. Certainly looks like they already know that the seer will be brought into this correctional facility, the district jail, and this is what is happening from outside the jail. You can also see a lot of policemen just suddenly going in over here. The media has been barred. Suddenly there is a nagging that is being done by the police forces. All we are saying that we will be reporting from outside. These are the exclusive visuals that we are bringing in. Outside the jail, some dramatic scenes. There is a large police force which are being deployed. And sir, I just sir, yake sir, nama already hogala sir. Sir, nama already hogala. Nama outside report ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ sir. Sir, please sir, ಇಲ್ಲಿ
premises.
So barricade ಆಮೇಲೆ.
Barricade ಆ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗಿ.
Okay. So these are the visuals that sir ನೀವು jail authority sir, ನೀವು jail superintendent sir. So Nupur, these are the scenes that we are seeing unfolding outside the prison. Quite dramatic. You can see, like, at least outside there are so many policemen, some 20 plus policemen inside also, and this is something that we are seeing from outside the prison, from the district prison in Chitradurga. Nupur, back to you.
Absolutely, Ashwin, as you're pointing out, of course, heavy security deployment over there. Now, Ashwin, what are you learning from your sources? Is the police likely to push for more custody when he is presented before court? This year, of course, we are told will be moving for bail.
What we gather from our police sources off record is that they are not asking for additional custody, which essentially means his judicial custody will continue. So that is going to happen, and after which, once the judicial custody, he is supposed to be here in this jail, and that is why the police is suddenly creating all those facilities to ensure that there is not much public limelight to it. Essentially, we are not doing anything wrong over here. We can always report from outside the prison. This is outside the prison, and we can definitely do reporting. There is no need of any kind of a restriction that needs to be imposed. The jail superintendent has the final authority to do it. But here we see suddenly they're saying there's a barricade which has been created right from at the approach road itself. They're telling us to move out, but it certainly looks like with the kind of arrangements, Nupur, with the kind of arrangement that that our viewers can also see, it certainly looks like the police is very sure that the accused here will be brought in here in a moment, in a few minutes away from now. So these are the exclusive visuals that we are bringing in from outside the the district prison at Chitradurga.
All right, Ashwin, of course, is continuing to bring us the latest from outside the district prison over there. Now, Ashwin, also give us a sense of the sequence of events that we are expecting today. I also wanted you to speak about the kind of anger that this case has essentially seen, because the police's long rope is something that's been criticized over, over essentially the span of a week. This case was lodged, and despite that, we really saw no action taking place on the ground.
Nupur, we have all seen that for almost registering the case on 26th of August, it took about 6 days for police to pick up their pace and do the needful. Only after the intervention of the court also we see a kind of movement in terms of marking the arrest. We have been seeing there was a complete plan that was hatched to take him to Bangalore for expert treatment. There were suddenly doctors coming in saying his ECG is not right, he is suffering from diabetes for 10 years, hypertension, heart infection, but all that was taken aback, and the court, Sessions Court judge, the additional Session Court judge, District Judge Komla, in fact put a foot down, saying that the accused here must be brought in front of the court in person, and that was done. And what unfolded after that is all we have brought to our viewers minute by minute. Everything that has happened, we have seen. We have shown the movement of the vehicle. We have shown how in the DYSP office he was kept from September 2nd till date, and we have seen how the pink curtains came from both sides, ensuring that there is not a second of his frame that is available for the media. All this has been done, but now the law has taken its course. Then finally the blind Themis of the law has come forward and ensured that in a few moments from now there's a high probability that he will be brought into this prison. If not for this high probability, there wouldn't have been such kind of a bandobast that we see over here. That's such kind of an arrangement that we see over here. So these are the visuals that we are bringing in, Nupur. Essentially, all the power, all the political cloud that the seer received over the time, all the kind of pressure that was put in to the law enforcement to delay the application of law, all that has now been taken aback, and the law has finally taken its steady action. And we have seen after the police custody, we have also seen a lot of action by the police. We have seen the investigation is moving forward. Our sources from the police, reliable sources from the top police sources, have told us that they are not going to ask for any kind of extension for the police custody, which essentially means the seer will be brought into this jail. He will be resting over here. Of the 14 days judicial custody which was there, it was remaining 4 days was in police custody. The remaining days he has to be housed in this jail. So this will be a big victory, not just for the Republic, but for all our viewers, all the people who have put this kind of a pressure to ensure that justice comes banging on the doors of a powerful seer who had a huge leverage, who had huge political leverage, who had a huge clout. So these are the visuals that are coming from outside the district prison in Chitradurga. Nupur, so certainly our journalism which we have been doing, I've been here, but today is the 10th day we have been reporting from on the ground, and it certainly feels that the end game of the seer is here, and he will be put in jail, and then the law will take its course, whether he will go for an appeal in the High Court, and all that needs to be seen. But at the moment, he was likely to be brought in jail, seeing the kind of arrangements that are being made here. Back to you.
All right. Now, Ashwin, we also wanted to get your comment on what's happening as far as the allegations and their counters are concerned. Now, there was a case that was registered against S.K. Baswaraj, the former administrator, as well. Take us through that aspect of it as well that's been happening.
When this whole case against the main accused came up on 25th of August, there was a case that was filed against S.K. Baswaraj and his wife, stating that they had illegally detented the girls without the approval of the MUT. There was also a section where an attempt of rape which was filed by the warden Rashmi, that was also put in, and this was a counter FIR that was filed. But immediately on September 1st, they were given the bail for that, SK Basavaraj. So SK Basavaraj had come on to claim that the mutt, in fact, when these two girls who were brought into Cotton Pit police station, when they were brought in, the police had called the mutt refused to help, and then the police called up SK Basavaraj, and that is when he had come in along with his wife on the early hours of 25th July, and then taken these two girls to his home. Then we did an exclusive interview of him where he stated that these girls were with him for 2 days, and then later they were taken by their parents. Now this was also contested by the mutt. The mutt had come up with an allegation that there's a conspiracy which has been done by SK Basavaraj, ex-JDS MLA, that he is tried to tutor these girls to put a fake allegation on the seer and trying to destroy the reputation of the seer. So all that the police, if had there been any truth in that, the police would have definitely acted against it. But so far we have seen that all the proof to support those claims has never come out. We did show, Nupur, if you remember, we also did an exclusive with the uncle of one of the victims who said Basavaraj is telling lies. But all that seems to be very low arguments that has come forward. There has been absolute no crunch of an evidence to prove otherwise, that this is a conspiracy. So we are looking at what we are seeing right now is the course of law that is taking place, Nupur. We will be bringing you in a short while from, we are expecting the seer will be brought in, and this will be the latest update, the only national news channel on the ground in front of the prison in Chitradurga. It's a proud moment because we have been there from
as you're
the
pointing out, of course, the seer is going to be taken to court very shortly, and we will continue to bring our viewers updates on that. Thank you for the moment for joining us, Ashwin. And in Dumka, in fact, protests are continuing.
जन आंदोलन होगा और शासन प्रशासन को इसके लिए इन समस्याओं
जो आदिवासी बच्ची को लटकाया था उसको जो यहाँ के स्थानीय प्रशासन ने जानबूझ के जल्दबाजी में दफनाया है कि मामला पूरी तरीके से शांत हो जाए।
देखिए, ये तो एक सोची समझी साजिश के तहत कि हम लोग का आदिवासी और मूलवासी भाई बंधु आक्रोशित न हो जाए, बहुत ज्यादा ऐसा समस्या न हो जाए कि शासन प्रशासन के लिए संभालना मुश्किल हो जाए। इन सब बातों को ध्यान में रख के यहाँ के शासन प्रशासन के लोग काफी त्वरित कार्रवाई करते हुए इन सब समस्याओं का निपटान करना चाहती है। इसको लेकर के हम लोग ये कहना चाहते हैं कि हम लोग जिनको
बिल्कुल आप देख सकते हैं यहाँ पे फांसी की मांग की जा रही है। जो इन हत्याओं में जो लोग शामिल है उनको फांसी की मांग की जा रही है लोगों के द्वारा। यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं कई और लोग हैं, यहाँ पे बात करते हैं। लगातार 10 दिन के अंदर दो बच्चियों को मार डाला जाता है और सरकार कहती है कि हम महिला सुरक्षा के लिए सजग है।
देखिए, महिला के लिए सजग होता तो हम तो इतना सवाल करना चाहेंगे कि दुमका में 144 लागू होते हुए जब एक आदिवासी नाबालिग बच्ची को रेप करके मार करके हत्या करके पेड़ में लटका जाता है, ये कौन सा 144 प्रशासन का कानून है? झारखंड सरकार यहाँ निकम्मी है। झारखंड सरकार यहाँ के अपराधियों को अंकुश नहीं लगा पा रही है। हम इसका पूरा विरोध करते हैं। यदि आज ऐसा दरिंदों को 15 दिन के अंदर यदि फांसी होता तो आज हमको नहीं लगता कि आज स्टूडेंट हम लोग रोड में आते, आज नहीं लगता समाज के लोग रोड में आते। आज शिक्षक दिवस है, मैं एक स्टूडेंट हूँ, PhD स्टूडेंट हूँ, लेकिन आज शिक्षक दिवस नहीं मना रहे हैं। आज एक बेटी एक बहन के लिए न्याय मांग रहे हैं। क्यों न्याय मांग रहे हैं? ये इसलिए यहाँ की सरकार कमजोर सरकार है। हेमंत सरकार कमजोर है, और हेमंत सरकार कमजोर तो है। और जानते हैं झारखंड में बेटी मरने के बाद भी यहाँ के विधायक, यहाँ के मंत्री उसको रणनीतिकरण किया जाता है, न्याय दिलाने का काम नहीं करता। हम तो एक चीज कहना चाहेंगे, हमेशा फांसी देना चाहिए। दूसरों को फांसी देना साजिश के तहत
All right, demands are now being made for a CBI inquiry into the Dumka case. There is huge outrage in Dumka. Of course, tribal organizations have called for a bandh. Massive outrage among the people over the alleged rape and murder of a minor tribal girl. We have seen quite a bit of unrest in Dumka after this Ankita Kumari, 15-year-old girl, was set ablaze. Thereafter, of course, there was another case where a young tribal girl was allegedly raped and hanged. So tribal organizations calling for a bandh in Dumka. The situation over there continuing to remain tense. Tribal groups, of course, are asking for a CBI inquiry into both cases. So anger over there mounting against the government as well. Now, Bengaluru is reeling under severe waterlogging after there were torrential rainfall that was reported yesterday. Traffic disruptions and snarls have been reported across the city of Bengaluru.
The city infrastructure of Bengaluru has come under the heavy scrutiny of people on social media. Several citizens are questioning the quality of city's infrastructure as heavy rains continue to batter the Bengaluru city. Citizens accuse the city administration for ignoring the red flags about the present civic condition. Due to continuous downpour, the city of Bengaluru witnessed severe waterlogging, long traffic jams, flooding on the roads. Watch how a man was rescued by the local security guards near Marathli Silk Board Road in Bengaluru. Even the Ganesh immersion plans of citizens were impacted. The Indian Meteorological Department has issued an alert for the people living in the low-lying areas of the city. The city's civic body, Bruhat Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike, has issued helpline numbers in case of emergencies.
At the Devanahalli International Airport, there also has been waterlogging that is reported, and it has been said that water has seeped into the VIP lane as well as the parking layout. However, the officials of the Bangalore International Airport have stated that the staff has worked diligently to remove the water from these areas as well. Meanwhile, many parts of Devanahalli which leads to the airport are completely inundated. With video journalist Bhagat, Ashwin Kumar, Republic TV.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people were evacuated in an ongoing operation during a major fire that broke out at the Levana Hotel in Hazrat Ganj area of Lucknow. 5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person still remains missing following the incident. All right, so these
गृह मंत्री अमित शाह पहुंच गए हैं, आप तस्वीरों में साफ तौर पर देख सकते हैं। गृह मंत्री अमित शाह पहुंच गए हैं, तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं। उनके साथ परिवार के लोग भी नजर आ रहे हैं। आप देखिए तस्वीरों में एकनाथ शिंदे पहले पहुंचे हैं। एकनाथ शिंदे देवेंद्र फडणवीस गृह मंत्री के साथ हैं और कई जो परिवार के लोग हैं वो भी यहाँ पर पहुंचे दर्शन करने के लिए। तीनों एक साथ अंदर जाते हुए आपको तस्वीरों में नजर आ रहे होंगे।
Well, that's a visual that we are getting in from Lal Bagh Sa Raja of Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who has just reached, and he's been accompanied by Vinod Tawade. If you can see the visuals where Amit Shah had just reached at Lal Bagh Sa Raja, he will offer prayer at Lal Bagh Sa Raja, and later he's going to visit the residence of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, and also at Mumbai BJP President Ashish Shelar, and also going to meet the party leader as well. So here we can see the visuals of Amit Shah, who is entering the premises of Lal Bagh Cha Raja. He is accompanied by Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, Vinod Taude, and the other BJP senior leader. So this is the visuals from Lal Bagh Cha Raja, and we know that Amit Shah, who is every year who comes to Lal Bagh Cha Raja to offer his prayer, and even yesterday while speaking to the media, where Devendra Fadnavis has clearly mentioned that some of the either way Amit Shah, who has a attachment with the Maharashtra, with the Mumbai, and whenever it is Ganesh Utsav, it's Amit Shah who always every year comes to Lal Bagh Cha Raja to offer prayers. So here are the visuals where we are seeing that the BJP, the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, and Amit Shah, who has already entered, and they have been walking towards the idol. Where the idol which has been installed here of Lal Bagh Cha Raja. So the visuals we have been seeing here, and importantly here are the police, heavy police security that has been deployed since morning, since the time the arrival of Union Home Minister, even 2 days before, where his team and from the dog squads have already arrived. And moreover, we have been seeing here that Amit Shah and along with Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Devendra Fadnavis, who has reached to Lal Bagh Cha Raja to offer prayer, where we can see the visuals here. There are the family members also, and the other senior BJP leaders as well. So here, finally, the itinerary, that's the plan of Amit Shah, who has who already planned that on the 5th of September he is going to come to Mumbai. It will be a day-long plan, but as of now, we have been seeing a visuals of Amit Shah, who is offering prayers to Lal Bagh Cha Raja, which he does every year. From the past 2 years, it was because of the COVID and the restrictions that was imposed by the state government, that was earlier by the Mahavikas Aghadi government. But this time, with the new government, importantly, we know that the height of the idol that is being revoked, the decision has been revoked by the new government, that is Eknath Shinde and BJP government. And even it is very significant to know that this is the first visit of Amit Shah in Mumbai right after the new government that has been formed of Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis, that is Bharatiya Janata Party. Moreover, we even know that this will be a long day tour of Amit Shah, that after the Lal Bagh Cha Raja, where he is also going to visit the resident of Ashish Chilar, who is a Mumbai BJP president, later the Chief Minister's resident, that is Eknath Shinde, resident of official bungalow, that is Varsha bungalow, and later he is also going to offer prayer at Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis resident. But moreover, what is also the every people have been eyeing on, and the Bharatiya Janata Party has been working on, is the strategy for the BMC elections. So we know that he is Amit Shah, who is on a day-long tour in Mumbai today. He would also hold a meeting with the party leaders to draw a blueprint for the polls of the BMC, because the sources had earlier indicated that BJP is working on a foolproof plan to take the civic body away from Uddhav Thackeray ahead of 2024 Lok Sabha elections. But right now, if we talk about the visuals that we have been witnessing now from Lal Bagh Cha Raja, where Union Home Minister Amit Shah has reached to Lal Bagh Cha Raja, he is offering prayer, and he's been accompanied by Chief Minister, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, and Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, Vinod Taude, and the other senior BJP leaders. So as we earlier spoke about it, that it's very significant visit of Amit Shah here in Lal Bagh Cha Raja. And when it comes to the Ganesh Utsav in Maharashtra, which is being celebrated in a very large, largely it has been celebrated. But since the past 2 years, just because of the COVID restriction that was imposed by the government, it was something very there was no idol that was installed of Lal Bagh Cha Raja in Lal Bagh. Apparently, that is the reason where there were no visit of a union minister. Earlier, we saw in Maharashtra, whether in Mumbai specifically. But since the time the new government, that is Eknath Shinde and BJP government, to revoke the decision of the limit of height of the idol, that was earlier from 4 to 5 feet in the Sarvajanik Pandal. But that decision has been revoked, and a free hand that has been given for the Sarvajanik Pandals with the precautionary measures that has of course been imposed right after that, where we can see the beautiful idol of Lal Bagh Raja, which is almost 14 feet of Lal Bagh Raja, and people across the world we see who comes here to offer prayers at Lal Bagh Raja, and that is where now the visuals we can clearly mention how important and how significant this place, this mandal is. The Lal Bagh Raja, how it is so significant is just because to offer the prayer where the Union Home Minister Amit Shah has also reached, which he even earlier used to come whenever it been seen. So here we have been saying, and importantly, if we talk about the security, we even talked to the Lal Bagh Raja Mandal president, who said that accurate and adequate precautionary measures has already been taken for the visit of Amit Shah. There were dog squads and the crime branch people. More importantly, there were also the special branch and the IB people has also been deployed here for a certain reason for the visit of Amit Shah. So now here we can see that Amit Shah has already prayed offer at Lal Bagh Raja, and now he will be moving to Ashish Shelar residence, that is in Bandra. It's a resident where is going to offer prayers at the resident, and later he is going to visit at Eknath Shinde official resident, that is Varsha resident, Varsha Bungalow, where he is going to offer prayers. So it's a day tour. Darshan of Ganpati Bappa, it's a Ganesh Darshan tour in Mumbai, a day long it will be, and we have been seeing the visuals now. Amit Shah, who has been leaving from the same place, he's been leaving, and he's been accompanied by the other senior leaders as well. So from here, from Lal Bagh Raja, which is very significant to know, and importantly, we saw that Amit Shah was already offered prayer from Lal Bagh Raja is going to move from the same place, and from the year where he is going to visit to Ashish Shelar resident, that is in Bandra, and later he is going to move to Chief Minister resident Varsha Bungalow, and later will be going to Deputy Chief Minister Bungalow as well.
Pictures on your screen are of the Home Minister Amit Shah offering prayers at the Lal Bagh Raja along with his wife, also flanked by the Chief Minister and the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. In those pictures, he's now, of course, coming out of Lal Bagh Raja. Just to tell our viewers that the Home Minister has a packed itinerary. He's going to be heading to Ashish Shelar's residence, and thereafter will be holding a series of meetings today and tomorrow. The Home Minister Amit Shah arrived in the financial capital of the country, Mumbai, late last evening, and has a packed itinerary. Now, this visit of Amit Shah also is important given the fact that BMC elections are just around the corner. They should be held either in September or in October. So Home Minister's visit also very important with regards to those elections that will be held. He does also have a series of meetings that are lined up today and tomorrow both. Right now, of course, he's exiting the Lal Bagh Raja Pandal in Mumbai. The Home Minister, of course, is believed to offer prayers each year, but in the last 2 years, of course, that could not happen due to the COVID pandemic. He's, of course, exiting right now. He's come there with his family to offer prayers at the iconic Lal Bagh Raja Pandal. Now, this is the first major visit that's taken place from the central government after the new government was installed in Maharashtra. And you can see on your screens right now the Home Minister flanked by the Deputy Chief Minister as well as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Alicia continues to bring us the latest now. Alicia, take us through what we are expecting in terms of through the day, his visits today. We are told he will, of course, be going to the residence of the Chief Minister as well as Devendra Fadnavis's residence later, but also give us more details in terms of the high-profile meetings that are lined up.
Well, yes, it's a day tour, darshan tour of Amit Shah, who has already reached Mumbai last evening. We'll continue to show you the visuals in and around of Lal Bagh Raja. But importantly, we saw that Amit Shah from short while from now, where he already offered a prayer, and he was accompanied by Chief Minister, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, Maharashtra President Chandrasekhar Bawankole, Ashish Shelar, and as well as Vinod Taude. So it's very significant, and it's every year where Amit Shah do visit, and also significant to know that this is the first visit of Amit Shah in Mumbai after the new government, where the BJP and Eknath Shinde government that has formed in the state of Maharashtra. This was the first visit of Amit Shah, and of course there is a long tour, because right after this Lal Bagh Raja, where Amit Shah is also going to visit at the residence of Ashish Shelar, where he is going to offer his prayer at Ashish Shelar's residence, and later he is also going to pay offers at Chief Minister residence, that is Eknath Shinde official bungalow, that is Varsha bungalow, and later will be at the Deputy Chief Minister residence as well. But more importantly, all eyes on a high-level meeting as well that is going to be happen, because it's an upcoming BMC election, and all eyes on the BMC election, which is why where the Amit Shah is already in Mumbai and is being known as a BJP strategist who knows how to go with the flow, and he can give a proper guidance for the senior BJP leader who has already made a strategy in this thing. So what we have been told that there could be a possibility of a party meeting where all the BJP senior leaders who is going to be present in that meeting to put front and how to defeat Uddhav Thackeray, which will be very important in this BMC election, because this is something going to show the result for the 2024 Lok Sabha election as well. So which is where what the sources have suggested and indicated that there could be the possibility of high-level meeting of Amit Shah. But we saw that earlier, like a short while from now, where he already offered his prayer, where Amit Shah has already offered a prayer at Lal Bagh Raja, and a huge crowd now, as we can see. Here are the heavy police deployment. There was heavy police who was deployed here. More importantly, what we are witnessing that the management team has been actually managing us since years now. It was something 2 years that could not be able to go with the Ganpati, because that was a COVID-19 and the restriction that was imposed in the state of Maharashtra. But right after the new government who already revoke the decision of the minimum height of the idol, after which we can see the festival year is being celebrated in huge. And as every year, where Amit Shah and the other senior leaders who have been visiting the same pandal, that is Lal Bagh Raja, to offer their prayer, and we even saw Amit Shah has also come to the same point. And if we talk about the day-long itinerary of Amit Shah, who is also now going to visit to the Bandra, that is at Ashish Shelar resident, and later to the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde resident, and the Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis resident as well. Yes.
So, Home Minister Amit Shah in Mumbai. Alisha, many thanks for bringing us those updates. Alisha there at the venue where Amit Shah is offering prayers to on the occasion of Ganesh Utsav at Lal Bagh Raja, one of the most popular venues where Ganesh Utsav is being celebrated. Let's take a look at the top stories we are tracking now. Home Minister Amit Shah in Mumbai. Key meetings lined up ahead of municipal corporation polls. Massive fire in Lucknow, 18 rescued. Several fear trapped, rescue operations underway. Rape accused Sears custody ends. Hearing on bail plea today. And hijab face-off in top court expected today. Big development in Cyrus Mistry death case. Police say death due to drivers over speeding. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's 4-day visit to India starts today. Country is aiming to boost defense ties. I'm getting you a breaking update on the fire which broke out this morning around 8 a.m. in a Lucknow hotel. This is the Livana Hotel in Hazratganj in the city that is the capital of Uttar Pradesh. One death has been reported so far in the massive fire which many fire tenders are fighting to bring under control. Firefighters and police are also struggling to evacuate those who are trapped inside. And rescue operations are still underway, as you can see in those visuals. Firefighters as well as police are on the spot. They're working since the fire broke out. The flames were doused early on, but thick Let's move on now to other breaking news after the tragic death of Cyrus Mistry. Our ex-Tata Sons chairman, and this is the CCTV footage of the accident that claimed his life. One of India's leading businessmen who shot to fame when he assumed control of Tata Sons. But the tragic news which sent shockwaves not only across the business community yesterday, but across the country. Cyrus Mistry lost his life in a tragic car accident that took place as he was on his way from Ahmedabad to Mumbai. This is CCTV footage of the car. It was a Mercedes, and Sandeep to tell us more about it. Sandeep, well, there are so many media reports coming in, even our own reports. Now we are seeing CCTV footage. Is that the car in which he was traveling? Is that the car in which, the ill-fated car in which the accident took place that claimed the life of one of India's leading businessmen?
In fact, traveling with the rest of the other three people, and in fact Jahangir.
Three people, and in fact Jahangir, one of the other deceased with the Cyrus Mistry, were traveling in the same car, and that CCTV footage which we have accessed is of Talasari Dupchari bridge. That's what it has been said, and it is near the toll naka of Talasari toll naka, and that is the CCTV that we are showing to our viewers. So yes, that is the same car, and in fact you can see in the visuals the car is in high speed, and in fact yesterday when we inspected the car was badly damaged after the incident took place, and in the brutal accidents. Back to you.
Right, it's a huge loss. Not only as far as the business community is concerned, but a leading citizen of the country who had shot to fame as the chairman of Tata Sons. However, well, there are many lessons to be learned, and this is what most, in social media, that's what you're hearing as far as this particular accident, because there were survivors as well. As you said, the car was badly mangled in the accident, and it claimed the lives of two people, but the others survived. And it is being said that there are many lessons that are to be learned from this particular incident. Sandeep.
See, this is not just a lesson for the people who are driving the car or who drive the cars, but also for the the people who are into administration, who make roads as well. Now, I personally went there. We reported there from the ground. Now, what I found is that a broad lane, a broad road that comes from Ahmedabad towards Mumbai. Now, there is a Surya River. Now, as soon as the Surya River bridge starts, the road gets very narrower, and as the car was in a very high speed, the car directly hits to the divider. So you can understand the kind of infrastructure we need we need to make some changes into that, and that is the only way wherein we can in fact save lives of the people.
And more breaking news coming in now. The IT ministry has summoned executives of Wikipedia now. And breaking news coming in now. The Information Technology Ministry has summoned executives of Wikipedia. And Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, we're hearing that the IT ministry has summoned Wikipedia executives, Indian executives, to meet them today. And an explanation is being sought on how Indian cricket team bowler Arshdeep Singh's Wikipedia page entry was changed to reflect Khalistan association. Well, a shocking update coming in there, shocking revelation by Wikipedia. It's over to you to take us through this breaking news, Abhishek.
Well, absolutely, Rukma. So what we have seen is that in the backdrop of the match that took place between India and Pakistan yesterday as part of the Asia Cup series, once India lost and because there was a catch, I believe, dropped by Arshdeep Singh, there was a Twitter trend that Arshdeep Singh is a Khalistani and he helped Pakistanis win the match. Now, that slur, that suggestion essentially was coming in from Twitter handles originating in Pakistan, and subsequently, in fact, we have seen that the Wikipedia page of Arshdeep Singh has been tinkered, edited, and word Khalistan added to him. Essentially, it seems the Pakistani deep state trying to use the fissures within Punjab and create an impression that the Khalistanis have somehow wormed their way into Indian cricket team also and helping Pakistan. It was dangerous, it was diabolical, and it was brought to the notice of the Indian authorities, and that's why the government of India has decided through the Ministry of Information Technology, Electronics and Information Technology, that Wikipedia be summoned, and hence their executives have been asked to come and explain how the Pakistanis were allowed to tinker with the Wikipedia page of Arshdeep Singh.
Right. So the IT ministry is summoning executives of Wikipedia. Abhishek, just trying to understand, it's only executives who can upload details on pages, because sometimes we do see Wikipedia itself suggesting that, inviting donations sometimes saying that, that there's very little information involved, so you can make additions. So we'll be going back once again to more live and breaking stories. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. It's time now for a short break. The IT ministry, as we were telling you, summoning Wikipedia executives in India to meet them today to seek an explanation on how the Indian cricket team's Arshdeep Singh's Wikipedia page entry was changed to reflect Khalistan association. Five people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
The Jammu-Srinagar highway has been blocked near Ramban due to a continuous barrage of shooting stones along the highway. And waterlogging is being reported from various parts of Bengaluru after heavy rainfall last night. Traffic signals are also being
You're watching live and breaking on Republic. More national news now. Union Home Minister Amit Shah arrives at iconic Lal Bagh Charaja Pandal in Mumbai amid tight security. This marks the first visit of Shah after the formation of the Shinde government in Maharashtra. He was accompanied by Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis as well. In a big lead in the Cyrus Mistry death case, a CCTV tape has emerged of before the accident. As per police, the tragic accident unfurled after the driver lost control of the vehicle. Anger on the streets of Jharkhand's Dumka after alleged tribal girls' rape. Amid back-to-back crimes against women in the state, protesters are demanding CBI inquiry and capital punishment of the accused. And coming up in a short while, all eyes on BJP's news conference. That is likely to come up soon. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है।
Another case of mining mafia shocker from Uttar Pradesh's Agra. The mining mafia en route Agra broke the toll barrier and pulled out 13 tractors in a matter of 50 seconds. The administration and the people were taken by a jolt after 13 alleged sand-laden tractors went on to break the toll without stopping. The tractors were allegedly carrying illegal sand from Chambal region. Manning mafia breaking the toll barrier while authorities tried to stop them. Meanwhile, case against these mining mafias has been filed. Remember, several mining mafia cases have come forth in Uttar Pradesh before. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And all eyes on the BJP's news conference. Let it begin in a short while from now. Stay tuned. Five people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे.
Cutting across to visuals that we are getting for you as the Bangladeshi Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina arrives in India. She's on a 4-day visit, the visit that is aimed to boost bilateral ties. Pictures on your screen are, of course, of the welcome that is being given to the Bangladeshi Prime Minister as she arrives in New Delhi. The Bangladeshi Prime Minister, of course, is on a 4-day visit to New Delhi aimed at boosting bilateral ties. Abhishek Kapoor, senior executive editor, joins me now. Abhishek, this is an extremely important visit of the Bangladeshi Prime Minister as the two countries hope to refocus on rebuilding ties.
Well, yes, this is the first visit that Sheikh Hasina is having, Nupur, after the COVID pandemic. The last time she came was 2019, so it's been a bit of a gap. Remember, Prime Minister's neighborhood first policy. Within that framework, the two leaders have met a dozen times since 2014, and that really shows the kind of investment that has gone into our neighborhood. Bangladesh, of course, there are issues between the two sides. We saw how Sheikh Hasina, as a build-up to the visit, has in an interview, spoken about those issues, including the Teesta water sharing. So it seems that she wants to speak about those, including the issue of Rohingyas. But so far as her 4 days in Delhi and India are concerned, she lands now, and today in the evening she would be having a call on by External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar. And tomorrow is when the ceremonial part of the visit begins with a reception at the forecourts of the Rashtrapati Bhavan, a visit to the Rajghat, meeting the President, Vice President, and of course before that the delegation level talks with Prime Minister Modi at Hyderabad House. That's tomorrow. And then it is likely that she would be visiting, there is a cultural component to it also, she would be visiting the Nizamuddin Dargah in Delhi. Remember, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, when he was in India, spent some time there. So a little, walk down the memory lane for Sheikh Hasina. And then she goes to Jaipur, from where she is going to go to Ajmer Dargah and make a visit there also. So I think underscoring the Sufi traditions of Islam in South Asia with those two visits to the Nizamuddin Dargah and the Ajmer Dargah Sharif. And apart from that, of course, when the delegation level talks take place, as I said, she's coming with certain agenda in mind, perhaps, because she has mentioned in the interview talking about the Teesta water sharing, which is stuck insofar as the Bangladeshis are concerned, and the issue of Rohingyas with Bangladesh taking the burden of almost 1 million plus Rohingya refugees from Myanmar, the Rakhine state of Myanmar, living in Bangladesh, and many of them, in fact, coming to Indian side also. Apart from that, economy-wise, the Bangladeshi society and nation are doing very well in terms of per capita. They have gone ahead of most of the South Asian neighbors, and in that sense, in fact, Bangladesh provided a line of credit to the struggling Sri Lankans. So in that sense, they're doing well. Also, Foreign Minister of Bangladesh, Nupur, made a comment last week, sort of controversial, that India should do everything to support the Sheikh Hasina government in its fight against anti-democratic forces within Bangladesh. So all those issues on the agenda from the Indian side, of course, are the element of extremism that has taken roots of late in Bangladeshi society. We remember
All right, so pictures on your screen are of the BJP press conference that is being held in the national capital. Sambit Patra over there. He's going to be speaking to the media very, very shortly. This is being touted as an important press conference from the Bharatiya Janata Party, expected to speak on various issues.
आप सभी का अभिनंदन है, सबको नमस्कार। मंच पे मेरे साथ दिल्ली प्रदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष आदरणीय आदेश गुप्ता जी, मंच पे साथी दिल्ली के यशस्वी सांसद पूर्व में अध्यक्ष श्री मनोज तिवारी जी और आदरणीय हरीश खुराना जी तीनों मौजूद हैं। तीनों का अभिनंदन। स्वाभाविक है, अब तक आप जान चुके होंगे क्योंकि दिल्ली के यशस्वी नेता यहाँ मौजूद हैं, तो यह विषय दिल्ली का है। आज एक बहुत गंभीर खुलासा और एक जिसको अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं बिग एक्सपोजे आज यहाँ होने वाला है। शराब, कमीशन और घोटाला, इसको लेकर दिल्ली में विगत दिनों में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने, दिल्ली की जनता ने आंदोलन किए और जिस प्रकार से शराब नीति में मोटा माल मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने कमाया, जिस प्रकार से कमीशन का खेल हुआ, इस विषय को लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस किए हैं और कई सवाल हमने अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया से पूछे हैं। सिर्फ मेमोरी को फ्रेश करने के लिए मैं याद दिलाना चाहूँगा कि 5 सवाल हमने आदरणीय अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से पूछे थे कि ये जो पुरानी शराब नीति थी उसमें क्या खामी थी जिसके कारण एक नई शराब नीति लाई गई, और नई शराब नीति में क्या कमी थी जो उसे आनन फानन में वापस लेना पड़ा। रवि धवन जी की जो एक्साइज कमिश्नर थे तत्कालीन, उनकी अध्यक्षता में एक कमेटी बनी थी कि नई शराब नीति कैसी होनी चाहिए, उसके रिकमेंडेशंस को ताक पे रख करके ऐसी क्या कंपल्शंस थे कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने एक ऐसी शराब नीति बनाई जिसमें उन्होंने रिकमेंडेशंस को नहीं माना। तीसरा सवाल हमने पूछा था कि ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनीज को आपने आखिरकार क्यों ठेका दिया। चौथा सवाल हमने पूछा था कि कानून के हिसाब से जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं वो रिटेल में नहीं आ सकते, उसके बावजूद आपने अपने मित्रों को बुला करके जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स थे उनको आपने रिटेल में काम कराया। पांचवा सवाल हमने यह भी पूछा था कि क्या कारण थे कि पहले जो फायदा या कमीशन ठेकेदारों को 2% का मिलता था उसे आपने 12% में तब्दील किया, जिसके कारण दिल्ली सरकार को भारी नुकसान उठाना पड़ा और ठेकेदारों को बहुत फायदा हुआ। मनीष सिसोदिया जी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के मित्रों का बहुत फायदा हुआ। 144 करोड़ रुपया ये जो लाइसेंस फीस था अपने मित्रों का, बिना कैबिनेट के अप्रूवल का इन्होंने क्यों माफ किया। ये कुछ सवाल हमने आपके माध्यम से केजरीवाल जी और मनीष सिसोदिया से पूछा था, जवाब आज तक नहीं आया। इसलिए आज इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से हम जो दिखाने वाले हैं, स्टिंग मास्टर का स्टिंग हो गया है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जब मुख्यमंत्री बने थे तो उन्होंने खड़े होकर कहा था कि देखो जी, अगर कोई भ्रष्टाचार करे तो आप जरूर उसका स्टिंग कर लेना, आप उसकी रिकॉर्डिंग कर लेना और हमें रिकॉर्डिंग भेज देना, तो हम जो है सच दिखा देंगे। तो आज वही हुआ है, एक स्टिंग हो गया है जो अब पब्लिक डोमेन में है, स्टिंग मास्टर का स्टिंग हो गया है। और इस स्टिंग में जो कंटेंट हैं जो आप अभी देखेंगे, इससे एक बात स्पष्ट होती है कि जो लोग भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ने की कसम खाकर आए थे वो आज दरअसल कट्टर भ्रष्टाचारी पार्टी के रूप में सामने आई है। ये आम आदमी पार्टी कट्टर भ्रष्टाचारी पार्टी, और दिल्ली के जो नेताओं ने कहा था कि ये बेउड़ी सरकार है, आज कहीं ना कहीं वो साबित हो रहा है। बिल्कुल ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में आज इस स्टिंग में आप देखेंगे कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनके सिपह सलार मनीष सिसोदिया ने किस प्रकार से मोटा माल कमाया है, अपने मित्रों से कैसे पैसे कमाए हैं, कैसे दलाली ली है। कमीशन को हिंदी में दलाली कहते हैं और यही बात आज इस स्टिंग ऑपरेशन में सामने आएगा कि किस प्रकार लोग दलाली देने के लिए अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया जी के पास जाते थे और एक मोटी दलाली कमा करके दिल्ली के एक्साइज पॉलिसी को लाया गया, दिल्ली को नुकसान में ढकेला गया और अपने को प्रॉफिट में रखा गया। और ये सारा का सारा स्टिंग, जिसको अंग्रेजी में कहते हैं ना फ्रॉम द हॉर्सेस माउथ, उस व्यक्ति के मुंह से सुनेंगे जो व्यक्ति खुद मनीष सिसोदिया जी के हाथों में पैसा पकड़ाता था। मोटा माल जो मनीष सिसोदिया को दलाली और कमीशन के रूप में देता था, आप खुद उस व्यक्ति के मुंह से सुनेंगे। आपने देखा होगा जो आरोपी लिस्ट है सीबीआई की, उसमें 13 नंबर आरोपी जो है उसका नाम है सनी मारवा। तो सनी मारवा के पिताजी हैं जिनका नाम है कुलविंदर मारवा। ये सब एक साथ काम करते हैं, एक ही कंपनी में डायरेक्टर इत्यादि है, बेटे पिता सब। तो ये कुलविंदर मारवा का एक स्टिंग ऑपरेशन सामने आया है जिसमें वो पूरा मोडस ऑपरेंडाई, किस प्रकार से कमीशन खाया जाता था और केजरीवाल सरकार की नीति कैसी थी, इसका पर्दाफाश करते हैं। मैं अब निवेदन करूंगा मंच से कि जरा लाइट को धीमी करके अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के काले कारनामों को स्टिंग ऑपरेशन के माध्यम से देखा जाए और आप सब भी स्टिंग मास्टर के स्टिंग को देखिए। मुझे लगता है कोई आवाज में डिफिकल्टी थी तो हम शुरू से इसे रिपीट कर रहे हैं ताकि आप लोग दोबारा देख सके और सुन सके। प्लीज रिपीट।
आप अपने मोबाइल पे चलाइए, मोबाइल पे चलाइए, प्लीज जल्दी से मुझे दीजिए। आप मोबाइल मुझे दीजिए, आवाज चलाइए। पूरा नहीं है ये वाला जो यूज किया वो छोटा है, आपके पास पूरा
प्रॉफिट नहीं गेम 80% 1 रुपए अच्छा 1+1 का डर गई सब इतनी कमाई की है
चलो जो भी चल रहा है क्या कर सकते हैं
ताकत जो चले जाता है पर वो टेंडर लेने लगा मेरा टाइम हो गया असली तुम्हारे लिए जान के सीएम ने सस्ते बनाए
Well, this, of course, is a sting operation that has been released by the BJP. In this particular video, it appears that commissions were pouring in. The man in the picture seems to say that it...
अंदर में जो दिखता है तो सीधा बिचौलिया में दिखता है यार सर बिचौलिया क्यों देंगे और सैलर जो सैलर अभी 6% जितना जी आएगा तो ले जाएंगे 6% आसान करना समझो है 6% देना भी आसान नहीं सीधा सुनो आज गाड़ी को मार रहा है 100 करोड़ है तो 12 करोड़ रुपया तुम कमीशन आ गई 6 करोड़ काला कर गया जो बता वही होती है दिक्कत सही से 6 करोड़ काला किसका करोगे वो तरीका तो दसो तो काला देना को काटो नोट मुझे थोड़ी पहले दे देना अच्छा भाई अगर कंपनी 2% से 12% कमीशन की किस तरह हो गई ढाल वगैरह जो हम ढाल वगैरह ने दिल्ली के बाद पंजाब भी ले ले जिन्हें पंजाब ठेके ले तो पिट्टे में नहीं पंजाब वाला जो है शहर का काम करता सी केजरीवाल सारे ठेके उन्होंने देते केबीपी हाँ गलत थी तो हम लोग सारे आ गए हाँ जी क्या है जी कौन है कहाँ है जी क्या हुआ जी बताओ जी मेरा बेटा यहाँ नहीं रहता 2 साल में खाली करके जा चुके हैं ये बाढ़ नरवाज को दिखा है जी मैं सच्चा साढ़ा एक वर्ल्ड भी जड़ा ना साढ़े जानी से आप बोल कुछ नहीं सकते अंडरटेन की गल है उसको क्या बैठी है इस कदम बोल सकते।
धन्यवाद। लाइट ऑन करिए। आप सबने देखा, हमने आपको कहा था कि ये शराब कमीशन और घोटाला एक्साइज नीति को लेकर किस प्रकार से अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने किया है, ये आप सबने देखा है। वैसे तो आप सबने अभी तक आप सब समझ ही गए होंगे कि वास्तविक रूप में इसमें हुआ क्या है। आश्चर्य का विषय है, यह जो व्यक्ति है मारवा जी, इनके बेटे कुलविंदर मारवा के स्टिंग ऑपरेशन को आपने देखा। इनके बेटे सनी मारवा 13 नंबर अक्यूज्ड हैं सीबीआई के चार्जशीट में, आरोपी पत्र में। और जो पूरा मोडस ऑपरेंडाई समझाया है उसमें मोटी मोटी बातें क्या हैं। नंबर 1, आप सोच के देखिए, 80% प्रॉफिट हमारा है, मतलब ठेकेदारों का और जो मित्र हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल के, जो मित्र हैं मनीष, 80% प्रॉफिट उनका है और राजस्व को केवल 10% मिलना है, बाकी सारा कुछ मित्रों को मिलना है। 1 रुपए के माल के अंदर 80 पैसे हमारे होते हैं, बस 20 पैसे का माल होता है। हमें फिक्स इतने पैसे दे दो, 20 का माल ले लो, जिसे मर्जी बेचो। पहले आप हमें अपना कमीशन दे दीजिए, हमें अपना पैसा दे दीजिए और 20 पैसे का माल उठा लीजिए। उसको आप 80 करके बेचिए। किसे बेचिए? चोरी करिए, उसको गलत तरीकों से बेचिए, इलीगल तरीके से बेचिए, 1 का 2 करिए, 1 का 1 फ्री करिए, हमें कोई मतलब नहीं है। जो करना है करिए, हमें अपने कमीशन से मतलब है। ये अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार की नीति रही है। जो ये मारवा साहब थे, उन्होंने कहा कि हम तो कच्ची कॉलोनी में टेंडर ले रहे थे, वहां पर तो जो दुकानें होती हैं वो तो सस्ती की दुकानें होती हैं, हमसे 250 करोड़ रुपए लिए हैं, बड़े बड़े वालों से तो 500-500 करोड़ रुपए लिए हैं। डिफेंस कॉलोनी का उन्होंने उदाहरण दिया, हमसे 250 करोड़ ले लिए, बड़े वालों से तो 500-500 करोड़ रुपए लिए। आलम यह था कि ये जो शराब नीति बनाई गई थी, इसमें 2% से बढ़ा करके 12% कमीशन इन ठेकेदारों का, इन मित्रों का, अरविंद केजरीवाल का किया गया था। आलम यह था कि अगर 1 बोतल के साथ 1 बोतल मुफ्त भी दिया जाए या 1 बोतल के साथ 2 बोतल भी मुफ्त दिया जाए, तब भी फायदा इन ठेकेदारों को हो रहा था। आप सोचिए किस कदर लूट मची थी, किस कदर दिल्ली के राजस्व को लूटने का यहां तांडव चल रहा था। 20 पैसे का मान लो, जो मर्जी करो, सानू फिक्स्ड पैसे दे दो, सरकार का रोल खत्म, जो मर्जी करो, हमें पता नहीं, चोरी करो, जो करना है करो। आपने सुना मारवा साहब को। सबसे बड़ी बात, वहां कोई व्यक्ति था, तीसरा व्यक्ति, जिसने पूछा क्या ये पैसे जो है ये सरकारी खाते में जा रहे थे? ना ना, ये सरकारी खाते में नहीं जा रहे थे, तो ये कोई लाइसेंस फीस इत्यादि नहीं थे। एक एक व्यक्ति से पहले मालूम पड़ा कि 60-60 करोड़, जैसे इनसे मारवा साहब से 60 करोड़ रुपए लिया होगा अपने व्यक्तिगत कमीशन के लिए। तो मारवा साहब कहते हैं कुछ कुछ लोगों से तो 150-150 करोड़ ले लिया है, और ये जो हैं ये सरकारी खाते में नहीं जा रहे थे, मतलब ये मनीष सिसोदिया के खाते में जा रहे थे, जिसको हम तब से मोटा माल कह रहे थे। मोटा माल 60 करोड़ का किसी से, मोटा माल 150 करोड़ का किसी से। आप सोच के देखिए किस कदर लूट और घपला, दलाली मची हुई थी। यहां पर स्पष्ट शब्दों में मारवा साहब, जिनका स्टिंग हुआ है, वो कहते हैं एक गलती तो बड़ी कर दी जी इन्होंने, ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनियों को बुला बुला करके इन्होंने टेंडर दिया है। मनोज जी बैठे हैं, आदेश जी बैठे हैं, हरीश जी बैठे हैं। डे 1 से हमारे इन नेताओं ने आवाज बुलंद की थी कि ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनी को आपने आखिरकार टेंडर क्यों दिया। एक्साइज विभाग में कंप्लेंट किया गया था 2021 में कि एनरिच कंपनी और ये जो इंडो स्पिरिट कंपनी है, इनके रिटेलर्स भी हैं, खाओ गली इत्यादि, ये ब्लैकलिस्टेड हैं, इनको आप मत दीजिए टेंडर। कंप्लेंट के बावजूद मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने टेंडर दिया क्योंकि मोटा माल मिल रहा था। ये तो बिल्कुल ओपन एंड शट केस है। ये तो खुद मारवा जो इसमें इन्वॉल्व है वो कह रहे हैं। और देखिए सबसे बड़ी बात, यहां खुद मारवा जी कह रहे हैं कि 2% से 12% क्यों बढ़ाया गया। हमने सवाल पूछा था कि एक बोतल पे जो कमाई होगी, पहले रिटेलर की कमाई जो होती थी, पहले जो ठेकेदारों की कमाई होती थी वो मात्र 2% होती थी। केजरीवाल जी की सरकार ने उसे बढ़ा करके 12% किया। क्यों किया? तो मारवा जी कहते हैं क्योंकि उसमें से हमें कमीशन केजरीवाल जी को देना था। हमें कमीशन जो है 6% का मनीष सिसोदिया को देना था। और परेशानी यह थी कि यह जो कमीशन है इसको हम ब्लैक में कैसे दें, इतनी मोटी रकम को हम ब्लैक में कैसे कन्वर्ट करें। उन्होंने उदाहरण दिया कि एक 100 करोड़ की गाड़ी आएगी तो 12 करोड़ कमीशन होगा, 12 करोड़ में से 6 करोड़ उसी दिन जाके मनीष सिसोदिया को देना है। अब हमें समझ में नहीं आता था कि ये 6 करोड़ कोई छोटा रकम तो नहीं है, इसको हम कन्वर्ट कैसे करें ब्लैक मनी में, क्योंकि हमारे पास तो पैसे नहीं है, नोट में देने हैं। तो आप सोचिए किस कदर यहां लूट मची हुई थी। आज इसका खुलासा हुआ है। पहली बात, 80% का जो प्रॉफिट है वो दिल्ली की जनता के जेब से निकाल करके मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल ने अपने यारों के, अपने मित्रों के दलाली के माध्यम से उनके जेब में डाला। दूसरी बात, अपना कमीशन रख लिया और उसके बाद जो करना है करो, दिल्ली की जनता के साथ जो करना है करो। ये छूट ठेकेदारों को और अपने मित्रों को अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया ने दिया। तीसरी बड़ी बात, ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनी को बुला बुला कर दिया गया यहां पर कि आप जो है ठेके आके लीजिए। चौथी बड़ी बात, इस पूरे में काले धन के रूप में पैसे को कन्वर्ट करके, व्हाइट मनी को ब्लैक में कन्वर्ट करके अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया जी तक पैसा पहुंचाया जाता था। आप सोचिए किस कदर यहां घपला घोटाला चल रहा था। आज आपने एक वीडियो देखा है, बिल्कुल इसमें कोई संशय नहीं है कि जिस प्रकार से लूट मचाई गई है, जिस प्रकार से दलाली खाई गई है, ऐसे अनेक वीडियो अब कुछ दिनों के अंदर सामने आने वाला है। आज मैं इस मंच से, हमारे सभी नेतागण मौजूद हैं, मैं एक अपील करना चाहता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से। यह अपील उन तमाम लोगों को है जिन्होंने मनीष सिसोदिया जी को, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को पैसा पहुंचाया है, जिन्होंने कमीशन दिया है। आप डरिए मत, आप घबराइए मत। आप अपने वीडियो बना करके कि आपकी कौन सी कंपनी थी, दिल्ली के कौन से जोन में आपने कौन सा ठेका लिया था, कहां टेंडर डाला था और कितना कमीशन आपने अरविंद केजरीवाल या मनीष सिसोदिया, जिसके भी हाथ में दिया हो, कितना कमीशन आपने उनको दिया, ये वीडियो बना करके आप डालिए। आप सीबीआई के पास जाइए, बिल्कुल निर्भीक होके जाइए। ये देशभक्ति का काम होगा। देश के लोगों का पैसा लूटा गया है तो इसको उजागर करना, स्टिंग बना करके डालना, वीडियो डालना कि हमारे से मनीष सिसोदिया ने 100 करोड़ लिए, 150 करोड़ रुपए लिए, हमने फलाने तारीख को फलाने जगह दिए। आप बिल्कुल डरिए मत, आप सामने आइए। देश के पैसे को बचाने के लिए, दिल्ली के राजस्व को बचाने के लिए आप आज कानून का साथ दीजिए और मनीष सिसोदिया जी को एक्सपोज करिए। मैं इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं और इसमें आज कोई दो मत नहीं है कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी अब आपके लिए कोई एस्केप रूट नहीं है। हम आशा करते हैं कि इस पूरे विषय में आप अपनी सफाई देंगे। आदरणीय आदेश जी और मनोज तिवारी जी हैं, इन्होंने शुरू से ही इस लड़ाई को लड़ा है। मैं आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो आपके समक्ष इसके राजनीतिक विश्लेषण को जरूर रखें।
धन्यवाद आदरणीय संबित जी और यहाँ उपस्थित आदरणीय मनोज तिवारी जी, श्रीमान हरीश खुराना जी और सभी हमारे पत्रकार मित्र। अभी आपने एक वीडियो, एक स्टिंग देखा है और देखते हुए वास्तव में हमें बड़ी दुख हुआ। एक मन में तकलीफ हो रही थी एक तरफ कि एक ऐसा व्यक्ति जिसने दिल्ली को पता नहीं कितने सपने दिखाए, दिल्ली को सिंगापुर लंदन बनाने के भी सपने दिखाए, और जो ईमानदारी की बात करते करते हाथ में तिरंगा पकड़कर महात्मा गांधी की तस्वीर लेकर दिल्ली में आए थे, और कुर्सी पाने के बाद वो क्या से क्या हो गए देखते देखते। वास्तव में जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जो नई शराब की नीति लाए और उसके बाद उस शराब नीति के अंदर जो हजारों करोड़ रुपए का भ्रष्टाचार हुआ है, वो आज किसी से छुपा नहीं है। अभी संबित जी ने बहुत सारी बातें डिटेल में कही हैं। मैं यही कहना चाहता हूं कि जो केजरीवाल कहते थे 7 साल बेमिसाल, मैं ये कहूंगा कि 7 साल बेमिसाल नहीं, हर साल एक नए घोटाले का साल हो गया है। केजरीवाल ने नई शराब नीति लाकर जनता के टैक्स के पैसे को बर्बाद किया है अपने स्वार्थ के लिए, आम आदमी पार्टी के लिए, शराब माफियाओं के लिए। और आज शायद आज जो शिक्षक दिवस है, गुरु दिवस है, इस पर इनके जो गुरु हैं अन्ना हजारे जी, वो भी आज बड़े बड़े आंसू निकाल कर रो रहे होंगे। अभी कुछ ही दिन पहले उन्होंने एक चिट्ठी भी लिखी थी, अरविंद केजरीवाल को चिट्ठी लिखी कि आपने जो हमारे समय सिद्धांत बनाए थे, स्वराज पुस्तक में लिखा था कि हम बेईमानी नहीं करेंगे, हम भ्रष्टाचार नहीं करेंगे, हम शराब के ठेके खुलने नहीं देंगे, लेकिन आपने दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री की कुर्सी पाने के बाद शराब माफियाओं को बढ़ाने के लिए, उनसे पैसे लेने के लिए, भ्रष्टाचार करने के लिए आपने अपने वो सभी नियम, कानून, सिद्धांत, विचारों को तिलांजलि दे दी और सत्ता पाते ही आप भ्रष्ट बन गए। आज वो गुरु भी, अन्ना हजारे भी रो रहे हैं। आज जिस तरह से कुलविंदर मारवा ने जो वीडियो में जो बातें कही हैं, और उन बातों में बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो रहा है कि कैसे शराब की बिक्री बढ़ी और दिल्ली के राजस्व की में कमी आई। स्पष्ट हो रहा है कैसे रिटेलर का, शराब के ठेकेदारों का कमीशन बढ़ा और दिल्ली के राजस्व में कमी आती चली गई। ये बात बिल्कुल सही है कि पहले 330 रुपए प्रति बोतल जो राजस्व आता था, वो घटकर नई शराब नीति में शराब ठेकेदारों को फायदा दिलाने के लिए वो घटकर 8 रुपए 27 पैसे रह गया। वास्तव में आज दुख तकलीफ के साथ एक गुस्सा भी है, और गुस्सा इसलिए है कि हमारी दिल्ली, जो एक बेहतर दिल्ली होनी चाहिए थी, जिसकी जिम्मेदारी दिल्ली की जनता ने अरविंद केजरीवाल को सौंपी, मनीष सिसोदिया को सौंपी, लेकिन वो दिल्ली की बेहतरी के लिए, दिल्ली के लोगों की बेहतरी के लिए काम करने की बजाय वो शराब के ठेकेदारों की बेहतरी के लिए काम कर रहे थे। वो दिल्ली के हर घर में पानी पहुंचाने की बजाय हर गली मोहल्ले के नुक्कड़ों पर शराब के ठेके खोलने में व्यस्त थे। वो दिल्ली में बेहतर व्यवस्थाएं बनाने की बजाय वो शराब माफिया कैसे फायदा लें, इसके लिए नई नई पॉलिसी बना रहे थे। मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से आज बहुत संक्षेप में कहना चाहता हूं कि अगर जरा भी आपको शर्म है इस स्टिंग ऑपरेशन के बाद, अगर आपको जरा भी शर्म है तो मनीष सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करें। अगर आपकी अंतरात्मा जरा भी झकझोर रही है कि आप ईमानदारी की बात करते थे, बेईमानी करी है आपने, तो आप तुरंत दिल्ली के उप मुख्यमंत्री शराब मंत्री को तुरंत मंत्रिमंडल से बर्खास्त करें, मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आदरणीय मनोज जी।
सच तो ये है कि आज हमारी ही तरह दिल्ली के प्रत्येक नागरिक का हृदय रो रहा है। जितने सवाल, जितने प्रश्न हम करते थे, उस सारे प्रश्नों का जवाब ये स्टिंग ने दे दिया है। और ये भी आज स्पष्ट हो गया कि जो रेवेन्यू दिल्ली सरकार को आता था वो शराब व्यापारियों को क्यों दिया जाता था, क्योंकि वो पीछे से घूम करके इनके पास जाना होता था। आज दिल्ली के बच्चे कह रहे हैं कि मनीष अंकल, आपने हम सबको ढाल बनाकर दिल्ली को ऐसे लूट लिया। दिल्ली की महिलाएं, माताएं, बहनें कह रही हैं कि बेटा केजरीवाल, तुम अपना भोला भाला चेहरा दिखाकर इसके पीछे इतना बड़ा लुटेरा चेहरा रखे हुए थे। आज कच्ची कॉलोनियों के लोग क्या सोच रहे होंगे, जिनको टारगेट किया गया। इस स्टिंग में आया कि कच्ची कॉलोनियों में और ज्यादा बिक सकता है शराब, बेचो जितना बेच सकते हो। कच्ची कॉलोनियों के लोगों को, झुग्गी वालों को आप शराब के समंदर में डुबाना चाहते थे, लूटने के लिए दिल्ली को। तो अब समझ में आया है कि क्यों दिल्ली की ये दुर्दशा है, क्यों गलियां टूटी हैं, क्यों हवा प्रदूषित है, क्यों पानी जहरीला है। अब समझ में आ रहा है, दिल्ली समझ रही है। मैं बिल्कुल सहमत हूं आदेश गुप्ता जी से, संबित पात्रा जी से, और निश्चित रूप से ऐसे लोगों को अपने पद पे बने रहने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है। लेकिन हमारा मन यह भी कह रहा है कि सही मायने में दूध का दूध, शराब का शराब जारी है। चाहे जितनी भी कोशिश कर लो, जल्दी ही सिसोदिया और भ्रष्टाचारी गैंग के मुखिया अरविंद केजरीवाल की भी बारी है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आदरणीय आदेश जी, मनोज जी। कोई सवाल हो तो आप लोग अवश्य पूछें। रवि जी, देखिए, जहां तक इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसीज का सवाल है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी तो डे वन से, जब से लिकर पॉलिसी, नई लिकर पॉलिसी सामने आई, उस विषय को लेकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक्साइज विभाग में भी कंप्लेंट किया था, जिसका नतीजा हमने आपको दिखाया है। सड़कों पर भी हम लड़े, और ये जो स्टिंग ऑपरेशन हमने आपको दिखाया है, यह अभी पब्लिक डोमेन में है और स्वाभाविक है, ये एक बहुत बड़ा एविडेंस है। और हम भी आशा करते हैं कि जो भी इन्वेस्टिगेटिव एजेंसीज हैं वो सुओ मोटो ही इसका कॉग्निजेंस लेंगी, क्योंकि ये पब्लिक डोमेन में है। नहीं, ये तो पब्लिक डोमेन में है, ये तो आप लोगों के माध्यम से हमें पहुंचा है।
सवाल आपसे है कि जो बातें आपने की, इसका क्या उसका तात्पर्य है कि केजरीवाल से आप इस्तीफा मांगते हैं?
100% मैं समझता हूं कि मैं दिल्ली की जनता की बात रख रहा हूं। दे शुड रिजाइन।
तेरह नंबर अक्यूज मैंने बताया। 13 नंबर अक्यूज सनी मारवा, इनका बेटा है। बिल्कुल सही बात है, पब्लिक डोमेन में है, दिखाया गया है बीजेपी के प्लेटफॉर्म से। अब मारवा जी भी हैं, उनसे भी आप लोग पूछताछ करिए कि उनका है कि नहीं। पहले आम आदमी पार्टी डिनाई तो करे, फिर अगला जो कदम होगा वो हम उन्हें बताएंगे। पहले वो डिनाई तो करे, उनका डिनायल नहीं आया अभी तक। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू जी।
इसके बाद दिल्ली की जनता को कम से कम शराब से मुक्ति मिल जाएगी, जैसे गुजरात बिहार में मिल गई।
हम तो शराब के नाम पे जो लूट हो रहा है उसको दिखा रहे हैं, और व्यवसाय का मतलब ये नहीं होता कि उसकी आड़ में हम किसी स्टेट को लूट लें। ये हमारा फोकस है, और बाकी आप जो विषय कह रहे हैं वो बात की बात है।
थैंक यू।
So absolutely, that was the BJP's press conference taking on the Aam Aadmi Party, showing that Sting, and in Sambit Patra's word, Sting master ka sting ho gaya. He's saying that the people who are experts to do sting, they have been stinged upon, basing their press conference on the sting of Marwa, the father of the number 13 in the FIR, the accused number 13, his relative, his sting. Let's listen in. Viewers, let's listen in what exactly has been said in that video which BJP just released in their press conference. The video please.
ਇਹਦੇ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਦੀ ਗੇਮ ਤੇ 80% ਹੈਗੀ
80%
1 ਰੁਪਏ ਦੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ 20 ਪੈਸੇ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ, 80 ਪੈਸੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ।
ਅੱਛਾ
1+1 ਕਰਨ ਡਰ ਗਈ ਸਾਨੂੰ।
80 ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਕਿਵੇਂ?
ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਐਤਕੀ ਚਾਲੇ ਚੱਲੀਏ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ 20 ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਦਾ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਵੇਚੋ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਕਸ ਨੇ ਪੈ ਦੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ 253 ਕਰੋੜ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ। ठीक जाओ तुम जिन्हें मर्जी दुकाना करो, जो मर्जी करो। 20 पैसा माल आंदा
253 करोड़ एक बंदे दो,
एक बंदे।
अच्छा साल दा
253 नहीं, ये तो मिनिमम साडा है, बाकियां तो 500 करोड़ लिया, साडा तो सब तो घाटा है।
क्यों?
गल में 20 टेंडर की भरे सी, सब तो छोटे सी ले ले, बाकी 200 टेंडर बने, उन्हें महंगे मिले लेने पे। ਅਸੀਂ ਜੋ ਟੈਂਡਰ ਭਰੇ ਸੀ ਨਾ ਕੱਚੀ ਕਲੋਨੀ ਦੇ ਭਰੇ ਸੀ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਦੁਕਾਨਾਂ ਸਸਤੀਆਂ ਹੋਣ। ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਕਲੋਨੀ ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਵੀ ਮੇਨ ਰੋਡ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਡਿਫੈਂਸ ਕਲੋਨੀ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੇ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਹੈਗੀ 200 ਰੁਪਏ ਫੁੱਟ, ਇਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਕੋਟਲਾ ਉੱਥੇ 90 ਰੁਪਏ ਫੁੱਟ। ਗਾਹਕ ਦੇ ਸੜਕ ਟੱਪ ਕੇ ਇੱਧਰ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਪਰ ਉਹ ਟੈਂਡਰ ਲੈਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਦਾ ਬੇੜਾ ਗਰਕ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ। ਅਸੀਂ ਦੁਕਾਨਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਲਈਆਂ ਨਾ ਜਾਣ ਕੇ, ਅਸੀਂ ਕੱਚੀ ਕਲੋਨੀ ਦੁਕਾਨਾਂ ਲਈਆਂ जितनी सन दुकान सस्ती मिलेगी, लेकिन सेल तो सस्ते ब्रांड होगी, सस्ते ब्रांड दुकान मिल जाएंगे। माल भी पैसे का अभी 40 दी 80 दी, कई लोग 1+1 दे रहे हैं, कई 2 ना लिख दे रहे हैं,
1+2 भी दे रहे हैं।
मैं कह रहा 2 दे रहे हैं, माल तो भी पैसे का है।
पहले इन्नी कमाई होंदी सी
सर, इन्नी पहले 70 ਪਹਿਲੇ 20 ਰੁਪਏ ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ, 70 ਰੁਪਏ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਹੁੰਦੇ, 10 ਰੁਪਏ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ।
ਅੱਛਾ
ਹੁਣ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਨੇ ਕੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਆ ਗਿਆ, 20 ਰੁਪਏ ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਲਓ, ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਰੋ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਕਸ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹੋ? ਮੈਂ ਟੋਟਲ ਸੇਲ ਚੋਂ ਕਿੰਨਾ ਫਿਕਸ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦਾ, ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਨਾ ਇਹ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਖੋਲੀ ਨਾ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਮਹੀਨੇ 10 ਲੱਖ ਦੇਣਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਲਓ, ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਵੇਚੋ। ਅੱਛਾ ਫਿਕਸ ਅਮਾਉਂਟ ਕਰ ਲੈ। ਹਾਂ
एक्साइज फिक्स कर दी,
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੇਣੇ ਨੇ, ਸਮਝੇ? ਕੰਮ ਹੋ ਜਾਂ ਨਾ ਹੋ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੋਚੋ। ਲੈਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਨਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਦੀ ਸੇਲ ਲੱਗੀ, ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਨ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਨਾ ਪੈਸੇ। ਸਾਨੀ ਪਤਾ ਚੋਰੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡਾ ਰੋਲ ਖਤਮ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ, ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਰੋ। मतलब फिक्स एक्साइज ड्यूटी देती और कुछ नहीं देता।
साल दी
मतलब साल ਦੇ 60 ਕਰੋੜ ਦੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ, 60 ਕਰੋੜ ਦੇ आदमी ने दिता।
अच्छा
कितना 150 करोड़ हो गया उन्हें, 60 करोड़ सरकार के खाते में गया ना?
नहीं वो सरकार के खाते नहीं, वो दूसरे वाला अमाउंट कह रहा हूँ, कह रहे वो थोड़ा बता रहे हो तुम अभी।
150 करोड़ से आप समझदार हो गए ना, बड़े कारोबार गल ने गलती जी बड़ी की है ना, जिस वक्त ठेके मिलने लगे उस वक्त जी ब्लैक लिस्ट कंपनी से उन्होंने दे दिते। हाँ ये भी आया पेपर न्यूज़ बोल रहे हैं, ब्लैक लिस्ट वालों को बुला के दिए, जद कि एयरपोर्ट का ठेका 250 करोड़ छुट्टिया से 150 वाला ने देता, और कहता 250 वाला जो ब्लैक लिस्टेड है। अपने बंदों को कमाई कराई है उन्होंने।
नहीं नहीं, अपने बंदों को नहीं जी, वो तो वो बंदे जो इनको दें, इनके विश्वास पात्र हों।
हाँ, जो भी गले ने ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ 4-5 ਬੰਦੇ ਪਕੜ ਲਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਾਂ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਵੇਂ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਸੀ L1 ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਾਂਗੇ ਜਿਹਦੀ ਕਿ 150 ਕਰੋੜ ਦੀ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਸੇਲ ਹੋ ਗਈ। ਇਹਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ 90% ਤੇ ਦਿੱਲੀੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੀ ਕੀਤਾ।
उन्होंने जो खेल खेले उन तो दसना ही है ना कि ना एवं खेल खेलते हैं।
खेल तो 12% जन्म है, तो दो रानी कहाँ से है।
और शुरू में जो लेते हैं उन्होंने वो मोटे
लोड़ की सी 12% थोड़े गाड़ी का ट्रक आया 12% पैसे मिलेंगे 6 शुरू कीजिए शुरू का कोई क्वेश्चन ही नहीं ना। वो तो वैसे प्यार ना तुम जो दे दो वो तो साढ़े दिन तो पहले वही दे देंगे जड़े विचले गए सी
हाँ विचोले
ਹੁਣ ਵਿਚੋਲੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਅੰਦਰ ਜੋ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ
ਭਾਈ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਵਿਚੋਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਨਾ।
ਸਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਿਚੋਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਉਂ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ ਪਰ ਸਾਡਾ ਜਦ ਸੈਟਲ ਹੋ ਗਈ 6% ਜੋ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਏਗਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਲੈ ਜਾਣਗੇ। ਉਹਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ 6% ਆਸਾਨ ਕੰਮ ਨਾ ਸਮਝੋ
ਦੇਣਾ
ਹੈ
6% ਦੇਣਾ ਵੀ ਆਸਾਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀਗਾ।
ਸੁਣ ਲਓ ਅੱਜ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਮਾਲ ਆਇਆ 100 ਕਰੋੜ ਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ 12 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਇਆ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਗਈ ਉਹ 6 ਕਰੋੜ ਕਾਲਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਐਵੇਂ ਦਿਓਗਾ 10 ਛੱਡ।
ਹਾਂ ਉਹੀ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਸੀ ਸਾਰੀ।
6 ਕਰੋੜ ਕਾਲਾ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਉਹ ਤਰੀਕਾ ਤੇ ਦੱਸੋ ਮੈਨੂੰ। ਹੁਣ ਤੇ ਕਾਲਾ ਦੇਣਾ ਕੋਈ ਕਰ ਨੋਟ ਨੂੰ ਉਧਰ ਥੋੜੀ ਪੈਣੇ ਦੇ ਦੇਂਗੇ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ
ਬਈ ਇੱਕ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨੂੰ 2% ਤੋਂ 12% ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤੀ किस तरह हो गई।
आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है, वहाँ के स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जेल में है। पंजाब के जहाँ आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार है वहाँ पर भी स्वास्थ्य मंत्री भ्रष्टाचार के गंभीर आरोपों में बर्खास्त है जेल में। आप कल्पना कीजिए जिनके स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जेल में भ्रष्टाचार के चलते, जिनके कई विधायकों की छुट्टी हुई भ्रष्टाचार के चलते, ये बेवड़ी सरकार कट्टर भ्रष्टाचार ये अरविंद केजरीवाल की पहचान है। आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार को आज बेवड़ी सरकार और कट्टर भ्रष्टाचार के नाम पर जाना जाता है। इनके ऊपर जो आरोप लगे शराब घोटाले के मुख्य आरोपी मोनीश सिसोदिया जी और किंगपिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी आज तक जवाब नहीं दे पाए। 15 दिन से ज़्यादा समय बीत गया, एक भी सवाल का जवाब नहीं दिया। 2% से कमीशन बढ़ाकर 12% क्यों हुई, किस किस ने खाई? मलाई अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और मनीष सिसोदिया जी ने कितनी खाई? 144 करोड़ वापस किए शराबियों को, शराब व्यापारियों को। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कितने लिए, सिसोदिया जी कितने लिए? 30 करोड़ अर्नेस्ट मनी डिपॉजिट वापस किया। केजरीवाल जी सिसोदिया जी कितने कितने लिए, क्यों वापस दिए? ये सवाल जनता पूछती है। महिलाएं विरोध करती थी ठेका खोलने का, युवा विरोध करते थे, आपने क्यों वहाँ पर ठेके खोले? मोहल्ला क्लिनिक तो नहीं, मोहल्ला ठेका आपकी पहचान बना है। बात ये बार बार खड़ी होती है कि जो नोटिस 25 अक्टूबर को दिया उस पर कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की? शराब नीति में बदलाव क्यों लाए? कितना इसमें से पैसा कमाया? और अगर आप कहते हो कि शराब नीति ठीक थी तो वापस क्यों की? ये बार बार सवाल खड़ा हो रहा है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की जुबान बंद है, कुछ नहीं बोल रहे, क्योंकि घोटाला इतना बड़ा है कि जिसकी गूंज आज पूरे देश में है। जो कभी भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ आवाज़ उठाने की बात करते थे, आज भ्रष्टाचार के दलदल में इतना अरविंद केजरीवाल डूब चुके हैं कि आज उनके पास कोई जवाब नहीं है। पहले सत्येंद्र जैन जेल में, अब कई औरों की तैयारी जेल जाने की।
So that was Central Minister Anurag Thakur hitting back and calling Arvind Kejriwal's government a Bevdi Sarkar. I have with me my colleague Piyush Mishra, who's live with the BJP leader Harish Khurana, who was present in that press conference. Piyush, over to you. Piyush, if you still have Harish with you, over to you, Piyush, first. And then I'm coming to you, Harsha. Piyush.
Yes.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes, he is with me, Aishwarya, and let me try to ask from BJP as to from where they have got this and are they going to move ahead with this sting operation to the investigative agencies for the further investigation in this very case. From where you have got this, my first question, and are you going to move ahead to the investigative agencies with this?
Don't ask the source, but this sting is authenticated, point number one, and let the Manish Sisodia reply it. Our question, what we've been asking from the Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal since day one, you have changed the policy by taking the bribe. You have done a lot of corruption in this. 2%, say 12% you have done it. Why you have done it? And the balance money you're giving in the cash, it has been proved in this thing. Now Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia has to answer these questions.
Manish Sisodia seems to be avoiding this. He's saying that I have to first see what BJP has shown and then only he's going to answer. He's doing a press conference also at 2 p.m. Would you request him to speak on this?
As usual, they always change the posts. As usual. We all know that. We want a clear-cut reply. What have you say to on this thing, point number one? Why have you changed the policy? Why have you done from 2% to 12% commission? Why have you given a blacklisted company the retail vents? We all asking the question from the day one. All the BJP leaders, including Sambit Patra, Manoj Tiwari, Adesh Gupta, everybody is asking the same question. Why they don't replying it? In spite of replying it, they are changing the goalposts. So this diversion politics will not do. You have to give the answer, and especially after this thing.
You were part of this big press conference. I want to ask you, 80% commission allegation has also been, means point which has also been raised. A, B, 6% commission to the government people or to Aam Aadmi Party people. What do you have to say on that?
That's what we are saying it. You have done a commission from 2% to 12%. Balance 10% will be divided equally into by the Arvind Kejriwal and the wholesalers. Point number one. And point number two, we have seen that data that the commission of the retailers and the wholesalers has been gone many folds. 100 times. So this money has been given by in cash.
Yes, Aishwarya, I can hear you. Yes.
Well, absolutely, Piyush. I'm going to come to you, but I'm just going to transfer you to our sister channel, Republic Bharat, and then you can really ask those questions in Hindi while I go to Madhurima, who's right at the Aam Aadmi Party office, and also Harsha. Harsha, I'm coming to you first, and Piyush, you could go to Republic Bharat. Harsha, you categorically asked that question to Manish Sisodia. Have you looked at the sting? Manish Sisodia replied, I need to look at the sting, and only then, and now he's doing a press conference at 2. But the BJP and none other but Central Minister Anurag Thakur is calling it a Bevdi Sarkar, the Delhi government. Harsha.
Seems like, Aishwarya, they had no clue in morning that BJP is going to release such an expose sting operation of Sunny Marwa's father, Kulwinder Singh Marwa. Therefore, we literally saw at 10 o'clock when Manish Sisodia arrived at Tyagaraja Stadium where Teachers' Day program is going on. In his speech, it's clearly stated that BJP is complaining about all the corruption which is done in the education model and the Delhi excise policy. But we proudly want to say that we are proud that we have made extra classroom, we are proud that we have made extra toilets, and BJP is pressurizing CBI and ED. But now when we asked him the question that BJP has released this sting operation, he clearly stated that they have no idea about it. They will speak on this after they will once see the entire sting operation. Now they have
absolutely, Harsha, if I could just go to Madhurima. Madhurima is at the Aam Aadmi Party office. Madhurima, we are being told that there is going to be a press conference, but at the Delhi Secretariat by Manish Sisodia at 2 p.m. What's happening at the Aam Aadmi Party office? Because BJP has done this massive press conference and calling the Delhi government as a Bevdi Sarkar. Madhurima, over to you.
Well, absolutely, Aishwarya. What we can see here at Aam Aadmi Party office is that there is pin drop silence, which is very questionable because at this entire time when BJP was leveling these serious allegations on the Aam Aadmi Party, they were firing very belligerent attacks against the Aam Aadmi Party, and they were very precise about each and every allegations that was being put by the BJP. But like my colleague Harsha was pointing out, that Manish Sisodia was quite taken aback by this entire exposure.
But till now, Madhurima, Harsha, we've seen a minute-to-minute counter. We've seen an hourly counter. Right from day one, we've seen an hourly counter, Madhurima, and we've covered these press conferences. Every hour, if BJP is doing a PC, then there's going to be a counter PC. Now, BJP has done this massive press conference. Are you being told, Madhurima, that the Aam Aadmi Party is going to do a counter press conference to it? Or is it only going to be Manish Sisodiya at the Delhi Secretariat where Harsha is?
Absolutely. Yes, at the Delhi Secretariat
Yes,
around 2, Manish Sisodiya will be coming in front of the media and answering all the questions, Aishwarya. And as you were pointing out, that this time the Aam Aadmi Party has been caught a bit off guard, because like you were pointing out, there was a point-to-point, man-to-man marking kind of press conference happening in the past. As BJP used to schedule their press conference, the Aam Aadmi Party used to push out their schedule of their press conference. But right now, what we can see from the Sisodia's reaction, that they have
very
been
clear,
caught
Harsha.
a bit off guard.
Harsha, allegations are very clear. Anurag Thakur, cabinet minister, came out. Madhurima, Harsha, the allegations are very clear. In that sting which the BJP just released in their press conference in presence of their BJP Delhi president, the former president and the present MP Manoj Tiwari, Adesh Gupta and Harish Khurrana, they are saying that this is the final nail. The father, the relative of accused number 13 in the charge sheet, has come out in front of that camera, that sting, which BJP claims and says that he is nailing the Delhi government. So BJP is completely vouching for this sting.
Exactly, Aishwarya. BJP is completely packed with all the evidences and proofs which they have against the Aam Aadmi Party liquor tenders whom they have allotted the liquor vents. And now we are seeing Sunny Marwa is one of the liquor vendors of Delhi who was previously also allotted many vents in the old Delhi excise policy, and he has been named as an accused in FIR in number 13. And Kulwinder Singh Marwa is clearly stating, who is the father, he's saying that I was the one who used to give money to the Aam Aadmi Party ministers. He's directly claiming that he used to give money to Manish Sisodiya and Arvind Kejriwal. Not only this, the all mayhem of everything, how it has been done, how liquor vent was allotted, what is the vents, what is the profitable vents in Defence Colony, what is it in Kotla Mubarakpur, how much percentage is divided, everything he has exposed Aam Aadmi Party from top to bottom. Literally, Manish Sisodiya and Arvind Kejriwal would have been taken aback with this entire thing, because Aishwarya, as you stated previously, we saw back-to-back press conferences, one BJP, one Aam Aadmi Party, but today Aam Aadmi Party is taking almost 1 hour time to prepare the counter attack.
The BJP is asking who pocketed this massive amount, to whom this massive amount which Mr. Marwa, and we have our team at Marwa residence. Our colleague of Republic Bharat, Vivek, is there. We are going to go live to him. But Madhurima, the BJP and none other but Central Minister Anurag Thakur is calling the Arvind Kejriwal government, Manish Sisodiya government as a Bevdi Sarkar, and is asking this question, that where has this massive amount of money gone? Where has all the moolah gone? Madhurima.
Well, absolutely, Aishwarya, because the point here is the way this person in this sting, Mr. Marwa, the father of one of the accused in the FIR, he is very brazenly speaking that how 253 crores was given by him, and it is a small amount where the government has even charged over 500 crores per year from many people. So this kind of amount, if from one person is being siphoned from the Aam Aadmi Party, as it is being alleged by the BJP, this is a big question, that where did the entire amount go? Remember, Aishwarya, a few days back, Sambit Patra had raised this question that initially when the government used to earn around 30 rupees per bottle, why has that amount come down to rupees 8? This was a question that they were pressing upon, and now that they have their sting in the kitty, it all...
We have Vivek with us. We are just going to go to our sister channel, Republic Bharat. Our colleague Vivek is right there. We will just go live. He has entered the Marwa residence. Our colleague Vivek has entered the Marwa residence. That frame has gone still. The live view, we are just trying to reconnect with our colleague Vivek. He has entered the Marwa residence, Harsha and Madhurima. So we are going to ask the man who was shown by the BJP in that sting, Mr. Marwa, relative of accused number 13 in that charge sheet, where accused number 1 is Manish Sisodiya. We are trying to connect back with our colleague Vivek, who has entered the residence, the Marwa residence, and we are going to get him on camera on Republic First and get what exactly happened on our mic. What is he saying this is his video? So all of that, we are going to get Marwa first. He is the relative father of accused number 13 in the charge sheet, where Manish Sisodiya is accused number 1. Harsha, coming back to you till we are able to connect with Vivek. But we are just going to play the reaction of Central Minister Anurag Thakur first and then going to Vivek. What has Anurag Thakur? Anurag Thakur is hitting back at the Aam Aadmi Party government, calling it a Bevdi Sarkar. Anurag Thakur, viewers.
अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कितने लिए, सिसोदिया जी कितने लिए? 30 करोड़ अर्नेस्ट मनी डिपॉजिट वापस किया। केजरीवाल जी, सिसोदिया जी कितने कितने लिए, क्यों वापस दिए? ये सवाल जनता पूछती है। महिलाएं विरोध करती थी ठेका खोलने का, युवा विरोध करते थे, आपने क्यों वहां पर ठेके खोले? मोहल्ला क्लिनिक तो नहीं, मोहल्ला ठेका आपकी पहचान बना है। बात ये बार बार खड़ी होती है कि जो नोटिस 25 अक्टूबर को दिया उस पर कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की? शराब नीति में बदलाव क्यों लाए? कितना इसमें से पैसा कमाया? और अगर आप कहते हो कि शराब नीति ठीक थी तो वापस क्यों की? ये बार बार सवाल खड़ा हो रहा है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की जुबान बंद है, कुछ नहीं बोल रहे, क्योंकि घोटाला इतना बड़ा है कि जिसकी गूंज आज पूरे देश में है। जो कभी भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ आवाज उठाने की बात करते थे, आज भ्रष्टाचार के दलदल में इतना अरविंद केजरीवाल डूब चुके हैं कि आज उनके पास कोई जवाब नहीं है। पहले सत्येंद्र जैन जेल में, अब कई औरों की तैयारी जेल जाने की।
Well, that's right. And at this point of time, I'm just going to tell you that the central, we are being told there is going to be another press conference by the BJP within the next 60 minutes itself. So BJP is not letting it go. BJP is saying they need an answer from the Aam Aadmi Party government. They need a reply from Arvind Kejriwal. They need a reply from Manish Sisodiya. That's what we are just being told. There is going to be another press conference, this time by the Delhi unit of the BJP within the next 60 minutes. And while that is happening, we are being told that Manish Sisodiya is going to reply. Manish Sisodiya, the Deputy Chief Minister of New Delhi, is going to reply at 2 p.m. at Delhi Secretariat. That's what we are being told at this very point of time. But BJP is going to do another press conference, viewers. And I have with me my colleague Madhurima and Harsha, and also Piyush Mishra is going to join in, while our colleague Vivek has entered the residence of Mr. Marwa, the man who was shown in that sting by the BJP in their press conference. So Harsha, we are going to get him first, and we are going to get Mr. Marwa on camera first. But then, Harsha, the BJP is doing back-to-back press conferences, demanding an explanation, demanding an answer. We've seen Sambit Patra, we've seen Adesh Gupta. Yes, we have our colleague Vivek. I'm being told that the feed is better now. If we could just go over to Vivek, and then I'm coming to you, Harsha.
हमें 2 महीना हमको आए हुए
2 महीने हो गए, तो ये तो पता होगा कि घर में कितने लोग रहते हैं, किस मंजिल पे घर है, ये भी नहीं पता है कि कुछ बताना नहीं चाह रहे हो?
फर्स्ट पे रहते थे, अब पता नहीं कब गए हैं, पता नहीं, हम नहा रहे थे सब में।
तो फर्स्ट पे ऊपर पूरा जो है ऊपर कितने मंजिल बना हुआ है? छोड़ो उसको, कोई बात नहीं। ऊपर पूरे ऊपर रहते हैं, कौन से फ्लोर पे रहते हैं?
एक फ्लोर में तो पूरा खाली है। पूरा खाली है।
पूरा खाली है। तो ये यहाँ से लेकर ऊपर तक सब उन्हीं का है? हाँ, उन्हीं का है। हाँ जी। तो कुछ बताया आपको?
अब ऊपर इनके है, लेकिन कोई रहता नहीं है।
हाँ, कोई रहता नहीं है। कल 2 दिन पहले कोई लोग आए थे क्या यहाँ पे?
हम
कब से गायब है वो? कब से नहीं है यहाँ?
अरे हमको पता नहीं महाराज।
अच्छा, पता नहीं है। आपका नाम क्या बताया आपने?
हीरालाल।
हैं? हीरालाल यहाँ पे चौकीदारी करते हैं। हीरालाल का कहना है कि उन्हें कुछ पता नहीं है, और यहाँ से सनी मारवा और कुलविंदर मारवा है, दोनों पिता पुत्र हैं। हाँ। दोनों नहीं है यहाँ पे? नहीं, दोनों नहीं है यहाँ पर, दोनों नहीं है। ठीक है, हम कोशिश करेंगे एक बार फिर से अंदर आने की और देखेंगे, क्योंकि फर्स्ट फ्लोर बताया जा रहा है यहाँ पर जो है फर्स्ट फ्रेम बताया जा रहा है, फर्स्ट फ्लोर बताया जा रहा है, और हम कोशिश करेंगे एक एक तस्वीर आप तक पहुंचाने के लिए, क्योंकि महत्वपूर्ण बात ये है, जब से ये पूरा खुलासा हुआ है कई सारे आरोप हैं शराब नीति को लेकर, और ये जो बीजेपी ने स्टिंग जारी किया है, कुलविंदर मारवा आरोपी नंबर 13 सनी मारवा यहाँ पर
All right, Vivek there at the Marwa residence. He's trying to see whether Marwa and his son are there at the spot. I'm going to go straight back to our executive editor. All right, we'll get to them in a second right now, but this is a big story tracking right now, viewers, where the BJP has released a liquor-gate sting against Aam Aadmi Party. In fact, the liquor-gate sting was released by the BJP just a short while back. In the shocking sting, the liquor-gate accused confesses to the bribes. The liquor-gate sting was released by the BJP, and the sting was released with the demand that Arvind Kejriwal should immediately axe Manish Sisodia. The sting was released with the allegation it is now established that blacklisted companies were given licenses by Kejriwal government, liquor lobbies exploited profits at the cost of the taxpayer, and commissions were doled out at an astronomical rate of 12%. All right, let's have a look at what Manish Sisodia also said a short while back.
टुच्ची राजनीति करते रहते हैं, फर्जी एफआईआर कराते रहते हैं, फर्जी दिन रात 24 घंटे फर्जी करते रहते हैं। तो इस सब से देश नंबर 1 नहीं बनेगा। देश के प्रधानमंत्री 24 घंटे यही सोचते रहते हैं सीबीआई में किसको फंसाएं, ईडी में किसको फंसाएं, चुनी हुई सरकारों को कैसे गिराएं। इससे नंबर 1 नहीं बनेगा। देश के शिक्षकों का साथ दें। देश के शिक्षकों को आज शिक्षक दिवस पर संकल्प करें कि देश के एक-एक शिक्षक को अच्छी नौकरी, काम करने की अच्छी सुविधाएं, अच्छे स्कूल देंगे तो देश नंबर 1 बनेगा। मैं शिक्षक दिवस के अवसर पर यही अपील करता हूं।
लेकिन आज इतना बड़ा स्टिंग ऑपरेशन दिखाया जिसमें उन्होंने जो सनी मारवा के पिता कुलविंदर मारवा उन्होंने बताया कि किस तरह से एक्साइज पॉलिसी में फायदा पहुंच रहा था, लेकर जिनको टेंडर्स मिले।
अभी मैं टीचर्स अवार्ड में था, फिर देख के बात करेंगे।
Who do I go to next? All right, so Harsha is joining me live right now. Harsha, take us through exactly where you are right now and what is the significance of this big liquor sting, because you know the BJP is clearly saying the top focus was the alleged bribes, black money and blacklisted companies as it plays out in the released sting. So this is a big top focus of the sting, where clearly, you know, Liquorgate continues to haunt Arvind Kejriwal, but this sting has extreme ramifications. Harsha, take us through exactly what you're learning.
Exactly. A while back, I spoke to Manish Sisodia, where I clearly asked him the question regarding the sting, regarding the expose which BJP has done of Sani Marwa's father, Kulvinder Singh Marwa. But it was crystal clear where Manish Sisodia stated that he has not seen the sting and therefore he cannot respond unless he sees the sting. Now we are at Delhi Secretariat waiting for Manish Sisodia's press conference. Manish Sisodia, Delhi Deputy CM, is going to have a press conference at 2 o'clock. We are waiting where we are expecting him to respond against the sting operation which have been raised by BJP, where they are clearly stating that this is the evidence on which how all the liquor mafias have gotten the vents, how the corruption was done, how the profit was earned, where Kulvinder Singh Marwa can clearly be seen stating that he himself went to give the money to Delhi Deputy CM, where he is serious allegation against those how vents were allotted, how the vents in posh area and the slum area were different, how the commission was made. These are some serious allegations, and now BJP is clearly stating that these are all the evidences which are against Deputy CM Manish Sisodia, and he clearly has to respond. Now let me tell you that the Aam Aadmi Party is having back-to-back conferences at 2 o'clock and 2:30. At 2 p.m, Manish Sisodia, Deputy CM, will respond to this Liquorgate sting operation, and at 2:30 p.m, Gopal Rai, Delhi Minister, will also speak against this Liquorgate sting operation. But let me tell you that Aam Aadmi Party was not expecting such a sting. They are taken aback. When Manish Sisodia reached at Prayagraj Stadium at 10 o'clock, he was not expecting that BJP is going to have such a press conference where they are going to show the sting operation. They have been taken aback. They were not guarded. And now they need a 1 hour time to plan what they can respond to this Liquorgate sting operation. We have always seen Aam Aadmi Party since few weeks how they were quite prepared to answer BJP's question. The series of back-to-back press conference we have seen, but now Aam Aadmi Party office is clearly silent. No words from Atishi, no words from Saurabh Bharadwaj, no words even from Sanjay Singh has yet come on this liquor gate sting operation. So clearly it mentions that they have been taken aback. They was not expecting that such a sting operation of Sunny Marwas, the FIR, the 13 accused in the FIR of CBI. His father will give such evidences against the excise policy, new excise policy. How come the corruption has been done? So we are waiting here at Delhi Secretariat at 2 p.m. Very important press conference by Minister Sisodia, where he will answer to all the questions which Anurag Thakur, Manoj Tiwari, Adesh Gupta and Delhi.
Thank you for getting those details. Harsha is telling us that Manish Sisodia, when she asked him, did not know about the sting, but he will look at it at 2 p.m. approximately. Aam Aadmi Party will hold a press conference and reply to that liquorgate sting. Thank you, Harsha, for getting us all those details. Let's move on to the other big story we're tracking here on Republic TV. And this one is coming in from Maharashtra. In fact, Amit Shah has arrived in Mumbai for a 2-day visit. He met Maharashtra CM Eknath Shinde, CM Devendra Fadnavis, and also the state BJP chief and others at the airport. Right now, we can tell you is that Amit Shah is at Fadnavis's residence. Big news coming in right now. Amit Shah is at Fadnavis's residence, and this is coming just before the BMC elections are around the corner. Earlier in the day, apart from visiting famous Ganesh pandals in the city, he will also be holding meetings with BJP leaders and drawing a blueprint for the BMC poll. Sandeep is joining me live to take us through exactly what's happening there on ground. Sandeep, over to you. Right now, Amit Shah is at Fadnavis' residence and they're also doing a puja.
So indeed, yes, Amit Shah is on one-day visit to Mumbai, and in fact yesterday he has arrived, and today he took darshan at one of the famous Ganpati Mandal, Lal Baghcha Raja, and post which he is out here at Devendra Fadnavis's residence, Sagar Bungalow, and today more than 200 district secretaries as well as presidents have been called out here, especially the BJP MLAs from Mumbai have been called here for the meeting, and this is said to be a crucial meeting just before the municipal corporation elections. And remember, BJP does not want to lose anything when it comes to BMC. Remember how the shuffle happens in the state of Maharashtra, how Devendra Fadnavis formed his government in the state of Maharashtra. Now it's time for BMC. Remember, Shiv Sena has a big hold and a big share in BMC, and now it is the time wherein BJP wants to maximize the things in BMC and get more and more representatives elected in the upcoming BMC election. So basically a strategy meet is out here at Devendra Fadnavis' residence. Home Minister Amit Shah is out here and is also briefing to all its party workers and also the MLAs and also the candidates who will be in fact contesting the elections in upcoming BMC elections. So definitely, and before that, Ashish Shelar has been given the responsibility of Mumbai. He's been made the Mumbai president and of BJP, and he will be looking after for the upcoming BMC election. And remember, Ashish Shelar is known to be the man of Amit Shah, and now in the same sequence he has been given the responsibility of a BMC election. So definitely do's and don'ts will be discussed, and the responsibilities and the kind of strategy will be there for BJP. That are the points that would be discussed in the ongoing meeting. Back to you.
All right, Sandeep, thank you for joining us with all those details. Amit Shah at Fadnavis residence right now, where they are also attending a Ganesh Puja, and it's an extremely important time. As Sandeep said, the BMC elections are just around the corner. So the plan will be on to build a foolproof plan to take control of the civic body from the Shiv Sena ahead of also the Lok Sabha elections, which will be coming in later in the year 2024. All right, let's move our focus to South now, where we're getting in visuals of Bengaluru, where several parts of Bengaluru remain inundated due to severe waterlogging after heavy rainfall, as citizens continue to debate the quality of the city's infrastructure amid heavy rain that led to severe waterlogging and flooding in several areas. It also caused traffic congestion. Visuals coming in on your screen of that right now, where Bengaluru is reeling from extremely heavy floods. As you can see, heavy rain pounds the city. Several areas in Bengaluru are waterlogged. Traffic has been hit at this point of time. Big update coming in from Bengaluru, where several parts remain inundated due to heavy rainfall. And this is coming as a backdrop of citizens continuing to debate the quality of the city's infrastructure amid heavy rain that led to severe waterlogging and flooding in several areas, and also is causing traffic congestion at this point of time. And we can tell you is that non-stop heavy rainfall has lashed the city. And Niranjan is joining me on the phone line, our executive edit. All right, Nivedana is joining me on the as well. Nivedana, take us through exactly, the state of the city every time that there is a rainfall.
Right. So every time that there is a rainfall, we do see that there's a flood-like situation. There's water clogging. Also, in several parts of the city, there are inundated roads. Now, the bigger question ultimately is that when the Bruhat Bengaluru Mahanagar Palike was aware of the fact that an IMD alert has been issued, as well as the Met Department also stated that it is going to be, raining like this, what have they been doing to take stock of the situation? Because remember, Bengaluru does not see, or often sees rains like this, but is definitely not prepared. And these visuals are, across the city. We're not talking about just one particular area that's being affected. Although the other day we did see visuals of this kind in the outer ring road, or rather the IT corridor, where areas like Whitefield, Mahadevpura, Vartur lakes have also been affected. But the fact that even Kempegowda International Airport Limited has also been affected, it is such an embarrassment for the city and the officials as well. Because if you just focus on the fact that IT companies also have lost about 225 crores due to this particular situation, and this was actually addressed to Karnataka Chief Minister Basuraj Bommai as well, and he did state apparently that he will be addressing the situation by talking to them, because they have faced an estimate of 225 crores of a loss due to the water clogging. So that, of course, says a lot. And, of course, on the other hand, traffic has come to a standstill. We're seeing BMTC buses being stuck in different parts of the city. Commuters are finding it difficult, to travel around, as well as residents. In fact, in one part of Bengaluru, we were seeing tractors being used for residents to move in and out, of their houses. And we're talking about a city like Bengaluru, which is a prominent part. In fact, I would also like to focus on the fact that one area of Bengaluru, which is the IT corridor, the Whitefield area, which has been the worst affected, in fact, in the visuals as well, contributes to 32% of revenue to Karnataka. Now, if citizens are not being given the basics of being provided proper roads and proper facilities.
All right. Absolutely. So big focus on making sure the quality of the city's infrastructure remains intact amid heavy rainfall and water logging in Bengaluru. Thank you for joining us, Nivedana, and keep us updated on this big story we're tracking from South. All right, let's have a look at what else is making news from across the nation. Mr. arrived at the iconic Lal Baghcha Raja Pandal in Mumbai amid tight security. This marks the first visit of Shah after the formation of Shinde government. He was accompanied by Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis as well. In a big lead in Cyrus mystery death case, a CCTV tape has emerged before the accident. As per the police, a tragic accident unfurled after the driver there lost control of the vehicle. Anger on the streets of Jharkhand's Dumka district after alleged tribals rape case amid back-to-back crime against women in Jharkhand. Protesters demand CBI inquiry and capital punishment against accused.
उसको सीबीआई जांच करनी चाहिए, उसके बाद उसके परिवार को 1 करोड़ मुआवजा देना चाहिए, उसके परिवार में लोगों को एक सरकारी नौकरी देना चाहिए, और जो अरमान अंसारी है उसको जल्द से जल्द फांसी होनी चाहिए। नहीं तो आदिवासी संगठन चुप बैठने वाला नहीं है, उसको अंजाम तक ले
Amid demand for justice, protesters raised slogans against Hemant Soren government in the Jharkhand after a back-to-back crime against women in Dumka. Police have tightened security in Jharkhand's Dumka district. This comes amid protest and sloganeering by the tribal community against Jharkhand government. Situation remains tense there in Jharkhand's Dumka district as a massive outrage sparks protests. Protesters demand justice for the tribal girl who was hanged on a tree in the district. Death toll in Lucknow's fire mishap continues to rise. Meanwhile, several firefighters at the spot continue to evacuate people trapped inside the hotel. At least 18 people have been evacuated from the hotel. Viewers, some big breaking coming in at this point of time. Hemant Soren has won the trust vote in Jharkhand Assembly. The ruling party has secured 48 votes in the 81-member assembly while the BJP abstained. Hemant Soren wins trust vote in Jharkhand Assembly. The ruling party secured 48 votes in the 81 assembly. This is the big news coming in. Remember that Hemant Soren had tabled a confidence motion in the assembly. They have been claiming that the opposition is trying to poach MLAs, and that's what has prompted the move of Hemant Soren. Remember that Hemant Soren is also facing a lot of uncertainty following a petition seeking his disqualification as an MLA in an office of profit case.
मुख्यमंत्री ने इनकार किया था इस पर। अब आप लोग उससे पूछे ना, आप उनसे पूछिए। जो लातेहार की बात की जा रही है, आप उनसे पूछिए। सेटलमेंट 2000 देखिए सुनिए ना, वो सब कुछ यहाँ का जो एक-एक कर तमाम लोग बाहर आ रहे हैं।
All right, Prakash is joining me. Prakash, this is the big development coming in where he has won the trust vote in the Jharkhand Assembly. Take us to the details.
Well, the Jharkhand CM Hemant Soren mooted a proposal for trust vote today in the special assembly convened, and he has secured 48 votes. That means that 48 MLAs are in support of Hemant Soren in the 81-member assembly of Jharkhand. And apparently the BJP also abstained. Now this whole dilemma of uncovering the letter from the Election Commission of India, which was written to the governor on charges of office of profit, has fallen flat. I can say that now that the governor is yet to take a decision, and there is a amount of uncertainty in Jharkhand, keeping in mind the fact that the BJP leaders have been tweeting and saying that the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren is all set to lose his membership on charges of office of profit. But the decision has not been taken for the past 10 days or so. And the governor is deliberating with the legal councils as well. Now, the JMM was alleging that the BJP was trying to poach its MLAs and in order to form a government, and the most vulnerable was the Congress party MLAs, and that is why, as a result of which, they were all flown to Raipur. And yesterday from Raipur they came back to Ranchi for the special session that was convened in the Jharkhand Assembly in Ranchi. And today Hemant Soren has won the trust vote with support of 48 MLAs, and the BJP leaders abstaining. Now all eyes are on the governor as to what he will do, because pleas were heard, petitions were heard, and the Election Commission apparently has taken a decision which has to be uncovered. And if it means that Hemant Soren and his brother Basant Soren has to lose the membership, then Jharkhand will see a new chief minister, and what are the conditions, what are the rulings, what is the decision that the governor takes and is forwarded to the speaker, and thereon to the Election Commission regarding the condition if at all Hemant Soren can contest elections if he loses membership from the Jharkhand Assembly on charges of office of profit. If he is debarred from contesting elections in future for say for 3 years, then he will not be able to contest elections now as well as in 2024 Assembly elections. In that case, a new chief minister has to be elected, and we'll have to wait and watch who that person would be, and there would be an agreement on that person's name within the JMM as well as in the Congress, and that's where the catch lies, and that's what the BJP is waiting for. So all eyes on the governor's decision as to what decision he takes on Hemant Soren membership now, even though the UPA government has the numbers.
Right.
They have the majority with them in the 81-member assembly.
All right, thank you, Prakash, for getting those details. So Hemant Soren has won the trust vote in Jharkhand Assembly. The ruling party has secured 48 votes, viewers, in the 81-member assembly. The BJP had abstained. Time for a very, very short break. On that note, coming up on the other side, much more breaking developments on Republic TV. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक हैं वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
Viewers, we are live and breaking right now. Some more developments coming in. This Monday afternoon, Nitish to meet Rahul Gandhi at 6 p.m. He may also meet opposition leaders, other opposition leaders. In fact, the CM of Bihar has said that he would meet senior leaders from various parties during his trip to New Delhi, which is starting from today. And what we have learned is that Rahul Gandhi and him will meet at 6 p.m. That's what we're learning right now. In fact, the JDU had held a National Council meeting in Patna a short while back, where he had said that that BJP, which was a former alliance partner, in fact, he had made some comments against the opposition partner that he had earlier. And right now, we would like to also tell you that Nitish Kumar is likely to meet Rahul Gandhi at 6 p.m. So multiple developments expected today right now with the Bihar CM Nitish Kumar saying that he would meet senior leaders from various parties during his trip. And the focus of Nitish Kumar would be basically to put up a plan, a united plan, and unite the opposition together by burying their differences that they have. Well, that is a plan that Nitish Kumar has at this point of time. But what we can tell you is that the JDU has also held a meet before this meeting, which will happen in Delhi, where Nitish Kumar, the Bihar CM, is coming to New Delhi, and he has a huge agenda ahead of him today. One of the agenda is to meet Rahul Gandhi later on. So he's all set to meet opposition leaders. That could also include Sonia Gandhi, among other opposition leaders in Delhi. So that is something we'll be tracking on Republic TV extremely closely. And we're also getting some more leads that he might be meeting Kejriwal as well in the national capital. So big developments coming in at this point of time, viewers. And Nitish Kumar is all set for his Delhi trip, and he has a huge itinerary ahead of him today for his Delhi trip. Remember that Nitish Kumar will be in Delhi today to meet opposition leaders, and this is we are seeing as something which is a run-up to the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. And Nitish Kumar has already announced his national ambitions after he had in fact left the BJP to rejoin hands with Tejasvi Yadav-led RJD. And he had also met CM K. Chandrasekhar Rao in Patna. All right, we're getting some more breaking news at this point of time, and this is coming in from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is hearing petitions against political parties using religious names and symbols, that is AIMIM and IUML and other issues notice. And in fact, there's a comment being made by the senior advocate saying that there are political parties whose name and symbols violate the RP Act. So we're getting some more updates right now on parties using religious names and symbols. So we're talking about AIMIM and IUML, and other issues have been there are other notices as well. And this is a big development that we're getting for now. The Supreme Court issuing a notice there to AIMIM and IUML. Big updates coming in at this point of time from the Apex Court. We'll get you more details as we get them right now by our legal correspondents. But this is the big update we're getting at this point of time. Supreme Court taking note of these petitions which are being heard about religious tinge to the names being used and the symbols being used. And the notice is on religious symbols and issued notice. The Supreme Court issued the notice, particularly right now, if we can tell you that the two political parties that we're talking about at this point of time is AIMIM and IUML, and some others are also issued the notice. That's what we're learning so far. The senior advocate there saying that there are political parties whose name and symbols violate the RP Act. Getting some top updates right now on this big story. And in fact, Supreme Court has issued notice on plea to ban political parties using religious names and symbols. That's what we're learning right now. And an entire bench, which is comprising of Justice M.R. Shah and Justice Krishna Murari, are considering a PIL filed by a couple of people seeking to enforce a mandate of Section 29A and 123 and the Representation of People's Act, which prohibits the luring of the voters on ground of their religion. So this is big news waiting for you. In fact, senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia, appearing for the petitioner, has submitted that two parties which are recognized state parties have the word Muslim in their name. And we're talking about IUML and AIMIM. So Senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia has said this right now, like we just told you, that Gaurav Bhatia is appearing for the petitioner, and he said that the two parties which are recognized state parties have the word Muslim in their name, and some parties have the crescent moon and stars in their official flags. He said the petition listed several other parties which have religious names. He also placed reliance on the Supreme Court bench judgment of S.R. Bomai versus Union of India, and submitted that it was held by this court that secularism is part of the basic feature. So many comments coming out from senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia, who's representing the petitioners at this point of time. Big news coming in, where we can tell you is that Supreme Court issued notice on plea to ban political parties using religious names and symbols. And Rhythm is joining me, our executive editor legal, to help us understand the notice which has been given to these two political parties by the Supreme Court. Rhythm, over to you.
Well, it's a plea that is seeking cancellation symbol or name which, according to the petitioner, symbolizes any religion. The Supreme Court issues a notice that will come out on October 18th next. The plea was filed by Syed Wasim Rizvi. Senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia appeared for the petitioner and said that there are political parties whose name and symbols violate the Representation of People's Act. There are parties with flag having crescent moons and stars, and Bhatia said, can political parties have in their name a religious connotation? The Supreme Court has granted leave to amend so that parties can be added to the petition. This was a plea seeking cancellation of religious names and symbols, and the Supreme Court heard the petition against political parties, and the next date is the 18th of October.
Rhythm, also help us understand why this notice is very important, because clearly senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia has said that, he's placed reliance on the Supreme Court bench judgment of S.R. Bomai versus Union of India and submitted that it was held by this court that secularism is part of the basic feature. And he has made this point very clear. Rhythm, help us understand why this point is very significant.
Well, this is just a plea as of now that has come up in the top court for political symbols, row, as we would say in the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has also given a chance to the parties. It's agreed to hear the PIL seeking that political parties using name of religion and religious symbols in their name be recognized and be barred from contesting elections. In fact, as the Supreme Court agrees to hear the PIL, it's on the 18th of October that the case is not going to come. The court has given time to the petitioners to amend the plea that is filed before them.
All right, Rhythm, I will also like to ask you if you can explain to our viewers that exactly what can we expect next legally now. You said there's a next date. What can we expect next in this case?
In the next hearing of the case, the court will be given more answers about how political parties whose name and symbols violate Representation of People's Act are there. These are parties with the flag having the crescent moon and the stars. And in the courtroom, senior advocate Gaurav Bhatia has said, can political parties have in their names a religious connotation? That is the important point that was made before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court therefore issued a notice in the case. It will next come up on the 18th of October. And the Supreme Court also grants leave to amend so that there are other parties who want to be a part of this petition that can be added to it. Remember, this is a plea that is seeking cancellation of the religious names and symbols that are used by political parties that have a religious connotation.
Right, and Rhythm, the bench comprising of Justice M.R. Shah and Justice Krishna Murari was considering a PIL which has been filed, and they are seeking to enforce a mandate of Section 29A, 123.3 and 123.3A of the Representation of People's Act 1951. And this act seems to be extremely important here, Rhythm. Help our viewers understand that, because this act prohibits the luring of the voters on ground of their religion.
So this plea has absolutely come up in the Supreme Court, and Gaurav Bhatia, senior advocate, also appeared in the case to get, the court to file this particular notice. After hearing the arguments that were made by him, the Supreme Court has
felt it's correct to issue a notice on all the political parties that are using religious symbols. There were two observations that were made by Gaurav Bhatia in the courtroom, and they had said, take IUML, they have MPs and MLAs in Kerala. This violates the model code of conduct. We need to see, can we pollute politics? Justice Shah, on hearing these arguments, has said issue notice. Leave is granted to the petitioners to add political parties against whom relief is sought to cancel their symbol or name.
Also, I'm being joined by Khurram Anis Umar, IUML leader. What's the response coming in, Mr. Umar? Because clearly the Supreme Court's petition there was heard and a notice has been issued to your party.
Notice in this case, we have not received any details from Supreme Court, either from the Supreme Court or Mr. Bhatia's lawyer. So how can I respond to that? But offhandedly, even lotus is a religious symbol. Shiv Sena is a religious symbol. There's Gaurav Bhatia has filed a notice against his own party also. Is lotus not a religious symbol, which is the symbol of the Bharatiya Janata Party? Oh, it sounds very weird. He is filing the notice against his own party, case against his own party. Let us see, let us receive the notice, copy of the notice from the...
Right, so are you saying you don't know about this? Are you saying कि you don't know about this yet? I mean, आप बोल रहे हैं कि आपको पता नहीं कि ये notice आया?
This is the first time I'm hearing it, ma'am. I have not
and if later on this is confirmed, of course, we are reporting it live, and it, in fact, this is being reported everywhere in all the legal websites as well. What will be your response next to that? Will you be...
Well, let us see what is written.
In fact, Rhythm would also like to ask you some questions at this point of time. Rhythm, if you would come in after this answer by Mr. Omer.
Yeah. We'll get back to you on this.
Right. Hold on, Mr. Omer. Rhythm Bhardwaj, our executive editor, legal, will also like to ask you a question. Rhythm?
Yes, absolutely. If I could actually come in here right now. So whether you understood today what happened in the Supreme Court is notice has been issued, so it's possible that it would be a few days before the notice reaches you, because all the parties who have to be a part of this will be added, since Justice Shah's bench has said issue a notice and you can amend. But the larger point that is being made here about political parties using religious symbols is what needs to be answered. Why political parties getting into this and using religious symbols is the question before the top court now.
No, see, there is nothing illegal about it as far as the People's Representation Act. In using these symbols or using the name, either you change the act, I'm sure the Supreme Court will also say that change the act, it is the government act. There is nothing against this. And it is not today. It's been now 75 years we are using the same thing. And apart from that, the ruling party, BJP, is also using the religious symbol. Lotus is also a religious symbol. It is also depicted in every temple of India.
But there was a question that was asked today in the Supreme Court by Justice Shah. Are they running for election like the Indian Union Muslim League? They are not running for election, neither is the Hindu Ekta Dal. So at such a time, then Gaurav Bhatia, who appeared in the case, said that if a candidate of a party with a religious name seeks votes, he will be violating the Representation of People's Act.
There is no violation. It is the party is registered with the Election Commission of India. We have elected MLAs in various assemblies. So where is the question of illegality in this?
The arguments that were made in the court
in Parliament.
All the political parties are going to get a time to reply to this, but the arguments that were made in the court and taken into consideration when a notice was issued, Mr. Omer, is that if a candidate of a party with a religious name seeks votes, he'll be violating the Representation of People's Act. They've also spoken about your party, the IUML, and they've said they have MPs and MLAs in Kerala. This violates the Model Code of Conduct.
No, as far as Election Commission is concerned, we are registered party, registered and recognized state party with the Election Commission of India. not from today, not in the last 2 years, but from since last 75 years we are registered with them. As and when, in fact, the People's Representation Act came into 1985 or something, if I remember correctly. We are even contesting elections before that, and since 1985 we are registered with Election Commission of India. So, if anything had to be said, it had to be said at that time. Why now? After so many years.
So that is a question, Mr. Omer, you will be possibly answering in your reply with those details. But the picture that we are getting from the Supreme Court is, and this is what the senior advocate told the court, he's pointing out 2 recognized state parties having Muslim in their name, and he's also listed many other parties which have religious names.
What about the election? What about the parties which are using symbol? Our symbol is not a religious symbol. It's ladder. The parties which are using symbol for religious symbols, what about them? They are right.
No, that's a point of view that you have to give to the courtroom, sir, because the question that Justice Shah asked is, are they running for elections? I want to ask you, is this a political tactic? Is this a game? And names of religious things are there only for religious purposes. Is this an election gimmick?
What is political? Bahujan Samajwadi Party is running for their. The Bahujan Samaj Muslim League is sort of mainly representing the minorities of the country. So all the politics, this is not, the buck will not stop with Muslim League. Buck will stop with every party, including BJP, which are actually using religious symbol as their election symbol. We are not using any religious symbol for our election. Shiv Sena is using a religious symbol for their election.
You are saying the IUML is not using?
IUML is not using any religious symbol. We are not using
okay, so the argument.
Our symbol is ladder.
I want to also. I want to, Mr. Omer, ask you and draw your attention to what was said, because the notice is to your party, the IUML.
Let me get the notice. Let our legal team study the notice. Then only we will be able to reply on the notice. But offhand, what you have asked me, it is not just us. Everybody is doing it in some way or the other. The Honorable Supreme Court will not take action against one particular party or other. Everybody who is using, they have to change. Let BJP change their symbol. Let Shiv Sena change their symbol. If it, as per the law, we will go according to the law. Whatever the law says. So far, we have not done anything against the law. So if the law tomorrow says that we cannot use, we will not use. But that's not just us, no. There are many others also.
See, Mr. Omer, you know, this is an argument that is several times over made when it comes to political parties. Just because you believe that other political parties are doing a wrong, it doesn't make what you're doing it a right. So that's the question here. Possibly, Mr. Omer, once you get the notice, you'll answer this.
It is not of the story today. No, don't try to picture it out that we are doing it today. It has been like that.
I understood that point which you've been constantly making. I understood the point, Mr. Omer, that you're constantly making. I am reporting what the court has today said. When the Supreme Court says that political parties in no way can have a religious connotation, they rely on a Esser Bomai case. So this is not about whether you've been doing it for long or whether it's outside. But this petition is saying Justice Shah made a very important question, your observation, Mr. Omer, when he said, are they running for elections like the Indian Union Muslim League? They are not running for elections, neither are the Hindu Ekta Dal. So this is not just a one-sided plea, something you've been pointing out. It's a plea that is talking about any political party using religious symbols to which the top court issues a notice.
As of today, there is nothing illegal about it. Tomorrow, if the act changes, law changes, we will follow that. Simple as that. As of today, we are not doing anything illegal. It is not illegal to we are registered to the Election Commission. Election Commission never objected to it. These kind of questions have come earlier also, And why pointing it out? Ask Mr. The gentleman who has filed this case against the Supreme Court. What is their party's stand to that?
Fair enough, Mr. Kumar. What possibly I'm going to next be reporting and breaking news on your reply that is filed before the 18th of October in the top court when the case next comes up, because an extremely relevant question being asked when the Supreme Court issues a notice to AIMIM and IUML. I thank you for being with us. And the larger point: can religious names and symbols be continued to used by political parties? Back after a short break with this breaking news. Stay on with us.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक। आप देखिए जो विधायक हैं वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
The Jammu-Srinagar highway has been blocked near Ramban due to a continuous barrage of shooting stones along the highway. And waterlogging is being reported from various parts of Bengaluru after heavy rainfall last night. Traffic signals are also being located at various, reported, I beg your pardon, at various locations. The special CP of the Delhi Police's crime branch, while commenting on the Afghan national arrested for a drug trading charge, has said that a nexus is being unravelled with the trade involving terrorists, drug smugglers and gangsters, with the ISI operating this nexus.
अफगान नेशनल है अब्दुल्ला, वो 2016 में इंडिया आया था मेडिकल वीज़ा के बहाने से। उसके बाद ये लोग ड्रग्स में इन्वॉल्व हो गए। जैसा आपको पता ही है, यूएस के जाने के बाद, अफ़गानिस्तान छोड़ने के बाद यूएस फोर्सेस के काफ़ी सारे अफगान नेशनल्स अब इसमें एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व हो गए। पहले जो कम स्तर पे था, वो काफ़ी लार्ज स्केल पे ड्रग्स स्मगलिंग हो रही है। बेसिकली लैंड रूट और सी रूट दोनों यूज़ हो रहे हैं। लैंड रूट पे जो पंजाब और राजस्थान और जम्मू कश्मीर बॉर्डर है, वहाँ पे ड्रोन्स के ज़रिए आते हैं। सी रूट पे जो गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और केरला, कर्नाटका वाला जो सी कोस्ट है, वहाँ पे फिशिंग बोट्स और बड़े पोर्ट्स पे कंटेनर्स के थ्रू आ रहा है, और ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with the fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on the top national update and a big expose by the BJP on liquor scam. The ruling party announced a sting operation addressing a press conference. A big expose by BJP in Liquorgate scam. The sensational tape featured accused number 13 who allegedly could be seen making policy. BJP launches sensational tape in Liquorgate scam. Mega confessions were made by the 13 number accused on the tape, saying it is an 80% profit game.
प्रॉफिट की गेम 80% है 80% 1 रुपए ਦੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ 80 ਪੈਸੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਅੱਛਾ 1+1 ਕਰਨ ਡਰ ਗਈ ਸਾਨੂੰ 80 ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਿ इन्होंने ऐसी चाले चली है थानू 20 दा माल है कि जिन्ने मर्जी बेचो सानू फिक्स ने पै दे
As BJP launches liquor gate, sting huge corruption by Aam Aadmi Party was allegedly exposed in a big expose. The tape showed accused allegedly confessing that 80% commission was fixed for Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia. The sting operation exposed Kulvinder Marwa, the father of Sunny Marwa, accused number 30. After sensational video was exposed by BJP against Aam Aadmi Party's liquor gate policy, the Saffron Party in the press conference said more videos will be released in the matter. Bangladesh PM Sheikh Hasina arrives in the national capital. PM Hassina is set to meet Minister of External Affairs of India, S. Shankar, later in the evening today. She's on a 4-day visit to India to discuss several issues pertaining to both the countries. In a big trouble for Wikipedia in India, the IT ministry has summoned Wikipedia executives. The IT team will meet them today to seek an explanation on how Indian cricket team bowler Arshdeep Singh's Wikipedia page entry was changed to reflect Khalistan association. In an update, a special PMLA court has extended Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut's judicial custody till 19 September in the Patra Chol land scam case. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh on Lucknow's fire mishap said relief and rescue operation is underway. Meanwhile, Defence Minister took stock of the situation from local administration. All right, Unit Home Minister Amit Shah is in Mumbai and he has a huge itinerary ahead of him. We'll track every development there. Stay tuned to Republic TV. The Jammu-Srinagar highway has been blocked near Ramban due to a continuous barrage of shooting stones along the highway. And waterlogging is being reported from various parts of Bengaluru after heavy rainfall last night. Traffic signals are also being located at various, reported, I beg your pardon, at various locations. The special CP of the Delhi Police's crime branch, while commenting on the Afghan national arrested for a drug trading charge, has said that a nexus is being unraveled with the trade involving terrorists, drug smugglers and gangsters, with the ISI operating this nexus.
अफगान नेशनल है अब्दुल्ला तो 2016 में इंडिया आया था मेडिकल वीज़ा के बहाने से। उसके बाद ये लोग ड्रग्स में इन्वॉल्व हो गए। जैसा आपको पता ही है यूएस के जाने के बाद, अफगानिस्तान छोड़ने के बाद यूएस फोर्सेस के काफ़ी सारे अफगान नेशनल्स अब इसमें एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व हो गए। पहले जो कम स्तर पे था वो काफ़ी लार्ज स्केल पे ड्रग स्मगलिंग हो रही है। बेसिकली लैंड रूट और सी रूट दोनों यूज़ हो रहे हैं। लैंड रूट पे जो पंजाब और राजस्थान और जम्मू कश्मीर बॉर्डर है वहाँ पे ड्रोन्स के ज़रिए आते हैं। सी रूट पे जो गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और केरला, कर्नाटका वाला जो सी कोस्ट है वहाँ पे फिशिंग बोट्स और बड़े पोर्ट्स पे कंटेनर्स के थ्रू आ रहा है और ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है।
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. One person.
Top national updates in a big expose by the BJP on liquor scam. The ruling party announced a sting operation addressing a press conference. A big expose by BJP in Liquorgate scam. The sensational tape featured accused number 13, who allegedly could be seen making policy. BJP launches sensational tape in Liquorgate scam. Mega confessions were made by the 13 number accused on tape, saying it is a 80% profit gain. Viewers, we continue to be live and breaking. Stand by for Aam Aadmi Party counter briefing after BJP's big expose on Liquorgate.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. One person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है।
Sensational twist to the Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP Liquorgate face-off, as BJP has now put out a sting exposing how liquor lobbies made money. BJP's big expose whips up storm from bribes and commissions to aids an 80% profit game quote-unquote confession. It's all out and caught on tape. Accused Sisodia, silent on the sting, says we'll watch first, then comment. The Aam Aadmi Party to respond at 2 p.m. Top Court issues notice to Owaisi's party and RUML in use of religious symbols case. Amit Shah in Mumbai ahead of crucial municipal polls, hectic parleys lined up. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is on a 4-day visit to India to boost defense ties on the agenda.
और उसकी पूरी खबर आप लोगों ने मीडिया ने भी दिखाई थी कि किस तरह से एक सीबीआई के अधिकारी ने सुसाइड किया है। उनके बारे में पता चला है कि जिस सीबीआई अधिकारी ने सुसाइड किया था वो जितेंद्र कुमार जी थे, डेप्यूटी लीगल एडवाइज़र। ये सीबीआई के एंटी करप्शन ब्रांच में लीगल एडवाइज़र थे। इनका काम था लीगली चीज़ों को अप्रूव करना, उनको रिजेक्ट करना, उनकी सारी लीगलिटी को देखना। और मेरे खिलाफ जो फर्जी एफआईआर कराई गई है एक्साइज के मामले में, उसका भी लीगल मामला वही देख रहे थे। पता ये चला है कि मेरे खिलाफ गलत तरीके से केस बनाकर ये उनके ऊपर दबाव डाला जा रहा था कि मेरे खिलाफ गलत तरीके से केस बनाकर मुझे अरेस्ट कराने की लीगल मंजूरी दें। उनके ऊपर जिन अधिकारी ने, सीबीआई के जिस अधिकारी ने सुसाइड किया है, उनके ऊपर गलत तरीके से दबाव बनाया जा रहा था कि मेरे खिलाफ इलीगल तरीके से, फर्जी तरीके से केस बना के मेरे अरेस्ट को मंजूरी दें, जिसको वो मंजूरी नहीं दे रहे थे। उनके ऊपर इतना दबाव था कि वो मानसिक दबाव में आ गए और उन्होंने सुसाइड कर लिया। ये बहुत दुखद घटना है कि सीबीआई के एक अधिकारी को, जिसको दिख रहा था कि पूरा का पूरा मामला फर्जी है, उसके ऊपर इतना दबाव बनाया गया गलत काम करने के लिए कि उसको आत्महत्या करने पर मजबूर होना पड़ा। मुझे फंसाने के लिए, मुझे अरेस्ट करने के लिए, किसी फर्जी केस को लीगली साउंड बनाने के लिए एक अधिकारी पर इतना दबाव बनाने पर आ गए ये लोग कि अब बेचारे उस अधिकारी को सुसाइड करना पड़ा। ये बहुत अफसोसजनक है। मेरी उनके परिवार के प्रति बहुत संवेदना है, उनकी असमय इस घटना से। मैं आज प्रधानमंत्री जी को भी कहना चाहता हूँ कि आप मुझको फंसाना चाहते हैं फर्जी तरीके से, फंसा लीजिए। आप मेरे ऊपर रेड कराना चाहते थे, आपने रेड करा ली। आप फर्जी एफआईआर करा चुके मेरे ऊपर। आप मुझे अरेस्ट कराना चाहते हैं, आप बता दीजिए, जहाँ कहोगे मैं आ जाऊँगा। लेकिन इस तरह से अधिकारियों के ऊपर दबाव बना के उन्हें फांसी लगाने पे, उन्हें आत्महत्या करने पे मजबूर मत कीजिए। इससे घर उजड़ रहे हैं, ये ठीक नहीं है। आप हर वक्त यही सोचते रहते हैं मैं सीबीआई का इस्तेमाल कैसे करूं, मैं ईडी का इस्तेमाल कैसे करूं, मैं चुनी हुई सरकारों को कैसे गिराऊं, चुने हुए एमएलएज को कैसे खरीदूं। आप स्कूल बनाने पे कब सोचेंगे? आप अस्पताल बनाने पे कब सोचेंगे? आप महंगाई कम करने पे कब सोचेंगे? आप रोज़गार देने पे कब सोचेंगे? आप केवल यही सोचते रहते हैं कि कैसे सीबीआई पे दबाव बना के चुनी हुई सरकार को गिराऊं विपक्ष की, कैसे चुने हुए एमएलएज को खरीद लूं विपक्ष के। मैं आज आपके सामने इस घटना से मैं बहुत आहत हूं और मैं आपके सामने प्रधानमंत्री जी से 3 प्रश्न पूछना चाहता हूं। जो सीबीआई के अधिकारी ने सुसाइड किया, जिसके ऊपर बहुत दबाव था कि वो मेरे खिलाफ पूरे के पूरे केस को लीगली साउंड बनाए और उनको आत्महत्या करनी पड़ी जितेंद्र कुमार जी को, उसके सिलसिले में मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी से 3 सवाल पूछना चाहता हूं कि अधिकारियों पे इतना दबाव क्यों बनाया जा रहा है कि वो आत्महत्या करने जैसा कदम उठाने पे मजबूर हों। आप अपने राजनीतिक विरोधियों को कुचलने के लिए अपनी ही सरकार के अधिकारियों को और कितना टॉर्चर करोगे? दूसरा सवाल है मेरा कि क्या अब भारत की केंद्र सरकार का काम केवल ऑपरेशन लोटस चलाना रह गया है? जिस तरह से राज्यपालों से, उपराज्यपालों से दबाव डाल के उनसे उल्टे सीधे काम कराए जा रहे हैं, जिस तरह से सीबीआई पे दबाव डाल के, ईडी पे दबाव डाल के उल्टे सीधे काम कराए जा रहे हैं, तो क्या अब केंद्र सरकार का काम केवल ऑपरेशन लोटस चलाना रह गया है? ये मेरा दूसरा सवाल है प्रधानमंत्री जी से। और तीसरा सवाल है कि जनता की चुनी हुई सरकारों को कुचलने के लिए और कितनी कुर्बानियां आप लेंगे, ये बताएं। ये बहुत दुखद घटना है। विपक्षी सरकारों को कुचलने के लिए सीबीआई के ऊपर इतना दबाव के अधिकारियों को सुसाइड करने पे मजबूर होना पड़े, ये इस देश में पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। बहुत दुखद है और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी मेरे इन तीनों सवालों को गंभीरता से लेंगे और थोड़ा इस पर सोचेंगे।
बीजेपी ने पीसी की है और उसमें वो आपके ऊपर आरोप लगा रहे हैं और एक स्टिंग ऑपरेशन किया जिसमें आरोपी नंबर 13 का स्टिंग ऑपरेशन दिखा रही है बीजेपी और आरोप लगा रही है कि 6% कमीशन लिया गया।
देखो, इन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी काफ़ी दिन से चिल्ला रही है, घपला हो गया, कभी 1300 करोड़, कभी 8000 करोड़, कभी 500 करोड़, कभी 144 करोड़, कभी 30 करोड़। फिर सीबीआई से इन्होंने एफआईआर कराई तो सीबीआई ने भी ढूंढ ढांड के दूर से कहीं से स्ट्रेच करके दो कंपनियों के बीच की किसी वाइट डीलिंग को ज़बरदस्ती मेरे ऊपर थोपने की कोशिश की, वो भी सोर्सेज के हवाले से। तो एफआईआर में लिखा, उसके बेस पे मेरे घर पे रेड डलवा दी, घर पे कुछ नहीं मिला। मेरे परिवार का लॉकर तलाश लिया बैंक का, उसमें कुछ नहीं मिला। अब जब सीबीआई से एक तरह से क्लीन चिट मिल गई कि जी इनके पास तो कुछ नहीं मिल रहा, तो अब बीजेपी कह रही है जी देखो सीबीआई नहीं ढूंढ पाई, अब हम स्टिंग करके देंगे। फिर वो कोई सड़क पे चौराहे पे खड़े होकर किसी को गाड़ी पे बिठा के कुछ करते हैं, उसके कोई सवाल जवाब करते हैं, वो स्टिंग है, मजाक है। तो ऐसे स्टिंग मेरे पास भी है, मैं भी दे दूंगा कल बहुत सारे, फिर आप उसको भी चलाना। थैंक यू। कुछ नहीं।
So that is the Aam Aadmi Party news conference that has just concluded. In return to the press briefing that we saw by the BJP this morning on the liquor gate and the charges that had been pressed by the BJP after they released that sting blaming the Aam Aadmi Party for the liquor gate. But here we saw Manish Sisodia refuting the charges that have been pressed against him, saying it is a fake FIR against him in the excise scam. And after being stung, he has now said, in fact, while posing 3 questions at the BJP, saying that arrest me if you want to, but the charges against me are fake. This is how Manish Sisodia has responded to that allegation that the BJP had levelled against him. And the Aam Aadmi Party that had earlier said that we are watching the situation very closely and will only respond once we know what the BJP is doing. It is the counter reaction that is now coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party, where Manish Sisodia is outright refuting the charges that have been levelled against him by the BJP in the Liquorgate scam. He's also gone on to say that the FIR against him is fake and is now posing questions in turn to the BJP. We see how the fight between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party has been intensifying as far as the Liquorgate scam is concerned. And this is the latest response that is coming from Manish Sisodia, who just concluded that news conference. Of course, did not take any questions from the media after he had put out his statement, but he is refuting the charges out and out. On that note, we'll move on until we gather more reactions on this. Alright, some breaking news coming in that of a mud seer who was found dead after the audio tape that went viral, and now there is increasing mystery over the sexual abuse charges, as this is being looked at as a tell-all audio tape that led to the suicide, and this is days after the audio tape had leaked that the seer has committed suicide, and a lot of questions now doing the rounds of what the truth is. High drama as the man tried self-immolation, and the attempt of course was foiled, but now this audio tape that is doing the rounds, what exactly is its authenticity? Ashwin will be able to answer all of this. He's live with us on the broadcast. Ashwin, what more can you tell us?
Another story has now come again from the Lingayat seer community, 300 kilometers away from Chitradurga at a place called Belgavi. Now a sage who was part of the mutt, a 28-year-old sage by the name Sri Basava Siddhaligga Swami, has allegedly committed suicide at the mutt in Neginahal village near Belhongal, now in Belgavi. Now this has been reported where this the pictures has also come, very disturbing pictures in fact of the seer has allegedly hung himself and committed suicide after an alleged audio tape, which is a 15-minute long conversation which we of course have with us, in which two women are heard speaking about the illicit affairs which some of the seers in the Lingayat mutt has been having. Now perturbed by this, the seer, who's 28 years old, has committed suicide. In fact, there is also information that is coming. Few days ago, he had expressed his displeasure over his life and saying that he has not find any meaning in his life also. And this has been done. Now, today, early hours of the day, since he was not opening the door, his followers had opened up the door, and then he was found dead, found hanging in his room as well. This has happened in Belgavi, about 300 kilometers away at Chitradurga, where the entire case of the pontiff of the Muruga Mutt in Chitradurga has been involved, and that case has been going on for the last 8-9 days, and now another seer has committed suicide. It has been said and stated that he has been thoroughly disturbed by the events that has unfolded over the time, and on top of it, the audio conversation, an audio clip which has eventually went viral, which talks about the alleged illicit relationship between seers from the Lingayat community within the mutt in different mutts, and that has disturbed him, is what we are getting to hear at the moment. But another life has been lost. A seer has taken his life. 28 years old, 28-year-old seer has taken his life, and we are closely monitoring what is the reason for the death and all that. We are expecting the forensic report and the autopsy report as well. We'll be giving our viewers, but unfortunate tragedy has struck in another mutt in Lingayat mutt in Belgavi, and we'll be keeping track of those details as well. Back to you.
But the puzzle in the investigation is certainly now getting stronger, Ashwin, because with this very suicide coming in, what exactly was happening in the mutt, and then again, who is being influenced, who not, where and what stage has the investigation reached, and how are we now looking at the story developing?
This is a new development that has happened. This suicide has happened in the early hours of the day. And plus it is completely different, a different mutt altogether. Now the police is yet to give an official report on the cause of death and the reason for death. Now also we cannot say the authenticity of this alleged audio tape, because it's a 15-minute long conversation. We have been hearing the conversation where these two women, the details are again sketchy, unknown, are talking about how different seers in the mutt been having illicit relationship. Now, is there any truth to that? And all that needs to be ascertained. But because of one audio tape which has become viral, suddenly one seer has allegedly taken his life. Whether it's a suicide or not, that needs to be ascertained by the health officials. But at the moment, all we know is a 28-year-old saint from the Lingayat community has taken his life and it has been found dead, in fact, under mysterious circumstances. And that is the current update of this case as of now. Suyesha.
Ashwin, the details are certainly getting murkier, and what exactly will come out of this, only time will tell. But the investigation that needs to be carried into depth, because the claims that are coming in from certain seers within the mutt, and then again, what exactly is the truth to it, and the happenings of the workings of the inside of the mutt. Now, this certainly needs to be looked into, and for all you know, even when we are talking about the safety of the other seers. Ashwin, I'm sorry I have to cut out of this because the BJP versus AAP fight is getting stronger. It is certainly intensifying. We just saw how Manish Sisodia had put out his statement. All right, we're hearing that we could be expecting another response from the BJP after the Aam Aadmi Party news conference just concluded. We saw how Manish Sisodia refuting all the charges that have been levelled against him by the BJP, calling it a fake FIR, and the misuse of agencies, of central agencies to be precise, is what the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming. But how is the BJP now going to react to this, that had earlier released that sting exposing the Aam Aadmi Party on the Liquorgate scam, and Manish Sisodia saying that it is the BJP that is not thinking of development but only about framing the party. I believe Sambit Patra is with us on the phone line. Yes, that is exactly what it is. Sambit Patra, Manish Sisodia just concluded that news conference and refuting the charges that the BJP have levelled against him. What do you have to say?
See, I was watching the press conference very eagerly because we have been asking a set of questions to Mr. Manish Sisodia and Mr. Arvind Kejriwal regarding the Delhi excise policy. But this time also, yet again, Mr. Manish Sisodia has not answered the pointed questions that Bharatiya Janata Party has been asking the Aam Aadmi Party. We asked them as to why he called the blacklisted company and gave them the tender. We had asked about the sting operation that the Bharatiya Janata Party has in fact shown today, which is in the public domain. And I'm sure Mr. Sisodia must have watched the sting operation. The sting operation is full of, in fact, evidences, which in fact comes out from the horse's mouth, from the father of the accused, number 13, Mr. Marwa. And in fact, the father is also involved in the company. So these are very pertinent questions, not just the Bharatiya Janata Party, but the people of Delhi who have elected Aam Aadmi Party government with this majority expect answers from Mr. Manish Sisodia. So docking the questions, running away from the questions, and then trying to change the goalpost, trying to change the narrative is not going to help the Aam Aadmi Party in any which way. Because this is the party which said that they are here to fight corruption. This is the party which said that they probably want a corrupt-free governance. But in fact, the kind of bhrashtachar that they have been indulging into was something in a letter which was addressed by none other than their own teacher, their mentor, Anna Hazariji. So I firmly believe, yet again, Mr. Manish Sisodia has failed to answer because he knows very well that he is guilty.
Absolutely no answers on the alleged bribes, black money and blacklisted companies and all that had come out through that sting operation. But Sambit Patra, this is the Aam Aadmi continuing to say that the central agencies are being misused by the BJP and this is nothing but political vendetta. No clear answers, of course, to the pointed questions that the BJP had raised, but also claiming that the BJP is trying to frame them. And he's also said that that FIR is fake.
So for them, everything is fake. For them, I'm astonished as to how they say that the CBI has given them the clean chit. On one hand, they say that the CBI is the arm of Bharatiya Janata Party. On the other hand, they say that the CBI has given them the clean chit. So I don't understand the kind of flip-flops, the somersault that the Aam Aadmi Party has undertaken. And the party which used in the past to, in fact, have all kinds of allegations against all kinds of leaders. The party which said that they needed technical answers to all the questions that they had posed to Sheila Dikshit, they had posed to Lalu Prasad Yadav, they had posed to Sharad Pawar in the past. Why that party is running away from answering the questions? And remember, Mr. Kejriwal in the past had said that please go ahead and give me a sting wherever there is corruption. If there is a sting, there would be an irrefutable evidence of the same, and we would draw the public's appreciation to the fact that this government is corrupt government. Now, the same is happening with Arvind Kejriwal's government. We have a sting operation. People, in fact, would now believe exactly what we have been alleging because we have an accused, number 13, a person who has been accused in this crime, a person who has been handing out commissions to Mr. Manish Sisodia and his government, speaking in camera. So, of course, this is the modus operandi of the Aam Aadmi Party. When he's facing the same challenge that he used to challenge others with, why is Mr. Kejriwal and Mr. Sisodia running away is our question. Don't try to change the goalpost. Please answer the pointed questions.
Absolutely. And Sambit Patra, the political mudslinging can go on for as long, but the fact is that both the parties are answerable to the people of Delhi, and if these are the questions being raised by the Bharatiya Janata Party, we saw the response of the Aam Aadmi Party and Manish Sisodia in particular, as you say that is he being shielded by the party and Arvind Kejriwal hand in glove, or an attempt to just defend him?
Yeah, of course. But not just by vicarious liability, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal is responsible for the deeds of Mr. Manish Sisodiya. But remember, a few days back, the LG had a big expose. I mean, it was unheard of in the past that a chief minister would be sending files to the lieutenant governor of Delhi without his own signatures. So most of these policy matters went to the lieutenant governor without the signature of the chief minister, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, which only would happen when the chief minister is trying to shield himself, because he knows that if he puts his signature, that would be kind of acceptance of the fact that he is also hand in glove with Manish Sisodiya. So knowing very well that there was some kind of corrupt deal, because he was the kingpin of the corrupt deal, there is corruption which is taking place through Manish Sisodiya in the Delhi excise policy. He very conveniently shielded himself by not putting his signature into the files which were sent to the LG for clearance.
All right, Samit Patra, I want to thank you for speaking to Republic this afternoon. Also, the sting operation and the allegations leveled by the BJP against the Aam Aadmi Party. The sting operation certainly becomes the center point. Let's once again take a look at it.
ਇਹਦੇ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰੋਫਿਟ ਦੀ ਗੇਮ ਤੇ 80% ਹੈਗੀ 80% 1 ਰੁਪਏ ਦੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ 20 ਪੈਸੇ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ 80 ਪੈਸੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਅੱਛਾ 1+1 ਕਰਨ ਡਰ ਗਈ ਸਾਨੂੰ 80 ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਐਤਕੀ ਚਾਲੇ ਚੱਲੀਏ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ 20 ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਦਾ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਵੇਚੋ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਕਸ ਨੇ ਪੈ ਦੇ साढ़े तो 253 करोड़ ले लिया ठीक जाओ तू जिन्हें मर्जी दुकाना करो जो मर्जी करो 20 रुपए का माल आंदा 253 करोड़ एक बंदे दो एक बंदे अच्छा साल दा 253 नहीं है तो मिनिमम साढ़ा है बाकी तो 500 करोड़ लिया साढ़े तो सब तो घटा गया क्यों गल में 20 टेंडर की भरे सी सब तो छोटे सी ले ले बाकी 200 टेंडर बने उन्हें महंगे मिले लेने पे असी जो टेंडर भरे सी ना कच्ची कॉलोनी तो भरे सी जितनी दुकान सस्ती होंगी डिफेंस कॉलोनी सब डिफेंस भी मेन रोड है ना इस पास डिफेंस कॉलोनी है उधर दुकान है 200 रुपये फुट इस पास कोटला उधर 90 रुपये फुट गाहक सड़क टप के उधर चले जाता है पर वो टेंडर लैन वाले का बेड़ा गर्क हो गया ਅਸੀਂ ਦੁਕਾਨਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਲਈਆਂ ਨਾ ਜਾਣ ਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੱਚੀ ਕਲੋਨੀ ਦੁਕਾਨਾਂ ਲਈਆਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਸਸਤੀ ਮਿਲੇਗੀ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸੇਲ ਦੇ ਸਸਤੇ ਬ੍ਰਾਂਡ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਸਸਤੇ ਬ੍ਰਾਂਡ ਦੁਕਾਨ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਣਗੇ ਉਹਦੀ ਮਾਲ ਵੀ ਪੈਸੇ ਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ 40 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 80 ਦੀ ਹੁਣ ਕਈ ਲੋਕ 1+1 ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਕਈ 2 ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ 1+2 ਵੀ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ 2 ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਵੀ ਪੈਸੇ ਦਾ पहले इन्नी कमाई होंदी सी सर इन्नी पहले 70 पहले 20 रुपए का माल होंदा सी 70 रुपए गवर्नमेंट होंदे 10 रुपए साडे होंदे सी अच्छा हुन गवर्नमेंट ने की कीता आ गया 20 रुपए का माल लो जो मर्जी करो सानू फिक्स कितना देंदे होंदे मैं टोटल सेल जो कितना फिक्स कर जो मर्जी सानू तुसी ना ए दुकान खोलनी है ना सानू महीने 10 लाख देना तुम जो मर्जी लो जो मर्जी बेचो अच्छा फिक्स अमाउंट कर ले हाँ एक्साइज फिक्स कर दे ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਦੇਣੇ ਨੇ ਸਮਝੇ ਕੰਮ ਹੋਇਆ ਨਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸੋਚੋ ਲੈਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਨਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਦੀ ਸੇਲ ਲੱਗੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮਨ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਨਾ ਪੈਸੇ ਸਾਨੀ ਬਾਤ ਚੋਰੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡਾ ਰੋਲ ਖਤਮ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੋ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਕਰੋ मतलब फिक्स एक्साइज ड्यूटी देती और कुछ नहीं देता साल दी मतलब साल ਦੇ 60 ਕਰੋੜ ਦੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ 60 ਕਰੋੜ ਦੇ ਆਦਮੀ ਨੇ ਦਿੱਤਾ अच्छा कितना 150 करोड़ हो गया उन्होंने 60 करोड़ मेरे सरकार के खाते में है ना नहीं वो सरकार के खाते नहीं वो दूसरे वाला अमाउंट कह रहे वो थोड़ा बता रहे हो तुम अभी 150 करोड़ से आप समझदार हो गए ना बड़े कारोबार गल ने गलती जी बड़ी की है ना जिस वक्त ठेके मिलने लगे उस वक्त जी ब्लैक लिस्ट कंपनी से उन्होंने दे दिते हाँ भी आया पेपर न्यूज बोल रहा है ब्लैक लिस्ट वालों को बुला के दिए जद कि एयरपोर्ट का ठेका 250 करोड़ छुट्टिया से 150 वाला नहीं देता और कहता 250 वाला जो ब्लैक लिस्टेड है।
अपने बंदों को कमाई कराई है उन्होंने।
नहीं अपने बंदों को नहीं जी, वो बंदे जो इनको दें, इनके विश्वास पात्र हों।
गल ने ਵੱਡੇ 4-5 ਬੰਦੇ ਪਕੜ ਲਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਾਂ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਐਵੇਂ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਸੀ L1 ਉਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਾਂਗੇ ਜਿਹਦੀ ਕੀ 150 ਕਰੋੜ ਦੀ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਸੇਲ ਹੋ ਗਈ। ਇਹਦਾ ਮਤਲਬ 90% ਤੇ ਦਿੱਲੀੋਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੀ ਕੀਤਾ।
उन्होंने जो खेल खेले उन ते दसना ही है ना कि ना एवें खेल खेलते हैं।
खेल तो 12% जनवन है, ये तो कोई दो राह नहीं।
कहाँ से है?
और शुरू में जो लेते हैं उन्होंने वो मोटे
लोड़ की सी 12 पर थोड़े गाड़ी का ट्रक आया 12% में पैसे मिल गए 6 शुरू कीजिए शुरू का कोई क्वेश्चन ही नहीं ना। वो तो वैसे प्यार ना तुम जो दे दो तो 3.5 दिन तो पहले वही दे देंगे जड़े विचले गए सी
विचोले
ਹੁਣ ਵਿਚੋਲੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਜੋ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ
ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਵਿਚੋਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਨਾ।
ਸਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਵਿਚੋਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਉਂ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ? ਔਰ ਸਾਡਾ ਜਦ ਸੈਟਲ ਹੋ ਗਈ 6% ਜੋ ਕਿ ਜਦੋਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਏਗਾ ਤਾਂ ਉਦੋਂ ਲੈ ਜਾਣਗੇ। ਉਹਦੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ 6% ਆਸਾਨ ਕੰਮ ਨਾ ਸਮਝੋ
ਦੇਣਾ
ਹੈ।
6% ਦੇਣਾ ਵੀ ਆਸਾਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀਗਾ।
ਸੁਣ ਲਓ ਅੱਜ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਮਾਲ ਆਇਆ 100 ਕਰੋੜ ਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ 12 ਕਰੋੜ ਰੁਪਇਆ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਗਈ। ਉਹ 6 ਕਰੋੜ ਕਾਲਾ ਕਰਕੇ ਐਵੇਂ ਦੇਊਗਾ 10 ਛੱਡੋ।
ਹਾਂ ਉਹੀ ਤੇ ਦਿੱਕਤ ਸੀ ਸਾਰੀ।
6 ਕਰੋੜ ਕਾਲਾ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਕਰੋਗੇ? ਉਹ ਤਰੀਕਾ ਤੇ ਦੱਸੋ ਮੈਨੂੰ। ਹੁਣ ਤਾਂ ਕਾਲਾ ਦੇਣਾ ਕੋਈ ਕਰ ਨੋਟ ਨੂੰ ਉਜੇ ਥੋੜੀ ਪੈਣੇ ਦੇ ਦੇਂਗੇ।
ਅੱਛਾ ਜੀ
ਬਈ ਇੱਕ ਕੰਪਨੀ ਨੂੰ 2% ਤੋਂ 12% ਕਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤੀ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਈ? ढाल वगैरह जो अमन ढाल वगैरह ने दिल्ली तो बाद पंजाब भी ले ले जिले पंजाब ठेके ले वो पिट्टेगा नहीं पंजाब वाला जो शराब का काम करता सी केजरीवाल ने सारे ठेके उन्होंने देते। हाँ कर रहा थी वो अंदर सारे दिन उसे आ गए। हाँ जी क्या है जी, कौन है, कहाँ है जी, क्या हुआ है जी, बताओ जी। क्या कहना देखो जी।
And we are cutting across to breaking details just coming in of a massive and powerful explosion that has been reported in front of the Russian embassy in Kabul. Several eyewitness accounts that are coming in. A Reuters report that also suggests that the police is claiming that 2 have died, 11 others have been injured after a suicide bomb blast near the Russian embassy in Kabul. More details are awaited, but it was a suicide attack is the initial information that is coming in, and 2 people who have lost their lives, 11 others are injured. Of course, we are expecting the fresh numbers to come in, but this was a suicide bomber who detonated explosives near the entrance of the Russian embassy in Kabul, and the police has added that the attacker was shot dead by armed guards as he approached the gate. We are waiting for more details as far as information on the death toll is concerned and those who have been injured in this explosion, but the latest that is coming in of the explosion that had gone off outside the Russian embassy in Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan, and how there have been 15 to 20 casualties is what certain reports are claiming. Although they are still taking stock of the situation, and the police differentiating between those who've lost their lives and the others who are wounded and are currently undergoing treatment at a nearby hospital. There are also certain reports that suggest that the casualties could have also been of the Russian diplomats, but no confirmation on that coming yet. So we are awaiting further details. And the Taliban also immediately has confirmed the explosion but not given any details on the number of casualties. So no one has immediately claimed responsibility for the explosion. But this is the latest strike in the country ever since Taliban has come into power in Afghanistan. And those are the pictures on your screens as is being circulated on social media. Several such videos and eyewitness accounts that are doing the rounds. We're trying to get further details But we are picking up that Russian embassy in the areas related to the 7th security district of Kabul city has witnessed an explosion, and this was a suicide bomber who went on to detonate the explosives. 2 Russian diplomats could have also been among 20 killed in a blast outside the embassy in Kabul, but this is what is being put out in several reports. We are yet to get confirmation on that. And the Afghan police earlier had said that a suicide bomber had detonated explosives near the entrance of the Russian embassy in Kabul, adding that the attacker was shot at by armed guards as he approached the gate. The death toll as of now being reported is 20, but there could be changes in this. We are trying to ascertain information on that. And several tweets also now doing the rounds. But ANI also reporting that 2 Russian diplomats were among 20 people who were killed on Monday in an explosion outside the country's embassy in the Afghan capital of Kabul. And this is what the Russian state-affiliated media RT is also claiming. The Afghan police earlier having said that the suicide bomber had detonated the explosives near the entrance of the Russian embassy on Darul Aman Road in Kabul. Major General K.K. Sinha is joining us on the phone line. Sir, we are trying to get more details from our team. Our editors and reporters will join us shortly on the extent of damage. But your response to this explosion, which we also understand is the first ever since the Taliban has come to power in Afghanistan.
Yeah, this explosion which is taking place in Afghanistan, it is not that the explosion is the first time it's happening. The explosions are all happening all around. It is by the various factions which is doing it. What happened in this case is the embassy of Russia, which has been targeted, which is something different in nature. And in my mind, in my analysis, what is exactly the Khorasan model, and what is happening in Khorasan? Basically, your Taliban is not able to handle it. Whether it was in the Kabul when they wanted to have absolutely that the Taliban control, they are now basically witnessing the things what is happening in all around, whether it is happening in the mosque, whether it is happening now in the embassy, whether it is happening what we have seen, what Americans, they claimed it that in the outer skirt they have carried out a drone attack, and ISI, your Al-Qaeda, the chief has been eliminated. Jawari, see, these things, what is happening is a total thing. These are the changes which is taking place and Taliban is no position to control it. Their authority has been challenged. The only thing it should not spill over. And what is the worrisome is that if it spill over into Central Asia Republic, Central Asian Republic, whether it is Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, these areas, because it's likely to spread, those areas, then it is altogether different connotation. So the things are shaping in a different way, and basically these are all related to a terrorism which has got a capability and capacity to spread from the in Afghanistan to different parts of the world. That is what worries me.
But Major General K.K. Sinha, I'm also trying to understand, because Russia is one of the few countries that maintained an embassy in Kabul after the Taliban took over. And Moscow does not officially recognize the Taliban, but they have been talks, with the officials over an agreement to supply gasoline and other commodities. So really to get a sense of how Russia will now respond to this explosion. And then again, no one has taken immediate responsibility for this attack. But what is the larger sense of it?
See, you have to, we have to understand one thing, As far as Russia is concerned, Russia is not the first choice of Taliban. The Russians, they invaded Afghanistan and the Taliban fought with them. What is actually happening on the ground, because the Americans withdrawal, the way the Americans withdrew from there,
there was a space, a strategic space which the Russians wanted to have, along with the Chinese the way they have come. But what the Taliban is not able to handle it is the ISS Khorasan, which is altogether different, and the Taliban is not able to handle it. One after the other incident which is taking place, in my mind, it will see that, it will come up.
Right.
People will not say.
Right.
But, it will come up that,
yes.
this model, because Haqqani's, network is also not able to control them.
In fact, I'm also wanting to get the same response from Major General G.D. Bakshi, who's been very patiently holding that line. Major General K.K. Sinha, I want to thank you for speaking to us. But Major General G.D. Bakshi, what do you make of this attack? And of course, we are being told that there could be about 15 to 20 casualties. We're awaiting more details. But how do you think Russia is going to look at it?
Look, the simple fact that I have been stating all along is this Taliban regime is hand in glove with every single terrorist organization that is operating in Afghanistan. The Taliban had kept Ayman al-Zawahiri, the greatest enemy of the United States, the head of the Al-Qaeda, as a state guest in one of the most posh districts or locations of Kabul. He was being kept as a guest of the government of the Taliban. And they have been promising everybody that they will have an inclusive government, that no terrorists will be allowed to operate on the soil of Afghanistan. That is nonsense. This regime is hand in glove with every single terrorist organization. And the Americans, while fleeing, have left $40 billion worth of weapons behind, which they are distributing to every terrorist outfit. They are not in control of their own capital, as is being indicated by the number of attacks that are taking place now there. And now, surprisingly, it is the Russian embassy which has been attacked. The Russians and the Chinese have been trying to keep the Taliban humored. But apparently, the Taliban is quite willing to get them bombed by some other terrorist group and then wash its hands off. This is an abomination of a regime. The earlier it goes, the better. It is making Afghanistan a base for terrorist organizations all over the world, especially the IS Khorasan, which is very hostile to India, which has been trying to create problems in India, and of the Al-Qaeda, which is also very, very hostile towards India. And they will say that, oh, we are not doing it. It is these people who are doing it. And how does that change things? The attacks will be on India. The attacks will be on the neighbors of Afghanistan. And I don't think the world should stand up for this nonsense anymore. The Americans, while leaving, have left this gift behind for the rest of Asia to create problems. The pity is that they are going to create problems for the United States first, as well as the rest of the world. This regime needs to go. The earlier, the better. We must help the Tajiks of Panjshir. We must help the Hazaras, the Uzbeks to overthrow this tyrannical regime, this terrorist regime.
All right, Major General G.D. Bakshi, thank you for speaking to Republic. We are also trying to get in touch with a local journalist in Moscow. I believe Fred Weir is with us on the phone line. All right, not too sure if that line is still connected, but we are trying to gather more details from Russia because certain reports also suggesting that 2 Russian diplomats may have lost their lives among 20 who've been killed in this blast outside the Russian embassy in Kabul. We'll try and get more on this. And our reporters and editors who are getting a sense of what the police is now doing. But control that is being taken and no immediate group that has taken responsibility of this attack that occurred near the entrance of the Russian embassy on Darul Aman Road in Kabul. And the attacker, as the police has claimed, was shot dead by armed guards as he approached the gate. He detonated the explosives And the suicide attacker, before reaching the target, was recognized and shot by the Russian embassy. Taliban guards is what is being claimed, but there is no information about the casualties, is what certain officers are saying, as is being reported. And how will Russia now gauge this entire incident? Because Russia is one of the few countries to have maintained an embassy in Kabul after the Taliban took over the country more than a year ago. Although Moscow not officially recognizing the Taliban government, but they have been in talks with officials over an agreement to supply gasoline and other commodities. And now this is the latest that is coming in of about 15 to 20 casualties, as reports suggest, and those videos that are being circulated on social media of the massive explosion that was witnessed outside the Russian embassy in Kabul. The entire area has been cordoned off, and those were Taliban guards, is what is being reported. And details that are coming in, all the Taliban not immediately confirming the explosion, not even having put out the death toll. For the moment, Nikita Menkovich, who is a political analyst in Moscow, is now with us on the phone line. Nikita, if I can first get details of the nature of blast and the death toll, what information are you receiving, Nikita?
Last information known by me is that the goal of attack was a group of local citizens walking near the area of Russian embassy. During this terrorist attack, two of Russian services were killed. I have no information about it exactly. But as far as I can see, this attack may have been committed by so-called Islamic State terrorist organization, which is quite active in Afghanistan.
Nikita, but the fact is that Russia may not have recognized the Taliban in Afghanistan, having said that they've not even taken a strong position against them, and certain reports suggesting that two Russian diplomats may have lost their lives in this explosion. If that is the case, how is Russia going to respond to it?
Of course, Russia is going to continue diplomatic relations with Afghan government. Of course, Afghanistan is still a hot point, a zone of high terrorist activity, and it is dangerous for Russian people or any other people going there. But we have no choice to deal with Afghan people, even in the hard time for these nations. For example, a few weeks ago, a group of Afghan officials came to Moscow to discuss possibilities of international trade, for possibilities of buying food, petroleum, and other goods needed by Afghan people. I hope that this terrorist attack wouldn't break international trade between our two countries.
So fact is that Russia is looking at trade gains at this point. But then again, what more have you picked up, Nikita, in terms of how Moscow may be dialing Kabul at this point to get more details about your men and the immediate aid that is being extended? And how is Taliban now reacting to this explosion?
I think that the Taliban, as any government, would try to find and punish people who take part in this terrible crime. I don't think that this terrible incident would stop relations of our two countries and our two nations. But I cannot exclude that this attack was provoked by some kind of third part who is trying to isolate new Afghan government and who is trying to destabilize the situation in the region. We know good enough that so-called Islamic State in Afghanistan is supported by Western countries, including Great Britain. So we should carefully study the possibility of the part of foreign intelligence service in this terrorist attack. We should study this possibility.
All right, Nikita, stay on with us. My colleague Abhishek is also with us on the phone line, and I believe he also has a question for you. Over to you, Abhishek.
Well, Suresha, so a tragedy emerging in Kabul, unending saga of tragedies in Kabul, and in this bombing outside of Russian embassy in Shah-e-No, that's the area, the diplomatic enclave in Kabul, where this bombing has taken place. There was a long queue to get visa, a Russian visa, and essentially Afghans standing there, irrespective of ethnicity. Those were Afghan nationals. And a Fidai attack, a suicide bombing has been reported. The death count as of now stands at around 20. The numbers could increase. That's what reports suggest. And the Russian sources, the Russian foreign ministry have confirmed that at least two of their employees, one diplomat and one security guard, have been killed in the 20 dead. And the number seems to be increasing. This is a suicide bomber who detonated himself near the entrance gate of the Russian embassy in Kabul. This is exactly Darul Aman Road. It was a powerful explosion. It can be seen in the pictures from a distance. And Foreign Ministry of Russia has confirmed this. The death toll, in fact, as we speak, is being reported at 25. According to Al Jazeera network, Suresha, and the suicide bomber is believed to have detonated his device after being shot at by Taliban guards outside the embassy gates. So this is additional information coming in, which means that the security outside the embassy thought that there was something amiss. He was found to be a suspicious element, and in fact, the guard shot at him, subsequent to which, or parallelly perhaps, he detonated himself, which means that it was apparent that this guy is a suicide bomber, and he was marked out and shot at. But despite that, he could carry out the suicide bombing. In fact, it is believed that Taliban guards had recognized him. Those are reports coming in attributing to the local police district, and a spokesperson there has said that the suicide attacker, before reaching the target, was recognized and shot by Russian embassy guards. That's an important aspect of this entire tragedy that is unfolding in Kabul. Remember, we have seen post the withdrawal of American forces. In fact, on the day, in fact, when they were withdrawing finally, that day also there was a bombing at the Kabul airport, Hamid Karzai airport, that had happened, that led to loss of about 100 plus lives, including 7 American soldiers. And subsequent to that, we have seen Islamic State and Al-Qaeda taking responsibility of many attacks, including one which happened just last week outside of Kabul. This one, obviously, nobody has taken responsibility yet. But likely, Suresha, that those who are extreme elements, beyond the control of Taliban carrying this out.
All right, Abhishek, we are keeping a very close track of the details that will continue to come in, and we'll keep coming back to you for more on this. For the moment, we move on. Thank you, Abhishek. With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we'll get you the latest. 15 have been injured in the Kabul blast, and as it is confirmed by Russia now, 2 Russian diplomats have also lost their lives in this attack.
And now he has left from Sagar Bungalow
he will be addressing people in IIT Bombay, and in fact, he will be taking Ganpati Darshan at Varsha. Today, he held a meeting with all BJP party workers where he has given a target of 115 BMC election. Back-to-back update on Amit Shah's visit in Mumbai. We'll be back right after the break.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक। आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated.
And we continue to get you details of the massive and powerful explosion that was reported in front of the Russian embassy in Kabul. A number of eyewitness accounts that are doing the rounds, several videos that have been circulated on social media where people were rushing for help. Immediately after the explosion, the police also confirming that it was a suicide attack to Russian diplomats who have lost their lives, and the death toll that is currently above 15 is what is being reported. The Afghan police earlier said that a suicide bomber who had detonated explosives near the entrance of the Russian embassy in Kabul, adding that the attacker was shot dead by armed guards as he approached the gate. The death toll could be above 15 is what we are getting to understand, and 2 Russian diplomats who have been killed in this explosion that happened on Darul Aman Road in Kabul, adding that the attacker was shot dead by armed guards as he approached the gate is what the Afghan police has said. Also, the Afghan police saying that the suicide attacker, before reaching the target, was recognized and shot by the Russian embassy guards who were Taliban guards, and there is no information about the casualties or so as to say that the death toll has not been confirmed yet, but it could stand well above 15, which could also include 2 Russian diplomats. Those pictures on your screens of videos that are doing the rounds on social media, as Russia happens to be one of the few countries that continue to maintain an embassy in Kabul after the Taliban had taken over the country more than a year ago. And Moscow does not officially recognize the Taliban's government, but they have been in talks with the officials over trade exchange. With that, it's time for us to slip into a very short commercial break. On the other side, we continue to get you the latest on the story. Do stay with us. Helicopters coming in where Amit Shah has reached Eknath Shinde's residence, and Eknath Shinde also gifted him a Ganesha Murti. We'll try and get you more details on what exactly this meeting will be all about, as the larger target for the BJP now is the BMC polls. More on that on the other side. Stay with us.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक। आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
प्रॉफिट की गेम 80% है।
80%
1 रुपए ਦੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ 20 ਪੈਸੇ गवर्नमेंट 20 पैसे ਦਾ माल ਹੁੰਦਾ, 80 पैसे सारे साढ़े होते।
टिंग में जो कंटेंट है, इससे एक बात स्पष्ट होती है कि जो लोग भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ने की कसम खाकर आए थे, वो आज दरअसल कट्टर भ्रष्टाचारी पार्टी के रूप में सामने आए।
Kejriwal made a mistake by backing Sisodia blindly, debating tonight at 9 p.m.
Viewers, these are visuals coming in right now from Mumbai of Home Minister Amit Shah at the residence of the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde. There you can see Amit Shah sitting on the sofa with Eknath Shinde, and next to him is the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis. Amit Shah is on a very important visit to Mumbai, and a very busy one at that. We have seen him already at least 3 different locations today. He started the day from the Sahyadri guest house, where he reached late last night. He went to the famous iconic Lal Bagh Cha Raja of Mumbai and he offered prayers there, and then he attended a Ganesh Utsav Pandal that was hosted by BJP Mumbai President, whom you just saw on the screen there, Ashish Shelar. and he offered prayers there as well at Bandra. And now here, a key meeting taking place at the Eknath Shinde residence. We have Alisha and Sandeep both joining us. Alisha, for the first coming to you, what is likely to be the topic of discussion here? Because we see the BMC polls are coming up, and here you have Eknath Shinde, the leader of the estranged Shiv Sena faction, meeting the Home Minister. What are they talking about?
Well, yes, Ankit, it's very important to know that now Union Home Minister Amit Shah, who has reached Varsha Bungalow, which is an official bungalow of Chief Minister Eknath Shinde. So earlier the meeting that was happened in Sagar Bungalow, where Amit Shah has clearly given a strategy and specifically a target of 135 for the BMC poll. So what is also mentioned by Amit Shah in the same meeting, that Eknath Shinde owns the real Shiv Sena. So that message is somewhere is going to be conveyed to the Eknath Shinde as well, because in that meeting is only for the BJP, where we saw that the meeting that happened with the BJP, where Deputy Chief Minister and Home Minister Devendra Fadnavis and the other senior BJP leaders were present, and it was a strategy for the BMC poll that has been already made by the most topmost strategies to be known to be the most topmost strategy, that is Amit Shah, who was present in that meeting. So what is really mentioned in that meeting, let me tell us to our viewers. It is clearly mentioned by the Amit Shah that those who have betrayed us can never get a success, and at this point of time the Shiv Sena, Eknath Shinde owns a real Shiv Sena, and specifically for the Bharatiya Janata Party is clearly given a target of 135. The clear one line that has been mentioned by Amit Shah is Abki Bar 135 par, yani 131, the 135 should be crossed by the Bharatiya Janata Party in the BMC, and this is nothing but a strategy that has been made to defeat Uddhav Thackeray for which will also show the strategy for the 2024 Lok Sabha election as well. So that is something going to be conveyed to the Eknath Shinde as well, because at this point of time, and Amit Shah, who is in Mumbai, this is the first visit of Amit Shah in Mumbai after the new government that has been formed by the Eknath Shinde and the Bharatiya Janata Party. So this is the first visit that we have been seeing, and from the entire tour, if we can talk about, well, yes, he reached yesterday, last night, where he was staying in Sahyadri guest house, and early today morning, where he visited Lal Bagh Raja, where he offered prayer, and later there was a meeting of the Bharatiya Janata Party. They made a strategy for the BMC poll, and right now he has reached to the Varsha Bungalow, where the same strategy for the BMC poll is to be discussed with Eknath Shinde as well.
Alisha, stay with us. You've told us a lot about what has happened so far. We'd just like to go across also to Sandeep, who is currently at the residence of the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis. And Sandeep, we'd like you to tell the viewers what is going to happen next.
See, we'll just speak to Prasad Latsa. क्या कुछ हुआ? अब की बार 150 पार का नारा दिया गया है क्या?
मुंबई भाजपा महापालिका जीतेगी। महापालिका के ऊपर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का भगवा फड़केगा। सर्वोच्च नेता अमित भाई हमारे साथ बैठक हुई, और उसमें मुंबई महापालिका की रणनीति आशीष जी शेलार के नेतृत्व में और देवेंद्र जी के मार्गदर्शन में लड़ने का तय हुआ है, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरी ताकत के साथ शिवसेना के साथ, एकनाथ शिंदे जी की शिवसेना के साथ मिलकर लड़ेगी, ये तय है।
उद्धव ठाकरे पर निशाना साधा उन्होंने।
शिवसेना ही एकनाथ शिंदे जी की है जो बाला साहब की थी, उसके अलावा और कुछ नहीं। 150 तो हम जीतेंगे।
So we just heard Prasad Lat, the BJP leader Prasad Lat just spoke to Republic, and he just mentioned and confirmed that ab ki baar 150 par, that is the target that is been given by the Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Amit Shah has given a target to all the party members. He took a crucial meeting at Devendra Fadnavis's bungalow out here at Malabar Hill area, and in fact all the senior leaders of BJP from Mumbai were present, and all the small corporators, small party leaders, district level office bearers were also informed about this crucial meet. And in fact Amit Shah had also made a severe attack on Uddhav Thackeray and stated that the people who betray in politics does not get any kind of success. And in fact, they also told, Amit Shah also said that they fought election on the name of Narendra Modi. They fought election with the face of Devendra Fadnavis, and ultimately they betrayed us. And the people who betray does not get success. And in fact, he also mentioned Eknath Shinde owns the real Shiv Sena, and in fact Prasad Lad just confirmed that BJP will be going with Eknath Shinde in BMC elections, and ab ki baar 150 par, that is above 150. So that is the target that Amit Shah has given to all the party members out here in Mumbai. Back to you.
That's a tremendous update coming in. So 3 key things that we are learning. One is that the BJP is all likely to go forward for the BMC elections with Eknath Shinde. Amit Shah in this meeting has thrown his weight behind Shinde, being the sole custodian of the Shiv Sena. And also, depending on who you ask, there is a 135 to 150 seat target for the BJP combine in the BMC elections. I'd like to go across to Alisha once again. Alisha, is this now the moment when the BJP will go out all guns blazing to recapture the BMC from its previous ally, the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena? Has Amit Shah sounded the bugle?
Well, yes, Ankit, it's very important to even point out what exactly the words that came out from Union Home Minister Amit Shah. Amit Shah clearly mentioned the one who betrayed us could not get the success. So that was the exact line that was used by Amit Shah to the BJP in a strategy meeting that happened at Sagar Bungalow, that is a resident of Devendra Fadnavis. So what has been pointed out by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and they have been making all the footprint what can be done for the strategy that can be made for the BMC poll. So this is nothing but to show Uddhav Thackeray the strength of Bharatiya Janata Party, whom they betrayed in the last 2019, where there was a promises and made, and that was only Amit Shah. That was a name that came out from the Uddhav Thackeray, clearly mentioning that there were promises was made behind the doors. But then now even we heard openly speaking to the in a public address, where earlier whether it is Devendra Fadnavis or Amit Shah has also mentioned there was no promises made. So now it is where the strategy for the BMC poll, from where it's been a Shiv Sena who has been ruling the BMC since years now. But it's time for the BJP who has been making a strategy, and as we said, they have given a target of 150 plus. So that is the motto which has come up in the strategy, and that is something going to be conveyed to the Chief Minister Eknath Shinde as well. So we saw the visuals, we saw there was a BJP meeting, and even Amit Shah has clearly mentioned that Eknath Shinde owns the real Shiv Sena. So now in the upcoming BMC polls, where Bharatiya Janata Party is already targeted for 135 to 150 seats, they are going to win that much. It will be 150 plus, but they will take Eknath Shinde camp as well, and that is something, a meeting which is going to be a very crucial meeting at his residence, that is a Varsha Bungalow, at a certain point where Amit Shah is going to even offer prayer. He's going to take a darshan of a Ganpati, which is already installed at his residence, that is at Varsha Bungalow, the CM's official bungalow.
Right.
But moreover, the strategy over the BMC polls is also going to be discussed.
So, Sandeep, then in that case, coming to you, in the BMC polls, are we likely to see a battle between two alliances here? Is it going to be the BJP plus Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena versus the MVA? Both of them have not committed in as many words, but both of them have now held key meetings in just the last few weeks ahead of the BMC polls. What can we look forward to?
See, indeed, the sequence of meetings, we have witnessed several meetings in the past as well, with Eknath Shinde as well as Eknath Shinde meeting Raj Thackeray as well. So the point out here is that whether BJP or whether Eknath Shinde camp will be joining hands with Raj Thackeray in BMC as well. Now, apart from that, whether the Shiv Sena faction with Uddhav Thackeray, they will be going with NCP or Congress. And remember, Congress party has made its stand clear in the past that whatsoever happens, Congress party will fight the BMC elections alone, although it does not have maximum number of seats in BMC. But yes, it could be a game changer. But the point out here is, will Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena join hands with the NCP and Congress party, and will they fight BMC election together or not? So that is the question that Uddhav Thackeray, Sharad Pawar and the Congress party have to answer. But yes, at this point of time, the picture seems to be clear for Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis and the Shinde and Fadnavis government. It seems after the confirmation of Prasad Lal, the BJP leader, the MLC from BJP who attended and spoke exclusively on Republic TV and mentioned that Shinde camp will be the part of alliance with BJP in BMC elections. So definitely, what could be the seat sharing formula with Shinde camp and BJP in BMC elections? So that these are some of the important points which we need to focus, and definitely a discussion is underway at the official residence of Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde. So definitely these are some of the cards that will also unfold in upcoming days. Back to you, Ankit.
Absolutely. Sandeep and Alisha there putting it out on the table, what one can expect from the BMC elections. The BJP plus the Eknath Shinde Shiv Sena camp appear to have put one foot forward with regards to how they are going to tackle these elections. On the other hand, the MVA allies, we are yet to really hear what they plan to do in the BMC polls. It promises to be a big election with it all at stake. I thank both of them for joining us, viewers. Meanwhile, we are going to move on to another story from another very, very large city in India, Bengaluru. Now, the tech capital of the country reeled under severe waterlogging once again as incessant heavy rainfall lashed the city. Waterlogging led to traffic jams and disruptions in the lives of the normal people yet again in several areas of the city. Here is a detailed report plus visuals.
The city infrastructure of Bengaluru has come under the heavy scrutiny of people on social media. Several citizens are questioning the quality of city's infrastructure as heavy rains continue to batter the Bengaluru city. Citizens accused the city administration for ignoring the red flags about the present civic condition. Due to continuous downpour, the city of Bengaluru witnessed severe waterlogging, long traffic jams, flooding on the roads. Watch how a man was rescued by the local security guards near Marathli Silk Board Road in Bengaluru. Even the Ganesh immersion plans of citizens were impacted. The Indian Meteorological Department has issued an alert for the people living in the low-lying areas of the city. The city's civic body, Bruhat Bengaluru Mahanagara Palike, has issued helpline numbers in case of emergencies.
At the Devanahalli International Airport, there also has been waterlogging that is reported, and it has been said that water has seeped into the VIP lane as well as the parking layout. However, the officials of the Bangalore International Airport has stated that the staff has worked diligently to remove the water from these areas as well. Meanwhile, many parts of Devanahalli which leads to the airport are completely inundated. With video journalist Bhagat, Ashwin Kumar, Republic TV.
A look at some of the top stories from around the country now. In a big expose by the Bharatiya Janata Party on the liquor scam, the ruling party announced a sting operation on the AAP while addressing a press conference. In the Bharatiya Janata Party's big expose on the Aam Aadmi Party, a sensational tape was shown featuring accused number 13 in the Liquorgate case, who could be seen advising on policy. The BJP launched, or rather put out, a sensational tape in the Liquorgate. Mega confessions were made by an accused in the case, and there was a mention of an 80% profit game as well.
के नेता बड़े भाई रामवीर सिंह जी विदोड़ी जी हैं, हमारे साथी प्रवक्ता सारिका जैन जी हैं, मेरे साथी हरिहर जी हैं। अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा आदरणीय प्रदेश अध्यक्ष जी से कि आप सबको संबोधित करते हुए जो आज स्टिंग ऑपरेशन हुआ है उसके बारे में अपने विचार रखें। आदेश जी।
सभी पत्रकार मित्रों को मेरा नमस्कार। आज महत्वपूर्ण इस प्रेस वार्ता में उपस्थित नेता प्रतिपक्ष श्री रामवीर सिंह विधूड़ी जी, श्री हरीश खुराना जी, श्री रघुवंशी जी और श्रीमती सारिका जैन जी, सभी मेरे पत्रकार मित्रों साथियों, आज एक बहुत बड़ा खुलासा जिसको कहते हैं बिग एक्सपोज किया है। जो लोग स्टिंग करने पर राजनीति करते थे, जो स्टिंग मास्टर थे, उनका स्टिंग हो गया है। जो लोग दिल्ली को सिंगापुर, लंदन और पेरिस बनाने की बात करते थे, उनके बारे में सारी चीज़ें आज सामने आ चुकी है कि वो दिल्ली की जनता की बेहतरी के लिए चुने गए थे, लेकिन शराब के ठेकेदारों की बेहतरी के लिए, शराब के माफियाओं की बेहतरी के लिए वो काम कर रहे थे। कल हमने एक प्रेस वार्ता में कहा था कि दिल्ली में पुरानी शराब नीति में 135 लाख लीटर शराब प्रतिदिन बिकती थी। नई शराब नीति में बढ़कर 245 लाख लीटर हो गई। रेवेन्यू पुरानी शराब नीति में से नई शराब नीति में बढ़ना चाहिए क्योंकि बिक्री ज़्यादा हुई, लेकिन वो बढ़ने की बजाय घट गया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ये भी कहा था कि उन्होंने शराब ठेकेदारों का कमीशन, L1 वालों का कमीशन 2% से बढ़ा के 12% कर दिया। क्यों कर दिया? हमने ये भी कहा कि ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनियों को आपने नई शराब पॉलिसी में ठेके नहीं देने का प्रावधान किया था, लेकिन उस नियम को भी तोड़कर उनको ठेके दिए। हमने यह भी कहा था कि अनऑथराइज्ड कॉलोनी और नॉन कन्फर्मिंग एरिया रेजिडेंशियल इलाके में ठेके नहीं खुलने चाहिए। कार्टेल हो, मैन्युफैक्चरर कंपनी हो, सभी बातों का भारतीय जनता पार्टी कह रही है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल और मनीष सिसोदिया की तरफ से अभी तक कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं आई। और आज जब स्टिंग मास्टर उनका स्टिंग हो गया है, तो मनीष सिसोदिया जी को प्रेस वार्ता में जवाब देते नहीं बनता है। प्रेस वार्ता को छोड़कर पलायन कर गए, भाग गए। जब पत्रकार सवाल पूछने लगे तो सवाल का जवाब देने की बजाय भाग खड़े हुए। बोले गली के सड़क पर चलते इंसान का स्टिंग हो गया। मैं सिसोदिया जी आपको बताना चाहता हूं, केजरीवाल जी भी आप भी सुन लीजिए, ये कोई सड़क चलता आदमी नहीं है। कुलविंदर मारवा जो आरोपी नंबर 13 सन्नी मारवा, उनके पिताजी हैं, उनके पापा जी हैं। और आपकी सरकार ने उनको शराब का लाइसेंस दिया था। नई शराब नीति में आपकी सरकार ने उनको लाइसेंस दिया था। वो खुद भी कंपनी के डायरेक्टर हैं, शराब के बड़े मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं, बड़े ट्रेडर हैं। मामूली आदमी सड़क चलते नहीं हैं। आपकी सरकार ने उन पर मेहरबानी करके पैसे लेकर शराब के ठेके दिए हैं, और ये वही ठेकेदार हैं जिनको आपने एयरपोर्ट जोन का ठेका दिया था, जिसके 30 करोड़ रुपए की अर्नेस्ट मनी आपने उनको बाइज्जत वापस कर दी। इसलिए उन्होंने कहा कि हम अब ये काम नहीं कर सकते हैं। तो ये बात स्पष्ट है कि आपकी और मिली भगत, शराब माफियाओं की मिली भगत अब स्पष्ट हो गई है कि किस तरह से आपने दिल्ली को पीछे धकेलने का काम किया है, दिल्ली के युवाओं को नशे में झोंकने का काम किया है। और नशा हो, बेईमानी हो, लूट हो, इसका सबसे बड़ा अगर कोई उदाहरण पूरे देश में है तो दिल्ली में मिला है। आज गुरु दिवस है, आज शिक्षक दिवस है, आज इनके गुरु अन्ना हजारे भी रो रहे हैं, उनके भी मोटे मोटे आंसू निकल रहे हैं। अन्ना हजारे जी कह रहे हैं कि मेरा चेला जो यहाँ आकर कस्में खा रहा था कि शराब का नशा नहीं होना चाहिए, शराब की दुकानें नहीं खुलनी चाहिए, वो अन्ना हजारे भी इनको चिट्ठी लिखकर आज नसीहत दे रहे हैं। उन गुरु की बात को भी नहीं मानकर उनको भी ठेंगा दिखाने का काम अरविंद केजरीवाल कर रहे हैं। अब यह स्टिंग से बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो गया है और इनकी बौखलाहट से भी और स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये जो चोरी हुई है राजस्व की, दिल्ली के खजाने को लूटा गया है, दिल्ली में टैक्स पेयर के पैसे को लूटकर शराब माफियाओं और दिल्ली के आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं ने जो बंदर बांट की है, उससे दिल्ली की जनता बहुत आहत है। आज कोई गरीब का बच्चा, आज हर दिल्ली वासी रो रहा है, दुखी है। इस बात पर दुखी है कि हमने एक ऐसे निर्णय लेकर एक ऐसे बेईमान को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, भ्रष्टाचारी सरकार को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया। जो लोग ये बात करते थे कि हम कट्टर ईमानदार हैं, आज वो कट्टर भ्रष्टाचारी हो गए। मैं आज अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से ये कहना चाहता हूं कि अगर उनके अंदर जरा भी अंतरात्मा की आवाज बची है, जरा भी ईमानदारी है, जरा भी उनके अंदर शर्म बाकी है, तो वो मनीष सिसोदिया को अविलंब बर्खास्त करे। इस शराब के मुद्दे पे जो घोटाला हुआ, भ्रष्टाचार हुआ, उस पर तुरंत मनीष सिसोदिया जी को बर्खास्त किया जाए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
अब मैं निवेदन करूंगा हमारे विपक्ष के नेता आदरणीय रणवीर सिंह जी से आपको संबोधित करें।
दिल्ली प्रदेश भारतीय जनता पार्टी के अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री आदेश गुप्ता जी, श्री हरीश खुराना जी, श्री हरिहर रघुवंशी जी, हमारी बहन सारिका जैन जी, मीडिया के सभी सम्मानित साथियों, अरविंद केजरीवाल और उनके डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर मनीष सिसोदिया ने हजारों करोड़ रुपए का शराब का घोटाला किया है। अरविंद केजरीवाल सीधे सीधे इस हजारों करोड़ रुपए के शराब घोटाले में शामिल हैं। कल भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी विधायक महामहिम राष्ट्रपति महोदया को प्रातः 10:30 बजे मिलेंगे। 10 बजे विजय चौक से हम पैदल चलकर महामहिम राष्ट्रपति महोदया को ज्ञापन सौंपेंगे और उनसे मांग करेंगे कि अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार को बर्खास्त किया जाए। अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार ने नई एक्साइज पॉलिसी लागू करके हजारों करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला किया है। शिक्षा में भी सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए का जो घोटाला हुआ है, सीबीसी की रिपोर्ट आ गई है। डीटीसी का भी 3200 करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला है, सीबीआई पहले से उसकी जांच कर रही है। दिल्ली जल बोर्ड का भी 58,000 करोड़ रुपए का घोटाला है, उसकी जांच भी शुरू हो गई है। तो मैं आपको फिर एक बार जानकारी देना चाहता हूं कि भाजपा के सभी विधायक कल प्रातः 10 बजे विजय चौक पर एकत्रित होंगे और पैदल मार्च करके महामहिम राष्ट्रपति महोदया से भेंट करेंगे। अरविंद केजरीवाल की सरकार को बर्खास्त करने के लिए उनको ज्ञापन सौंपेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद रणवीर जी। सांसद भी रहेंगे सिर्फ विधायक और अध्यक्ष
विधायक
विधायक और एलओपी। किसी को सवाल हो तो
सवाल एक है अध्यक्ष जी से कि अभी मनीष सिसोदिया ने जो कहा है कि जो डिप्टी लीगल एडवाइजर जितेंद्र कुमार ने जो आत्महत्या की है तो उनके ऊपर दबाव बनाया गया था, क्योंकि मेरे खिलाफ जो फर्जी केस बनाने के ऊपर दबाव बनाया गया था। आप इसका क्या बताएं?
देखिए, इधर उधर की बात वो ना करें और ये बताएं कि स्टिंग ऑपरेशन जो उनका हुआ है उस पर वो जवाब दे, जनता का जवाब दे, इधर उधर की बातें ना करें।
जी बात सर,
लेकर सवाल उठा रहे हैं।
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with the fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें
प्रॉफिट की गेम 80% है।
80%
1 रुपए ਦੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਗੌਰਮੈਂਟ ਦਾ 80 ਪੈਸੇ सारे साढ़े।
अरविंद केजरीवाल का चेहरा बेनकाब हुआ। ये भ्रष्टाचारियों की सरकार है, बेवड़ी सरकार, कट्टर भ्रष्टाचार।
Viewers, we are live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Shivangi Shukla, and in a shocking incident, a mutt seer found dead after an audio tape goes viral. A big mystery now over sexual abuse charges. A tell-all audio tape has now led to suicide. That's what we're learning. And days after the audio tape leaked, the seer committed suicide. That's a big question. Did he commit suicide after that tape was leaked? Viewers, big news coming in at this point of time. Let's tell you the background. I'm still waiting for our reporter to join us for more details. But a mutt seer was found dead in Karnataka's Belgavi district earlier today after an audio tape went viral in which 2 people were allegedly discussing the purported cases of sexual assault in some mutts in Karnataka. Now, the Lingayat seer allegedly committed suicide in his mutt there which is near Belgavi. The seer allegedly hung himself and committed suicide after alleged audio tape of a 15-minute long conversation in which two people were allegedly heard speaking about purported illicit affairs some of the seers and Ligayat Mutt have been having. So the big question is, did he commit suicide after that tape went viral? Now, according to reports, the seer interacted with devotees before death. He had been at that mutt for 15 years as per Republic TV, what we are hearing on this so far. So this is a very developing story coming in from South, and further updates are awaited at this point of time. But the big question we're asking is that what is this mystery over the sexual abuse charges? And after the tell-all audio tape, that suicide news has come in. So days after the audio tape leaked, did the seer commit suicide after that audio tape was leaked? That's a big question that we're asking right now. And this is a developing story which we are tracking on Republic TV, getting you minute by minute updates. Let's now have a look at what else is making news from across the nation. In a big expose by the Bharatiya Janata Party on liquor scam, the ruling party announced a sting operation addressing a press conference. A big expose by BJP in liquor gate scam. The sensational tape featured accused number 13, who allegedly could be seen making policy. BJP launches sensational tape in liquor gate scam. Mega confessions were made by the 13 number accused on tape, saying it is an 80% profit game.
प्रॉफिट दी गेम ਤੇ 80% ਹੈ 80% 1 ਰੁਪਏ ਦੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ 80 ਪੈਸੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਅੱਛਾ 1+1 ਕਰਨ ਡਰ ਗਈ ਸਾਨੂੰ 80 ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਐਤਕੀ ਚਾਲੇ ਚੱਲੀਏ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ 20 ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਦਾ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਵੇਚੋ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਕਸ ਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ
As BJP launches liquor gate sting, huge corruption by Aam Aadmi Party was allegedly exposed in a big expose. A tape showed accused allegedly confessing that 80% commission was fixed for Delhi CM Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia. The sting operation exposed Kulvinder Marwa, the father of Sunny Marwa, accused number 13. After sensational video was exposed by BJP against Aam Aadmi Party's liquor gate policy, the Saffron Party in the press conference said that more videos will be released in the matter. Bangladesh PM Sheikh Hasina arrives in the national capital, and PM is now set to meet Minister of External Affairs of India S. Jaishankar later in the evening today. She is on a 4-day visit to India to discuss several issues pertaining to both the countries.
Well, this sting operation has somewhere raised a lot of questions over the credibility of Aam Aadmi Party. Now, BJP is asking a lot of questions from Aam Aadmi Party and also demanding the resignation of Manish Sisodia. To speak on this, I'm now joined with Delhi BJP Chief Adhish Gupta. Sir, ये स्टिंग ऑपरेशन कहीं ना कहीं बहुत बड़े सवाल खड़े करता है आम आदमी पार्टी के ऊपर, क्योंकि ये जो स्टिंग ऑपरेशन है ये कोई आम आदमी का नहीं है, ये सनी मारवा के पिताजी का है. वो खुद कह रहे हैं कि 80% कमीशन की बात वो कर रहे हैं, 12% में से 6% कमीशन की वो बात कर रहे हैं. अब इसको बीजेपी आगे किस तरह से लेके जाएगी?
देखिए, आज वास्तव में जिस समय स्टिंग हम लोग देख रहे थे तो एक दुख भी था, एक तकलीफ भी थी, एक और गुस्सा भी था कि दिल्ली के लोगों ने एक ऐसी सरकार को चुना था जो ये कहते थे हम दिल्ली को लंदन पेरिस बना देंगे, जो दिल्ली के हर घर में साफ पानी देने का वादा किया था. अब वो जाकर हर गली मोहल्ले में ठेके खोलने लगे. और जो आज का स्टिंग आया वो स्टिंग मास्टर का स्टिंग है. स्टिंग मास्टर अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी जो भ्रष्टाचार पर स्टिंग करते थे, आज उन्हीं का स्टिंग आ गया है. और जिस तरह से एक आरोपी नंबर 13 सन्नी मारवा के पिताजी हैं कुलविंदर मारवा, और उन्होंने जो खुलासे किए कि किस तरह से 2% से बढ़ा के शराब ठेकेदारों का कमीशन 12% कर देना और 6% उनको ब्लैक में उनसे पैसा लेना। ये वो तकलीफ बता रहे कि हम कैसे ब्लैक में देंगे। कैसे उन्होंने बताया कि आप एक फिक्स अमाउंट दे दीजिए और फिर आप चाहे कितने भी ठेके खोलिए, चाहे कितने भी आप शराब बेचिए, कितने भी रेट पर बेचिए, हमें कोई मतलब नहीं।
मनीष सिसोदिया कह रहे हैं कि कहीं से भी गली से उठा के किसी का भी स्टिंग ऑपरेशन कर दो, कुछ भी वीडियो दिखा दो, ऐसा थोड़ी होता है। और साथ साथ वो ये कह रहे हैं कि मैं भी ऐसे ही कुछ भी वीडियोस दिखा दूंगा, कुछ भी कर दूंगा। क्रेडिबिलिटी पे सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, दिखाइए ना, ये कोई मामूली चलते फिरते सड़क चलता कोई आदमी नहीं है। ये आरोपी नंबर 13 सन्नी मारवा उनके पिताजी हैं, पहली बात। दूसरी बात है, कुलविंदर मारवा स्वयं भी शराब के बहुत बड़े व्यापारी हैं, मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं, ट्रेडर हैं। तीसरी बात, आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार ने इनको भी एल1 दिया था और आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार ने एयरपोर्ट जोन का जो ठेका इनको दिया, उसी की अर्नेस्ट मनी 30 करोड़ रुपए इनको वापस कर दी, ठेके के नियमों के उल्लंघन कर।
ये कह रहे हैं कि आप बीती है उनकी और ऐसे और भी लोगों को बाहर आना चाहिए, या अगर स्टिंग के माध्यम से नहीं तो वीडियो उनका जारी होना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल, देखिए, ये भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई है। ये उन लोगों के खिलाफ लड़ाई है जिन्होंने दिल्ली को नशे की ओर झोंकने का काम किया है और भ्रष्टाचार किया है, जो ईमानदारी की बात करते थे। तो ऐसे में ये मिलकर लड़ाई लड़नी है, सब लोग मिलकर लड़ाई लड़ेंगे। तो हम सबसे अपील करते हैं, ऐसे जितने भी शराब के ठेकेदार अगर उन्होंने पैसे दिए हैं आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं को, वो सामने उन्हें आना चाहिए और बताना चाहिए कि हमने पैसे दिए हैं और इन्होंने पैसे लिए हैं। ये देश के लिए देशभक्ति के प्रश्न है और भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ एक लड़ाई।
प्रश्न लूंगा, कल दिल्ली बीजेपी के सभी विधायक राष्ट्रपति से मुलाकात कर रहे हैं, क्या आपकी मांग रहेगी और क्या ये जो वीडियो निकल के सामने आया, स्टिंग निकल के सामने आया, ये भी चर्चा का विषय रहेगा?
देखिए, हमारी एक मांग है कि अब स्टिंग के बाद ये स्पष्ट हो गया है, पहले भी सारी बातें क्लियर थी। अब अगर जरा भी नैतिकता अरविंद केजरीवाल में बची है, अगर उनकी अंतरात्मा की आवाज़ कुछ भी बोल रही है, अगर जरा भी शर्म बाकी है, तो अरविंद केजरीवाल मनीष सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करें। और कल हमारे सभी विधायक दल के नेता के साथ महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी से मिलने जा रहे हैं, उनको बर्खास्तगी की मांग का ज्ञापन भी सौंपे।
That's a big word coming in from Delhi BJP chief Shivangi, where now BJP will be heading to the president's house tomorrow, demanding the resignation of Manish Sisodia and also the dismissal of Aam Aadmi Party government from Delhi.
Right. So, Piyush, there'll be a march which will be held by the BJP where they'll be heading to President's house. That's exactly what Piyush is saying, and that the BJP has also said this. The rally will be taken out tomorrow, viewers. That's what we are learning so far. But Piyush, it's very interesting to note that Manish Sisodia held a counter press briefing around 2 p.m. but he refused to answer any hard questions on that sting operation and Liquorgate. Piyush.
Well, absolutely. There are some certain questions those Aam Aadmi Party needs to answer, but they did not do so. Now, what we are now learning is that Aam Aadmi Party is going to do a counter press conference, and that's at 3:30 p.m. That is going to be done by the Atishi Singh, who is the chief spokesperson of Aam Aadmi Party. There are some certain questions which Aam Aadmi Party needs to answer about the 80% commission. The father of Sunny Mara was talking about, and also how to convert the black money into white. That was also being talked in that particular sting operation. We'll have to wait and watch as to how it is going to further move ahead. Remember that there are series of allegations which have now surfaced against Aam Aadmi Party, but so far concrete answers have not come out from Aam Aadmi Party. We can expect any minute from now a press conference to be done by Atishi Singh, where we might hear some sort of clarification, or we can expect another fresh salvo being fired by Aam Aadmi Party on BJP. Well, yes, we are getting all the details of this sting operation, and remember that BJP is now going to march tomorrow at the President's house demanding dismissal of Aam Aadmi Party government. After this very short break, we will be getting more and more voices as this Liquorgate sting exposes Aam Aadmi Party government. Stay tuned for more updates.
A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with the fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Rajawaring with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल।
बार बार सीबीआई से पूछ रहे हैं कि आखिरकार बताओ तो सही, क्या मिला डिप्टी सीएम के घर पे रेड में? कितना कैश मिला, कितना सोना मिला, कितने सोने के बिस्कुट मिले, कितने हीरे जवाहरात मिले, कितने बेनामी संपत्ति के कागजात मिले? लेकिन सीबीआई वाले क्या बताएंगे, क्योंकि उनको तो कुछ भी नहीं मिला। उन्होंने गद्दे फाड़ दिए, तकिए फाड़ दिए, सारी अलमारियों का सामान निकाल दिया, लेकिन उन्हें फिर भी कुछ नहीं मिला। फिर वो मनीष सिसोदिया जी की पत्नी का लॉकर चेक करने गए। उस लॉकर में उनको क्या मिला? कुछ 50-60 हजार के गहने जो भाभी जी को अपनी शादी पे मिले थे। लेकिन अभी भी सीबीआई पे दबाव बनाया जा रहा है कि रेड में कुछ ना मिलने के बावजूद, लॉकर में कुछ ना मिलने के बावजूद मनीष सिसोदिया जी के खिलाफ अरेस्ट वारंट निकाला जाए। और उस अरेस्ट वारंट को किसको अप्रूव करना होता है? एक लीगल एडवाइजर को अप्रूव करना होता है। एक लीगल एडवाइजर को कहना होता है कि जो जांच पड़ताल हुई है उसके आधार पर अरेस्ट वारंट एक वाजिब चीज है। सीबीआई में कोई लीगल एडवाइजर ये कहने को तैयार नहीं है, क्योंकि आखिरकार जब रेड में कुछ नहीं मिला, लॉकर में कुछ नहीं मिला, कोई भी अफसर ये कैसे लिखित में कह देगा कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी को गिरफ्तार होना चाहिए? और इसी वजह से केंद्र सरकार की तरफ से सीबीआई के अफसरों पर बहुत ज्यादा दबाव बनाया जा रहा है कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी को जैसे तैसे हो अरेस्ट करना है। और इतना दबाव बनाया गया जितेंद्र कुमार जी पे कि जितेंद्र कुमार जी इस दबाव को सह नहीं पाए और 2 दिन पहले उन्होंने अपनी जान ले ली, आत्महत्या कर ली। ये हाल हो गया है क्या हमारे देश का कि केंद्र सरकार अब अपनी ही जांच एजेंसियों के अफसरों पे इतना दबाव बना रहा है कि वो आत्महत्या करने पे मजबूर हो जा रहे हैं। क्या ये हाल हो गया है हमारे देश का कि केंद्र सरकार और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी सिर्फ और सिर्फ राज्य सरकारें गिराने में लगे हुए हैं और उसके लिए केंद्र एजेंसियों को मिसयूज करते हुए झूठे केसेस बना रहे हैं? और जब कुछ भी नहीं मिलता तो सीबीआई के अफसरों पे दबाव बना रहे हैं कि झूठा केस बनाओ, झूठा एफआईआर करो, झूठा अरेस्ट वारंट बनाओ। ये कैसे देश में रह रहे हैं हम? जितेंद्र कुमार जी के पूरी परिवार के साथ आम आदमी पार्टी खड़ी है। जितेंद्र कुमार जी के पूरे परिवार को हम
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक। आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Rajawaring with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well. The Jammu-Srinagar highway has been blocked near Ramban due to a continuous barrage of shooting stones along the highway. And waterlogging is being reported from various parts of Bengaluru after heavy rainfall last night. Traffic signals are also being located at various, reported, I beg your pardon, at various locations. The special CP of the Delhi Police's crime branch, while commenting on the Afghan national arrested for a drug trading charge, has said that a nexus is being unravelled with the trade involving terrorists, drug smugglers and gangsters, with the ISI operating this nexus.
अफगान नेशनल है अब्दुल्ला तो 2016 में इंडिया आया था मेडिकल वीज़ा के बहाने से। उसके बाद ये लोग ड्रग्स में इन्वॉल्व हो गए। जैसा आपको पता ही है, यूएस के जाने के बाद, अफ़गानिस्तान छोड़ने के बाद यूएस फोर्सेस के काफ़ी सारे अफगान नेशनल्स अब इसमें एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व हो गए। पहले जो कम स्तर पे था, अब वो काफ़ी लार्ज स्केल पे ड्रग स्मगलिंग हो रही है। बेसिकली लैंड रूट और सी रूट दोनों यूज़ हो रहे हैं। लैंड रूट पे जो पंजाब और राजस्थान और जम्मू कश्मीर बॉर्डर है, वहाँ पे ड्रोन्स के ज़रिए आते हैं। सी रूट पे जो गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और केरला, कर्नाटका वाला जो सी
Some big breaking coming in right now. CBI issues statement on Sisodia, which in fact the CBI is saying that during the press conference, Manish Sisodia said that Jitendra Kumar, deputy legal advisor in CBI, committed suicide because he was pressurized to make a strong false case against him. But the CBI is saying very categorically right now, viewers, and this is a statement issued by the CBI, that CBI strongly refutes this mischievous and misleading statement by Sisodia. It's clarified that the gentleman officer Jitendra Kumar was in no way connected with the investigation of this case. I repeat, no way connected in the investigation of this case. And Shravan is joining me to understand this statement a little better. Shravan, over to you.
It's a strongly worded statement that has now been issued by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Remember, this is on the Deputy Legal Advisor, Jitendra Kumar, whose death by suicide has essentially led to a political blame game altogether. You've heard the Aam Aadmi Party basically stepping in and perhaps weaving a narrative which is absolutely false to begin with. The fact that they are trying to link Jitendra Kumar to this entire investigation in itself is ridden with falsehoods completely. This is exactly what the CBI says, that, and I quote, CBI strongly refutes this mischievous, misleading statement by Manish Sisodia, clarified that the gentleman officer, late Jitendra Kumar, was in no way connected with the investigation of this case. He was the deputy legal advisor in charge of prosecution, in which capacity he was supervising prosecutors who were conducting the trial of already charge-sheeted cases in Delhi. As per the Delhi police, which is conducting the inquest into the death, the officer has not held anyone responsible for his death in his suicide note.
All right, Shravan, thank you for joining us with all those details. CBI refuting the charges of the Aam Aadmi Party and the claims of the Aam Aadmi Party on late Jitendra Kumar.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है, क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with the fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against this.
Getting in inside details of Amit Shah's meeting at Fadnavis residence. As per sources, BJP's mission 135 for Mumbai. The Home Minister Amit Shah sets target of 135 seats for upcoming BMC polls. In fact, the announcement is of target in crucial meeting. It's a big target that they have set, and they had a crucial meeting with BJP leaders. The BJP eyes 135 out of 227 BMC seats. Big details coming in of that meeting that he had with Devendra Fadnavis. Time for a very short break. Much more coming up on the other side. We continue to be live and breaking.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कूलिंग ऑपरेशन हो रहा है क्योंकि बिल्डिंग डेंजरस हो गई है और एक पोर्शन बिल्डिंग का गिर भी गया है। अभी फायर अंडर कंट्रोल है, चारों तरफ से सराउंड कर दिया गया है।
Soon after the incident, fire tenders immediately rushed to douse the fire. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक। आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. The Jammu-Srinagar highway has been blocked near Ramban due to a continuous barrage of shooting stones along the highway. And waterlogging is being reported from various parts of Bengaluru after heavy rainfall last night. Traffic signals are also being located at various, reported, I beg your pardon, at various locations. The special CP of the Delhi Police's crime branch, while commenting on the Afghan national arrested for a drug trading charge, has said that a nexus
Started this edition with some breaking news now coming in. CBI has issued a statement on Manish Sisodia, and I quote, today in a press conference held by Manish Sisodia, one of the FIR named accused pertaining to the Delhi excise policy, stated that Jitendra Kumar, Deputy Legal Advisor in CBI, committed suicide because he was pressurized to make a strong false case against him. CBI strongly refutes this mischievous and misleading statement by Manish Sisodia. It is clarified that the gentleman officer, Shri Jitendra Kumar, was in no way connected with the investigation of the case. He was the Deputy Legal Advisor in charge of prosecution. Let me also bring in my colleague Piyush Mishra, who's joining us on this broadcast. Piyush, just to break it down for all our viewers, one, Aam Aadmi Party has been levelling this allegation that the CBI wanted to go ahead and arrest Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, but the arrest warrant wasn't being signed, and that too, it wasn't being signed by the Deputy Legal Advisor. Now, this entire pretext that they essentially using, trying to perhaps weave this narrative that there's been pressure on the CBI officers and they are acting at the behest of the government, seems to be completely riddled with falsehoods, because here the Deputy Legal Advisor is in no way connected to this case. He's part of the prosecution team in charge of looking after all the charge sheets and the trials, especially the cases which have already been charge sheeted. So it's got nothing to do with it.
Well, absolutely, Shravan, CBI has now issued a statement refuting the allegations coming in from Aam Aadmi Party. Remember that today at 2 o'clock, Manish Sisodia did a press conference where he mentioned about the fact that he was being implicated by the CBI officer, and that was being done on the orders of a BJP-led central government. Now CBI has come out and has said that he was not involved in this very case. In fact, CBI has also said that he was that Delhi police is doing investigation. I'm also quoting from that particular statement which has been issued where the CBI goes on to says, and I quote, further, as per the Delhi police which is conducting inquest into the death, the officer has not held anyone responsible for his death in his suicide note. The excise policy case is under investigation. As such, no clean chit has been given to any of the accused. The mischievous and misleading statement of Shri Sisodia in an attempt to divert attention from the ongoing investigation in Delhi excise policy case and also amounting to interference in the inquest proceedings into the death of a gentleman officer. So two big breaking news coming out from this CBI statement. Shravan, one, that CBI rejects the allegations being made by Manish Sisodia and other leaders of Aam Aadmi Party. Another big breaking news coming in is that CBI has not given clean chit to anyone into the investigation in excise policy scam. So big development coming in where CBI is now clarifying that no clean chit has been given to anyone. Remember that Aam Aadmi Party leaders Arvind Kejriwal have come out and they have claimed that CBI has given clean chit to Manish Sisodia and they have found nothing either at his residence or at his bank locker which was there in Delhi NCR region. So CBI is now coming out saying that no clean chit has been given to anyone and the investigation continues to go on. CBI further adds that the mischievous and misleading statement of Shri Sisodia in an attempt to divert attention from the ongoing investigation in Delhi excise policy case and also amounting to interference in the inquest proceedings into the death of a gentleman officer. So not only CBI is saying that Manish Sisodia is trying to divert the attention, but also they are interfering into the investigation of the death of a CBI officer. We'll have to wait and watch how Aam Aadmi Party is going to react on this. Remember that a couple of minutes back, Atishi Singh also did a press conference where she leveled the similar sort of allegations. And at 5 p.m., Saurabh Bhardwaj will be doing a press conference, and we can expect the similar sort of lines being taken by Aam Aadmi Party's chief spokesperson, Saurabh Bhardwaj.
Well, in fact, Piyush, just one more details that is coming in right now with regards to Jitendra Kumar, the Deputy Legal Advisor. In fact, the Delhi police had also issued a statement in which they had made it abundantly clear that a suicide note has been recovered and the fact that he has not blamed anyone and in no way is he connected to the liquor scam. So not just the Central Bureau of Investigation, but the Delhi police has also made it very clear that there is no connection whatsoever.
Well, absolutely, and suicide note has been recovered, Shawan, which mentions that nobody's name has been mentioned in that particular suicide note by the late CBI officer. In fact, it has also been made it very clear that the late officer of CBI was not involved into the investigation of excise scam. So 2 to 3 important points need to be noted. One, that CBI is saying that Manish Sisodia is trying to divert the attention from the ongoing investigation. 2, that no clean chit has been given to anyone. 3, that suicide note has been recovered and it has not, in that particular suicide note, nobody's name has been mentioned by the late CBI officer. We'll have to wait and watch how the BJP as well as Aam Aadmi Party are going to react on this, but it is certainly going to stir a massive political storm in Delhi. Remember that today, we have also seen as to how BJP showed a sting operation claiming that a massive scam has been done. In fact, they're also saying that sting master has now been stung. Let's listen into this exclusive conversation which I had a couple of minutes back with Delhi BJP chief Adesh Gupta.
जिस समय स्टिंग हम लोग देख रहे थे तो एक दुख भी था, एक तकलीफ भी थी, एक और गुस्सा भी था कि दिल्ली के लोगों ने एक ऐसी सरकार को चुना था जो ये कहते थे हम दिल्ली को लंदन पेरिस बना देंगे, जो दिल्ली के हर घर में साफ पानी देने का वादा किया था। अब वो जाकर हर गली मोहल्ले में ठेके खोलने लगे और जो आज का स्टिंग आया वो स्टिंग मास्टर का स्टिंग है। स्टिंग मास्टर अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी जो भ्रष्टाचार पर स्टिंग करते थे, आज उन्हीं का स्टिंग आ गया है। और जिस तरह से एक आरोपी नंबर 13 सन्नी मारवा के पिताजी हैं कुलविंदर मारवा, और उन्होंने जो खुलासे किए कि किस तरह से 2% से बढ़ा के शराब ठेकेदारों का कमीशन 12% कर देना और 6% उनको ब्लैक में उनसे पैसा लेना, ये वो तकलीफ बता रहे कि हम कैसे ब्लैक में देंगे। कैसे उन्होंने बताया कि आप एक फिक्स अमाउंट दे दीजिए और फिर आप चाहे कितने भी ठेके खोलिए, चाहे कितने भी आप शराब बेचिए, कितने भी रेट पर बेचिए, हमें कोई मतलब नहीं।
मनीष सिसोदिया कह रहे हैं कि कहीं से भी गली से उठा के किसी का भी स्टिंग ऑपरेशन कर दो, कुछ भी वीडियो दिखा दो, ऐसा थोड़ी होता है। और साथ साथ वो ये कह रहे हैं कि मैं भी ऐसे ही कुछ भी वीडियोस दिखा दूंगा, कुछ भी कर दूंगा। क्रेडिबिलिटी पे सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, दिखाइए ना, ये कोई मामूली चलते फिरते सड़क चलता कोई आदमी नहीं है। ये आरोपी नंबर 13 सन्नी मारवा उनके पिताजी हैं, पहली बात। दूसरी बात है, कुलविंदर मारवा स्वयं भी शराब के बहुत बड़े व्यापारी हैं, मैन्युफैक्चरर हैं, ट्रेडर हैं। तीसरी बात, आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार ने इनको भी L1 दिया था और आम आदमी पार्टी सरकार ने एयरपोर्ट जोन का जो ठेका इनको दिया, उसी की अर्नेस्ट मनी 30 करोड़ रुपए इनको वापस कर दी, ठेके के नियमों के उल्लंघन कर।
ये कह रहे हैं कि आप बीती है उनकी और ऐसे और भी लोगों को बाहर आना चाहिए, या अगर स्टिंग के माध्यम से नहीं तो वीडियो उनका जारी होना चाहिए।
बिल्कुल, देखिए, ये भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ाई है, ये उन लोगों के खिलाफ लड़ाई है जिन्होंने दिल्ली को नशे की ओर झोंकने का काम किया है और भ्रष्टाचार किया है, जो ईमानदारी की बात करते थे। तो ऐसे में ये मिलकर लड़ाई लड़नी है, सब लोग मिलकर लड़ाई लड़ेंगे। तो हम सबसे अपील करते हैं, ऐसे जितने भी शराब के ठेकेदार अगर उन्होंने पैसे दिए हैं आम आदमी पार्टी के नेताओं को, वो सामने उन्हें आना चाहिए और बताना चाहिए कि हमने पैसे दिए हैं और इन्होंने पैसे लिए हैं। ये देश के लिए देशभक्ति के प्रश्न है और भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ एक लड़ाई।
प्रश्न लूंगा, कल दिल्ली बीजेपी के सभी विधायक राष्ट्रपति से मुलाकात कर रहे हैं, क्या आपकी मांग रहेगी और क्या ये जो वीडियो निकल के सामने है, स्टिंग निकल के सामने है, ये भी चर्चा का विषय रहेगा?
देखिए, हमारी एक मांग है कि अब स्टिंग के बाद ये स्पष्ट हो गया है, पहले भी सारी बातें क्लियर थी, अब अगर जरा भी नैतिकता अरविंद केजरीवाल में बची है, अगर उनकी अंतरात्मा की आवाज़ कुछ भी बोल रही है, अगर जरा भी शर्म बाकी है, तो अरविंद केजरीवाल मनीष सिसोदिया को बर्खास्त करें। और कल हमारे सभी विधायक दल के नेता के साथ महामहिम राष्ट्रपति जी से मिलने जा रहे हैं, उनको बर्खास्तगी की मांग का ज्ञापन भी सौंपेंगे।
In a big expose by the Bharatiya Janata Party of the liquor scam, the ruling party announced a sting operation addressing a press conference. A big expose by Bharatiya Janata Party in the liquor gate scam. The sensational tape featured accused kid who allegedly could be seen talking about the policy and the windfall profits that were made. BJP launches sensational tape in the liquor gate scam. Mega confessions were made by the kid of the accused on the tape, saying it is an 80% profit game.
गेम 80% 1 रुपए ਦੇ ਮਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਨੂੰ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ 20 ਪੈਸੇ ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ 80 ਪੈਸੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੁੰਦੇ। ਅੱਛਾ 1+1 ਕਰਨ ਡਰ ਗਈ ਸਾਨੂੰ। 80 ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਕਿਵੇਂ? ਇੰਨੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਐਤਕੀ ਚਾਲੇ ਚੱਲੀਏ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ 20 ਦਾ ਮਾਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿੰਨੇ ਦਾ ਮਰਜ਼ੀ ਵੇਚੋ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫਿਕਸ ਨੇ ਪੈਸੇ।
BJP launches the liquor gate sting. Huge corruption by AAP was allegedly exposed in a big expose. The tape showed accused allegedly confessing that 80% commission was fixed for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia. The stinging operation exposed Kulvinder Marwa, father of Sadi Marwa, accused number 13 in the CBI FIR. After the sensational video was exposed by the Bharatiya Janata Party against the Aam Aadmi Party's liquor gate policy, the BJP in the press conference said more videos will be released in the same matter.
एक स्टिंग हो गया है जो पब्लिक डोमेन में है, स्टिंग मास्टर का स्टिंग हो गया है और इस स्टिंग में जो कंटेंट है जो आप अभी देखेंगे, इससे एक बात स्पष्ट होती है कि जो लोग भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ लड़ने की कसम खाकर आए थे वो आज दरअसल कट्टर भ्रष्टाचारी पार्टी के रूप में सामने आई है।
Reacting on the mega liquor sting, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia said he has not watched the sting and will respond only after he watches the entire tape.
लेकिन आज इतना बड़ा स्टिंग ऑपरेशन दिखाया जिसमें उन्होंने जो सनी मारवा के पिता कुलविंदर मारवा उन्होंने बताया कि किस तरह से एक्साइज पॉलिसी में फायदा पहुंच रहा था, लेकिन जिनको टेंडर्स मिले।
अभी मैं टीचर्स अवार्ड में था, फिर देख के बात करेंगे।
Meanwhile, Union Minister Anurag Thakur at the mega liquor sting exposing Aam Aadmi Party said Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia are the main culprit behind the scam. Questioning Aam Aadmi Party on the scam, Anurag Thakur demanded for a clear answer from the party.
की शराब नीति ठीक थी तो वापस क्यों की, ये बार बार सवाल खड़ा हो रहा है, लेकिन अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की जुबान बंद है, कुछ नहीं बोल रहे, क्योंकि घोटाला इतना बड़ा है कि जिसकी गूंज आज पूरे देश में है। जो कभी भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ आवाज उठाने की बात करते थे, आज भ्रष्टाचार के दलदल में इतना अरविंद केजरीवाल डूब चुके हैं कि आज उनके पास कोई जवाब नहीं है।
After the BJP's big expose, the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia at a press conference continued to target BJP on the developmental works rather than answering on the sensational tape.
देश के शिक्षकों का साथ दें, देश के शिक्षकों को आज शिक्षक दिवस पर संकल्प करें कि देश के एक एक शिक्षक को अच्छी नौकरी, काम करने की अच्छी सुविधाएं, अच्छे स्कूल देंगे तो देश नंबर 1 बनेगा। मैं शिक्षक दिवस के अवसर पर यही अपील
While Manish Sisodia refrained to answer the liquor sting operation, but he took a jibe on Prime Minister Narendra Modi, saying that he can arrest him but should not file fake FIR against officers. Face-off has now intensified between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party, with BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra speaking to Republic demanded answer by Aam Aadmi Party. He attacked Sisodia, saying he has failed to answer the liquor gate. Breaking news now coming in. A member of the AIMPLB, Asma Zahra Tayeba, took to Twitter stating that hijab misused and misrepresented. Hijab is a symbol of modesty and chastity. Dancing wearing hijab defeats its very purpose. Hijab is not just a dress, it's a concept, an ideology which ensures safety of women. Remember, on the occasion of Onam, there were several videos that were basically doing the rounds with women dancing. Right now on your screens, that's the viral video where you can see women dancing, celebrating Onam, and this while they're wearing a hijab. The All India Muslim Personal Law Board seems to have taken offence and in fact had issued a statement a short while back. They've criticised women dancing in hijab. Let me go across to my colleague Ashwin, who's getting us the latest news. Ashwin, first of all, as far as this video is concerned, where is it from? And now also the reactions that are essentially coming in. It seems the All India Muslim Personal Law Board has taken offence only because women were dancing, that too wearing a hijab.
Shravan, whether the law board takes offence or not, when it is Onam, the Muslim women in Kerala, the youngsters, will not stop from dancing and scorching the dance floor, because that is what the festivities are all about. This video that we have become viral was in fact has come from Vandoor in Malappuram, and it was shared by none other than the MLA from the constituency itself, and then it was also shared by many other politicians. Now the Vandoor Government Girls Higher Secondary School girls were dancing to the beat of Onam, something that happens across all the schools and colleges during the time of Onam. So, and we have, in fact, this will be not just one video, any school that they take. There will be dance festivities that will be going on as a part of this celebration. Now, this video has definitely gone viral, but it seems like the law board has suddenly become very, they have become very shy about the fact that women in Kerala in particular are dancing to the beats and with their hijab as well. And hijab, they also stated that it's an act of, it's a symbol of chastity and modesty. But the youngsters in Kerala, especially the Muslim women, they are very progressive. They are also very progressive. They do dance with hijab or no hijab. So that has been the passion for Onam for all Keralites alike, and that cannot be taken away.
Thank you very much, Ashwin, for getting us the latest details. Tracking the story very closely. We'll get you more details on the other side.
During the two-day visit, Union Home Minister Amit Shah visited the famous Ganpati Pandal at Lal Bagh Cha Raja in Mumbai. The Union Home Minister Amit Shah offered prayers at the Pandal along with the Maharashtra CM Eknath Shinde and the Deputy CM Devendra Fadnavis.
Amit Shah from short while from now, where he already offered a prayer, and he was accompanied by Chief Minister, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde, Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, Maharashtra President Chandrasekhar Bawankole, Ashish Shelar, and as well as Vinod Taude. So it's very significant, and it's every year where Amit Shah do visit, and also significant to know that this is the first visit of Amit Shah in Mumbai after the new government, where the BJP and Eknath Shinde government that has formed in the state of Maharashtra.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Shifting focus now to Jammu, where we're getting in some breaking news. Aam Aadmi Party has been staging a protest against the Election Commission. The protests are basically underway right now in Jammu. We'll try and go across to my colleague Gursimran for getting us the latest as to why exactly is the Aam Aadmi Party protesting outside the Election Commission and what essentially are they demanding at this point in time. Let's straight away cut across to those visuals now coming in from Jammu.
Rishavan, right now we are outside the Nirvachan Bhavan where the Aam Aadmi Party is staging protest. They are saying that the BJP is misusing the Election Commission. Sir, what are your demands? You are staging protest at a time when all party meeting has been called in.
You see, this is a shared drama which is being played by the BJP in collusion with the ECI. We cannot mince words when we say that. It's because they have been convening meetings in the past also. For the last 4 years, they have been convening only meetings. The elections have not been held here. Why the elections have not been held? They have to answer the people of Jammu and Kashmir. They want their proxy rule to continue in Jammu and Kashmir. And by backdoor, they are running the government in Jammu and Kashmir and looting this union territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Why the elected representatives are not allowed to assume powers and why the democratic process is not being restored in Jammu and Kashmir. That's the first point. Secondly, how come that 25 lakh new voters are being imported from outside and being given the voting rights here? Why should the people of other states decide as to who should be the representative of Jammu and Kashmir? This is the right of people of Jammu and Kashmir to decide as to who will be their representatives and who will represent them in the assembly.
Sir, you will be holding a sit-in protest here for a while now?
Yes, of course, because they are cheating. Because the ECI is in hand and glove with BJP, like we saw in delimitation commission. Whatever we proposed, they never accepted. Whatever BJP wrote, they signed it on the paper, and the president of the BJP was already sharing it with his MLAs, and audio clips came out. A lot of proofs were there that they were in hand and glove. Now again, the BJP knows that they have lost ground in J&K. They know that people are not going to vote them. That is the reason they are asking 25 lakh voters from outside, whereas it is illegal for the government of India. It has to see. Yes, everyone has to see.
So, Aam Aadmi Party, the newcomer in the politics of Jammu and Kashmir, is staging protests outside the Nirvachan Bhavan here in Jammu at a time when the all-party meeting has been called up by the Election Commission. Yes, Shavan.
Well, thank you very much, Gursimran, for getting us the latest details from Jammu. We'll be tracking the story very closely as the Aam Aadmi Party has now upped the ante, protesting outside the Election Commission. Shifting focus now, we're getting the latest visuals of External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar now meeting Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, who's arrived in India today on a 4-day visit. These are the latest images that are coming in right now. In fact, some of the issues on top of the agenda are basically upgrading the defense cooperation, expanding the regional connectivity initiatives, and also the establishing stability in South Asia. This perhaps is her first visit since the pandemic had begun. Let me bring in my colleague and our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who's joining us on this broadcast. Abhishek, just walk us through the details of this meeting that is basically underway. One, with regards to what's on the agenda, apart from some points that I've already laid out. In terms of the focus, the renewed cooperation between both the nations, put this into perspective.
Okay, Shawan. So first thing, Sheikh Hasina on a 4-day visit. It starts today. In the pictures, we are seeing a courtesy call on by External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar with the Ministry of External Affairs Mandarins to the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. And this is the only official engagement today. Tomorrow, the ceremonial part of it with ceremonial welcome at the Rashtrapati Bhavan, meetings with the President and Vice President, visit to Rajghat, delegation level talks between the two Prime Ministers. And
that's how the day pans out tomorrow. So far as agenda, a very broad sweep of agenda. So far as Bangladesh is concerned, Sheikh Hasina has already made her mind clear. She wants some movement on Tista, water sharing, plus about 50 odd other rivers that exist between the two nations. So the waters are shared, and she wants some clarity on that. Apart from that, she has said that she wants India to do something or help Bangladesh on the issue of Rohingyas. So those two are on the agenda so far as Bangladeshi side is concerned. On the Indian side, of course, we have seen of late an increase in extremism in Bangladesh. So we would want that Sheikh Hasina does something little more about it. She has been very tough on radicalism in Bangladesh, and despite that, it has been increasing. So that is another aspect. And then apart from that, there would be 7 odd MOUs that would be signed between the two sides, Shavan, including one. In fact, there is likelihood that the two prime ministers might remotely inaugurate Swadhinta Sadak, or a road dedicated to independence of Bangladesh. Apart from that, a discussion on free trade agreement called SEPA, which is a comprehensive economic partnership agreement between the two sides. So, chock-a-block agenda. Sheikh Hasina also expected to visit the Nizamuddin Dargah in Delhi and the Ajmer Sharif Dargah in Ajmer, Shawan.
Thank you very much, Abhishek, for getting us the latest details. We'll be tracking the story very closely, and on the other side also perhaps get you more details as the meeting between External Affairs Minister S. Sheikh and Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is underway.
Amity University in London, accredited by Quality Assurance Agency UK and licensed by the Government of UK, offers MBA and BBA degrees at its central London campus. Embark on a global career with a globally recognized UK university degree. To apply, visit amity.edu/London.
5 people reportedly died and 2 were injured after 2 vehicles fell into a river near the district of Doda in Jammu and Kashmir. 1 person is still reported missing.
Today it's a very big day, organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है। बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक, आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं।
And here's a look at what else is making news this morning. At least 18 people have been evacuated in the ongoing operation during a fire that broke out at the Lavana Hotel in Hazratganj area of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. A political tussle has erupted in Punjab over a case registered against the Congress President Raja Waring, with a case filed in connection with a fake letterhead of the Aam Aadmi Party posted on social media. The complaint filed by the Aam Aadmi Party leader stated that the Congress leaders forged documents on these social media handles with Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's signatures forged as well.
A massive fire broke out in a building near Chandni Chowk metro station in the national capital late on Sunday evening. 15 fire tenders were immediately rushed to the spot. The fire incident was reported to have taken place around 10:40 p.m.
अभी करीब हमारे पास 100 से ज़्यादा दिल्ली फायर सर्विस के कर्मचारी और अधिकारी कार्यरत हैं। 35 के करीब गाड़ियां हैं लगी हुई हैं। फायर को सराउंड तो कर दिया गया है, लेकिन जान और को सुरक्षा देने के लिए कि किसी को जान की हताहत ना हो, अभी बाहर से ही इसमें कुल
The big liquor gate sting face-off between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Bharatiya Janata Party, where BJP unrelenting over this attack, continuing answers from the Aam Aadmi Party. No answers on Liquorgate. Sting Aam Aadmi Party claims a CBI officer pressurized to commit suicide. CBI refutes Sisodia's claims, calls the charges mischievous and misleading. Belgavi's Sia death by suicide after 10-minute audio tape alleging sexual abuse goes viral. IT city faces waterlogging woes, several areas inundated, normal lives thrown out of place. Huge explosion outside a Russian embassy in Kabul, at least 10, including 2 Russian diplomats, killed. Starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. The Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology has summoned Wikipedia executives in India to seek an explanation on how Indian cricketer Arshdeep Singh's Wikipedia page entry was changed to reflect Khalistan association. The high-level panel, likely to be chaired by the IT Ministry Secretary, would question Wikipedia executives in India about the checks and balances in place to prevent such edits. In fact, it turns out that there is a clear Pakistan link and a deliberate attempt that was essentially made by the ISI as well as Pakistan ISI to bring in a wedge between the Sikhs and Hindus, given the fact that there was an immediate change that was brought in to Arshdeep's Wikipedia page, calling him a Khalistani. Those links were basically being drawn up. This morning, the government basically taking cognizance of it, and the Wikipedia executives have now been summoned by the IT ministry. Let me also go across to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor, who's getting us the latest details. In fact, a proper detailed analysis has also been done, Abhishek, and there is a clear reflection of the fact that this once again appears to be a design of Pakistan's ISI, because roughly around 11 in the night, soon after that catch drop took place, we saw that they swung into action, changes being brought into the Wikipedia pages. What more are you picking up?
So what is interesting is that the moment the match gets over, Pakistani handles start projecting a picture as if Arshdeep is a Khalistani. These are all Pakistan based, and soon it starts trending. And there are important influencers like Wajahat S. Khan, like Naseem Akram. These are verified Twitter handles, and they start trending that Arshdeep is clearly a part of Pakistan-backed Khalistan movement. Now, what happens is, Shravan, that this gets picked up and amplified in India, even by some motivated handles. So, for example, there is this handle which is verified, blue Twitter handle called Tanmay Bhatt, the Tanmay, and it says Arshdeep's manager deleting Twitter and Instagram from his phone. Now, they are joining in. And what happens is, Shravan, that soon this starts trending. And it seems this has been done with an objective. We had seen this happening in the case of Mohammad Shami. We had seen this in the case of Harbhajan. And essentially what this means is that Pakistani deep state using opportunities like these to create communal discord in India, communal divide in India. I think the objective must have been of these hashtags and trends that they try to present a picture that Khalistan is very active, and so active that it has seeped into the general social fabric of the country to the extent that even Team India, cricket team of India, has one Khalistani who at a very critical moment dropped a catch. That was the diabolical plan. Obviously, it has been exposed. You have a couple of guests with you, Shravan. You can go to them and they will tell you why and how of the trend that was picked up by them and then understood in a right manner. Of course, Shravan, remember, parallelly, these people in Pakistan also got onto the Wikipedia page of Arshdeep and edited it. to include Khalistan as one of his affiliations. Now, interesting bit is Wikipedia allowed it, and that's why the government of India, through the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, has written into Wikipedia and summoned its executives to and seek their explanation as to why they allowed this kind of editing to take place from the Pakistani shores. I think, as I said, Shawan, for the whistleblowers who exposed this and have brought this fact out, after which the government has acted, they are with you. You can go to them, both of them, Vijay Gajera and Anshul Saxena. They did some due diligence and took a deep dive on Twitter and brought out those facts for us.
Well, I'll request you to stay on, Abhishek, as we also bring in our guest whistleblowers Vijay Gajera as well as Anshul Saxena. Vijay Gajera is joining us from Gujarat and Anshul is from the national capital. Vijay Gajera, आपसे सबसे पहले ये सवाल करना चाहूँगा कि जिस तरह से एक ट्रेंड और एक पैटर्न हम देख पा रहे हैं कि मैच वो ड्रॉप होने के बाद ही लगातार कई सारे ऐसे पैटर्न बन गए, ट्विटर ट्रेंड्स बन रहे थे, और ट्विटर ट्रेंड्स जो बन रहे थे साफ तरीके से नजर आ रहा है कि वो आईपी एड्रेसेस पाकिस्तान से हैं। मैं चाहूंगा कि आप थोड़े विस्तार में बताइए कि आखिरकार ये पैटर्न कैसे निकला, कि कौन से देशों में से ये जो बॉट्स है या ट्विटर हैंडल्स है जो अर्जीब को खालिस्तानी डिक्लेयर करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे। मैं चाहूंगा कि आप इसके डिटेल्स के बारे में बात कीजिए हमसे।
सबसे पहले ये ट्रेंड पाकिस्तान से ही स्टार्ट हुआ। पाकिस्तान के कुछ जो अकाउंट थे वो उसने स्टार्ट किया लिखना, जैसे ही केस ड्रॉप हुआ तो उन लोगों ने लिखना स्टार्ट किया कि ये खालिस्तानी है वगैरह वगैरह। उसके बाद बहुत कुछ जो इंडियन जैसे दिखते हैं वैसे अकाउंट, वो अभी चेक करना पड़ेगा कि वो क्या इंडियन ही है या नहीं, तो उन लोगों ने कुछ ऐसा लिखा। उसके बाद हमारे जो इंडिया के कुछ लोग हैं जो चाहते हैं कि एक सिविल वॉर जैसा माहौल हो, उन लोगों ने वो स्क्रीनशॉट निकाले और पर्टिकुलरली हिंदुओं और इंडिया को टारगेट करके लिखा कि ये लोग खालिस्तानी नाम से हर्षदीप को टारगेट कर रहे हैं। बट जब मैंने देखा कि वो ट्वीट इतना वायरल क्यों है, तो उसके जो रिट्वीट और लाइक्स है वो सारे पाकिस्तान से आ रहे थे, तो ऑब्वियसली है कि पाकिस्तान से उनको सपोर्ट मिल रहा था। उसके बाद जैसे अंशुल भाई ने डाला था स्क्रीनशॉट की जो चेंज किया गया था विकिपीडिया में, वो पाकिस्तान से हुआ था। तो ये सारे बहुत सारे ऐसे सबूत है, बहुत से अकाउंट आप देखोगे तो आपको पता चलेगा। मैंने अभी एक अकाउंट देखा तो वो कश्मीर से था, तो वो अकाउंट अभी नहीं है, बट उसका कन्वर्जेशन देखोगे आप तो ऐसे लोगों के साथ है जो बुरहान वानी को सपोर्ट करते हैं। तो हिंदुओं को या इंडियंस को टारगेट करने के लिए या सिविल वॉर जैसा माहौल बनाने के लिए एक पर्टिकुलर सेक्शन ऑफ पीपल जो इंडिया में काम करते हैं, उन लोगों ने पर्टिकुलर सिलेक्टिव स्क्रीनशॉट लेके एक माहौल बनाने का ट्राई किया कि हिंदू एक्सट्रीमिस्ट या जो भी वो बोलते हैं और जो इंडियन है वो लोग ट्राई कर रहे हैं खालिस्तान नाम से पुकारने की इनको। तो इस तरह से पूरा जो प्रोपेगेंडा है वो दिखता है। हम लोगों ने काफी सारे स्क्रीनशॉट डाले सोशल मीडिया पे। मैंने अंशुल भाई ने द होकाइज करके एक बंदा है उसने, कई लोगों ने, हमने रात में ये जब चल रहा था तब से ही हमने ये किया, क्योंकि प्रोपेगेंडा अलग लेवल पे चला जाता अगर रात को नहीं करते थे।
मैं एक सवाल विजय अंशुल से भी करना चाहूंगा। अंशुल, जिस तरह से पाकिस्तान आईएसआई और पाकिस्तान आर्मी के सपोर्ट में जितने भी कई सारे ऐसे ट्विटर प्रोफाइल्स हैं और लगातार वो काफी एक्टिव रहते हैं और ऐसे मामले में तो ओवर एक्टिव बन जाते हैं, अगर पाकिस्तान आईएसआई लिंक्स को अगर देखा जाए इसमें से, आपके इस जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन से या फोरेंसिक एनालिसिस जो आप कर रहे हैं उससे क्या पता चल रहा है? We'll try and reconnect with Anshul. I think so. There seems to be some audio problem. Perhaps our producers can also just check the audio line with Anshul. Let me just take this question to Abhishek. If you can just also, if you can also come in, we'll try and reconnect. We'll try and reconnect with our guests once again. It seems we're having some problem with the audio line. Abhishek, the question that I was essentially asking is the role of Pakistan's ISI. One perhaps cannot brush it under the carpet simply because we've seen it in the past. They've been overactive, and there are certain Twitter handles who've been very close to the Pakistan ISI, and this has been known to everyone. What's their role in this?
Well, it cannot but be that the Pakistani deep state is involved in this, Shravan. So irrespective of whether many of these Twitter handles are bots just retweeting, the fact is that somebody thought through it. Somebody created a narrative, put it on Twitter and other social media platforms and pushed it. And that's where the role of ISI or whichever, fifth generation information warfare agency the Pakistanis might have created might have come into play. It's great Twitter forensics, so to say, done by the likes of Vijay Gajera and Anshul Saxena, that we know it, and it got exposed to the extent that the government of India had to intervene, and an explanation has been sought by from Wikipedia, and they have been called to the ministry to explain in person. I think if you go by this analysis that has been brought out, it is clear, Shravan, that this is well coordinated, this is well conceived and executed, this is done with a certain objective in mind, as was being explained by Vijay, and they almost succeeded. Because remember, while this originated in Pakistan and with, say, a few hundred Twitter handles, it got amplified to about thousands back home in India, and people, some of them gullible, started believing in it. So obviously there was a plan and design and got some success before these whistleblowers came in the picture and the government really nipped it in the bud.
Well, Abhishek, I'll request you to stay on. Anshul is also joining us on this broadcast. Anshul has also been part of this entire forensic examination and to try and look at what are the links that are essentially emerging. Anshul, मैंने विजय से भी यही सवाल की थी, आपसे ये करना चाहूंगा कि किस तरह से जो पाकिस्तान के लिंक उभर कर आ रहा है, क्योंकि आपने इस पूरे एग्जामिनेशन में आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जो आईपी डिटेल्स निकले हुए हैं वो आईपी डिटेल्स पाकिस्तान से हैं, और ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि कुछ पाकिस्तानी मीडिया भी इसके पीछे है. आपके पास इस वक्त क्या जानकारी है इस पूरे मामले को लेकर?
थैंक यू सो मच. मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि सबसे पहले जब इस तरह से हुआ था कि अर्शदीप सिंह जी ने एक कैच को ड्रॉप कर दिया, तो उसके बाद सबसे पहला काम ये हुआ था कि जितने भी पाकिस्तानी अकाउंट्स हैं उन्होंने उसी टाइम पर खालिस्तानी प्रोपेगेंडा स्टार्ट कर दिया. उन्होंने आलोची सिंह को टारगेट किया, उसको खालिस्तानी बोला, इस तरह की चीजें हुई. और उसमें वेरीफाइड अकाउंट्स भी हैं जो पाकिस्तानी मीडिया और पाकिस्तानी जर्नलिस्ट के हैं, उन्होंने भी ऐसे ट्वीट्स किए हुए हैं. और एक नैरेटिव बनाया गया कि किस तरीके से इंडिया जो है वो सिख कम्युनिटी के अगेंस्ट है और इंडियंस जो है वो अर्शदीप सिंह को खालिस्तानी बोल रहे हैं, इस तरह का नैरेटिव बनाया. और ये बहुत सारे पाकिस्तानी अकाउंट्स ने ये काम किया, और यही चीज जो उन्होंने 1 साल पहले मोहम्मद शमी के साथ करी थी, वही एक्सपेरिमेंट इन्होंने यहाँ पर भी एक इंफॉर्मेशन वॉरफेयर में अर्शदीप सिंह के अगेंस्ट किया. और विकिपीडिया पेज पर रात को ही 11 बजे के बाद से लगातार 2 घंटे तक उस पेज को डिस्टॉर्ट किया गया, काफी सारी चीजें एडिट की गई, उसमें खालिस्तान को ऐड किया गया, बहुत कुछ उसकी प्रोफाइल में एडिशंस किए गए. और उन सभी की एक लॉग हिस्ट्री होती है, जैसे कि जो भी आप विकिपीडिया पेज में जो भी आप चेंजेस करते हैं उसकी पूरी एक मेरे हिस्ट्री रखी है, पूरी एडिट हिस्ट्री रखी हुई है. अगर आप उन सभी को चेक करेंगे, सभी आईपी एड्रेस को ट्रेस करेंगे, तो सभी के सभी आईपी एड्रेस जो है वो पाकिस्तान से जो एडिटर्स हैं उन्होंने यूज किया और उसको पूरे पेज को एडिट किया हुआ है. तो ये एक इंफॉर्मेशन वारफेयर का हिस्सा है जो पाकिस्तान करता आ रहा है, चाहे वो क्रिकेट में एक अपॉर्चुनिटी देखता है, चाहे आपने देखा होगा कि जब जनरल बिपिन रावत जी का चॉपर क्रैश हो गया था उस टाइम में उन्होंने ये चीजें करी थी. नुपुर शर्मा के केस में उन्होंने ये किया रिसेंटली, और आपने देखा होगा जो आर्टिकल 370 का जब एब्रोगेशन हुआ तब भी उन्होंने यही इंफॉर्मेशन वॉरफेयर किया. तो ये वो अपने अपने तरीके से जब भी अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है तब वो करते हैं, और अभी भी ये चीज चलती आ रही है. आप अगर ट्रेंड्स की ही एक बहुत सिंपल कैलकुलेशंस है, अगर आप गूगल ट्रेंड्स पे आकर चेक करेंगे कि लास्ट 24 आवर्स में खालिस्तानी टर्म सबसे ज्यादा कहाँ से यूज हुआ है, तो नंबर 1 पे टॉप रैंक है वो है पाकिस्तान. तो पाकिस्तान जो है वो वहां से ही सबसे ज्यादा प्रोपेगेंडा चलाया जा रहा है, और उसमें पाकिस्तान के वेरीफाइड अकाउंट्स भी शामिल है, पाकिस्तानी मीडिया भी शामिल है, पाकिस्तानी जर्नलिस्ट भी शामिल हैं. और इसमें वो नैरेटिव क्रिएट किया जा रहा है जो इन्होंने लास्ट ईयर मोहम्मद शमी को टारगेट करते करते हुए किया था, वही चीज अब वो यहाँ पर एक्सपेरिमेंट यूज कर रहे हैं. थैंक यू.
Thank you very much, Anshul Saxena, as well as Vikas Gujera, for joining us on this broadcast and putting this into perspective, as also Abhishek for getting us this big exclusive. Once again, Pakistan's diabolical plans have been exposed. Failing in other areas, Pakistan is now essentially resorting to cheap tactics, which is essentially reflecting by these Twitter trends and the fifth generation warfare that you're essentially looking at right now. Mega face-off over the sensational Liquorgate sting. BJP's attack versus Aam Aadmi Party's counter-attack escalates. Belgavi allegedly commits suicide after 10 minutes audio tape alleging sexual abuse goes viral.
Today it's a very big day organizing Halla Bol rally against the central government.
तकरीबन 31 विधायक जो मेफेयर रिजॉर्ट में झारखंड सरकार के रुके हुए थे, उनकी रवानगी आज यहां से हो चुकी है. बाहर निकल रहे हैं विधायक. आप देखिए जो विधायक है वो एक एक करके यहां पर निकल रहे हैं.
The special CP of the Delhi Police's crime branch, while commenting on the Afghan national arrested for a drug trading charge, has said that a nexus is being unravelled with the trade involving terrorists, drug smugglers and gangsters, with the ISI operating this nexus.
अफगान नेशनल है वहीदुल्ला, जो 2016 में इंडिया आया था मेडिकल वीज़ा के बहाने से. उसके बाद ये लोग ड्रग्स में इन्वॉल्व हो गए. जैसा आपको पता ही है, यूएस के जाने के बाद, अफ़गानिस्तान छोड़ने के बाद यूएस फोर्सेस के काफ़ी सारे अफ़गान नेशनल्स अब इसमें एक्टिवली इन्वॉल्व हो गए. पहले जो कम स्तर पे था, अब वो काफ़ी लार्ज स्केल पे ड्रग्स स्मगलिंग हो रही है. बेसिकली लैंड रूट और सी रूट दोनों यूज़ हो रहे हैं. लैंड रूट पे जो पंजाब और राजस्थान और जम्मू कश्मीर बॉर्डर है, वहाँ पे ड्रोन्स के ज़रिए आते हैं. सी रूट पे जो गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र और केरला, कर्नाटका वाला जो कोस्ट है, वहाँ पे फिशिंग बोट्स और बड़े पोर्ट्स पे कंटेनर्स के थ्रू आ रहा है. और ये हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है.
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, in his visit to Chennai, will launch 26 schools and 15 model schools of Tamil Nadu government today. He, along with Tamil Nadu's Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, will be present at the event. Amid Bihar's political turmoil, Bihar Chief Minister Nitish